Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, casters of every element. We're here today for our February 8th first of Moonrise Premier Tournament. Very excited. I am Caleb, and here I have with me Full Frontage. How's it going, Full Frontage?
I'm super excited for the tournament today, and I hope you're doing well also.
Yeah, it's a little early here. All of our casters are rising bright and early to prepare themselves for a 10 a.m. sharp start. We've got a wonderful tournament here for you. I'm just going to check how many rounds we have. We have about, I think it was 83 casters last I checked. And that's shaping up for a pretty solid tournament here today.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what these casters are bringing. Like you said, this is the first time that Moonrise is here. Hopefully you all got your hands on the cards and have been having some fantastic pulls also. But I'm really excited to see more so what Moonrise is actually enhancing from previous sets too.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting strategies that have gotten boosts through this set outside of the obvious lunar strategy, a mainstay in the Moonrise set. Things like, surprisingly, Morfrost has seen some success as of late. I know that my good friend Bean Soldier was able to do quite well in a different non-premier tournament as of late. And that was certainly something that I was not expecting. There's a different Frost deck that I think has kind of become a boogeyman out of this set. So seeing Morfrost do quite well was surprising.
How many, speaking of that, how many BlueStacks do you think we'll see today?
I hope it's as little as possible. I love that deck. It's super fun to play. I would hate to sit down across a table from it, frankly.
Yeah. I think it was a couple people have been like, it's the best worst deck you could bring to a tournament.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think Bean Soldier said exactly that in a tier list video we did, where he's like, this is the best deck I would never bring to a tournament.
Yeah.
Because you are kind of just like rolling the dice and seeing how it goes. And so much of that deck is kind of like a deck building activity more so than it is a gameplay activity. Like, can you build your deck to make sure that you don't brick? And that's really hard.
Exactly. And you have to wonder, like, how many people have built side decks to specifically counter a BlueStacks deck? Like, are people just completely throwing their side deck strategies and being like, it's only a BlueStacks counter, so that way if I play against it, I'm ready for it. If I don't, I have a normal deck and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, it definitely is a kind of deck that can lose very hard if it's teched for. But outside of the kind of things that we're expecting, let's go ahead and let's look at some of the prizing that our casters can win here today for participating and topping today's event. So just for participation, all of our casters are going to get that very, very sick gold stamped Shatterstars Capricorn Stained Glass Leviathan you can see there on your screen. Also coming home with a randomly selected Shatterstars booster pack and 2 booster packs randomly selected from now base set, Frostfall Daybreak, and Moonrise. It's very cool to see the prizing structure updated with the new set release. And so you'll see as we get into top 16, if you make it to top 16, not only are you getting a full art Atlantis, but you're also getting one apiece of the Fulguric starter deck and Posthumous starter deck, which is wonderful to see. You know, as you get towards the end of a set release, you top 16, you're like, you know, I'm really happy that I'm getting some free I guess not free, you paid for the tournament, but you're getting some starter decks. But also it's like, dang, I've been playing Barrageists. I've been playing with Barrageists since the start of the set. So it's cool to see the new starter decks come into rotation. In top 8, you get everything in top 16, but you also get that sick Shattered Stars Caprigal full art. I don't know about you, Full Frontage, but I've been playing a lot of Water Reanimator, and I've been playing with the Shattered Stars full art. It is gorgeous.
Oh yeah, the constellation rares that they put in Shattered Stars for this set have been absolutely incredible. And yeah, Water Reanimator has been quite the deck. It really had a boost. I feel like once Zeus and Demeter got put on the limited list, which they are now not, but the limited list, I guess.
The temporary limited list.
But no, yeah, Water Reanimator has been a very solid deck. But yeah, here is the latest card restrictions that people are going to be playing with for the tournament. We have 1 per deck limit with Echolinx, Lavalith, Arcolith, Elechic, Fairgeist, Earthquake, Race to the Top, and Resting. The semi-limited with the 2 Viserys, and to Tartarus, Dirtaya, and Sparka. And now we have Zeus and Demeter back up to 3. And of course, Moonrise is now legal.
Yeah, the first premier event with Moonrise legal. And these casts will be fighting it out to see who can make it into our top cut here. Not to leave you hanging, though, back to our top 4 prizing for this event. Not only do you get everything out of top 8, but you also get that sick full art Coastalith. All my Coastalith enjoyers in chat, rise up. But instead of those starter decks, you're going to be walking home with a Moonrise booster box, which I think is a pretty hot ticket item at the current moment with the recent release of the set. If you're able to make it to our finals, congratulations. If you get second, you're going to get everything from top 4 doubled. Simple as that. Easy as. If you're able to, though, win out, and you are our Elestrals premier event for February 8th champion, first of Moonrise, you walk home with 3 of the Shattered Stars full arts of Atlantis, Caprigal, and Coastalith. You're walking home with a full art uncut sheet, not a full art, a hollow uncut sheet from Moonrise. You get 2 Moonrise booster boxes, and of course, what we all care about, what we're all here for, the Reverse Stellar Oistillery. I myself have a regular Reverse Stellar Oistillery, not with the champion stamp on it, and I'm certainly envious of whoever might walk home with that stamped Oistillery, because that's a sick card.
That is, I might get a gold Sharpie and just write Elestrals Champion on it, just so I don't feel left out.
That, you know, honestly, that's genius. I'm gonna start doing that, actually. I love that.
Yeah, no, that is a beautiful card as well, and like the prizing across all of it is great. And honestly, I'm really excited that they started doing this kind of prizing. Like, yes, the price to entry increased, but it's free shipping on just for participating. You're getting a stamped card and 3 packs, one of them being a Shattered Stars pack, and then of course, the better you perform, the more prizing you get. So it's really cool that they've gone to this prizing format, and the champion is really, you really get something special, right? Like, this is probably going to be a 1-of-1 card, being that Reverse Stellar Elestrals Champion stamped Oistillery. So much like we've seen in the previous tournaments, that Elestrals Champion card is going to be very sought after, I feel like, from a lot of casters, and they really want to try their best to showcase their skill and take home that golden stamped card.
Yeah, thus far, I don't believe they've redone any of the Elestrals Champion stamps, so these are all 1-of-1. And to my knowledge, that's not looking to change anytime soon. But we are nearing the start of our tournament. We've got 7 rounds of Swiss ahead for you. I think it's going to be a really good day. Is there anything that you're particularly looking for here today, Full Frontage, that you're expecting to see, or you want to see, even if you don't think it's going to be super popular?
Yeah, so one card I want to see that's a little bit more realistic is going to be Voltempest. With Magneros coming in, Thunder has a Nexus back. I think Voltempest could be a huge threat. So I'm very excited to see some Voltempest. I personally have been working on a Voltempest deck list that I'm still kind of tweaking. So hopefully we see one and maybe I get some ideas from it, or maybe you get some ideas from it in the chat. But then I'm just going to throw a wild card out there. I hope we see Peliquarius.
Though there was the recent Shadow Stars month that just shipped out that has Peliquarius in it, so I don't know what deck playing Peliquarius.
If someone got it and they pulled the reverse seller, like maybe I want to bring it to Saturday's tournament.
Yeah, maybe I gotta play Water Winds Pentair. You never know.
What about you? What are you excited to see?
I would like to see BlueStacks combo off and win a match in like 10 minutes. But I think more realistically, I wanna see some of the 3 drops that we're not expecting. I think let's just to the point where it can be hard to land 3 drops effectively. It's still kind of an investment, and like Fulgorix, I think, is probably the next best 3 drop that we're gonna be able to see. So I'd love to see someone pull up a Fulgorix and just take names. I think that it's a little risky to do that because I'm fully expecting a lot of lunar aggro into this event. But whoever the mad individual is that decides to bring Fulgorix, I want to see them on this cast. I want to see a Fulgorix hit the board and bottom deck a card. Like I'll pop off. I will lose my mind.
Imagine, no, Fulgorix against BlueStacks. BlueStacks is on the field. You play Fulgorix. Go back to the bottom of the deck. No more milling for you.
It's like, okay, let me shuffle my deck real quick. No stone for fail to find. All right, mill BlueStacks.
Yep.
No, that it would be really sick to see Fulgorix. I'm expecting to see a lot of lunar aggro. I think that it's gonna be really interesting. Mirror match probably to see play out, and it'll be interesting to see if people have been anticipating lunar aggro as a major part of the format. There is a lunar phase. I'm gonna look up the exact one real quick because they blend together in my mind very hard.
I've been practicing. Hold on, give me a quiz here. What's the effect? I'll try to see if I can
it's
get
the one that targets a lunar enchanted Elestral and changes its position.
That I believe is waning gibbous.
Close. Waxing
gibbous. Darn.
You know, there are 8 different lunar phases. It can be hard to keep them straight. Waning is the one that shuffles a lunar phase to search cold dust.
Okay. Yep.
But I think that unironically, Waxing Gibbous is not a bad side deck option because, you know, your opponent goes Nobby to try and get to Doppelganger, and you say, defense position, please.
Yeah. It's a lunar tsunami.
It's a lunar tsunami for 1. In fact, actually, you just rather it be tsunami, I think, in most cases.
Yeah, unless you like have unless you're not healing water. Like if you have like multiple ways to heal lunar, like Voldusk and the Waning Crescent is the other one that heals. Unless you're running like multiples of those, then yeah, Tsunami is probably just the better option.
Yeah. But it is really interesting to see if people will be side decking or potentially main decking, expecting a lot of lunar aggro. I'm also really hoping just to see like a lot of different things this tournament, because there's a lot of cool decks out there that people could be playing. But will everyone kind of go towards one deck? This tends to happen at the start of formats where like the path of least resistance is what's taken by most competitive players, which is why I think lunar aggro is going to be out in force. But as people figure out some of these other decks like BlueStacks or Winjin or Joblin, like these are very strong contenders, I think, that just need a lot more time to be nailed down. Lunar aggro, I think, is going to mostly build itself.
Yeah, it's probably the most put together deck you can make without having to like go in depth and figure out like an insane strategy.
Yeah.
I hope we see Tornadogin too.
Yes, Winjin and Tornadogin will be so rad to see. What interesting deck.
I love the Foretell. I love the Search. I came up with a fun deck list on the Elestrals channel, and that Tornadogin is really fun to play.
It's sick. Well, we've talked a lot about the event that's happening today, but just to clue you in onto some of our upcoming events, we have a premiere event that is coming up on February 23rd, and we spoke about these 1-of-1 gold stamp cards, and I just got to point out, 1-of-1 stamp Reverse Stellar Bandaloon. That is such a sick looking card. It's so rad. Participation is a stamped Barrowgeist promo. What?
Oh, the Stone Tablet one too. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. So you'll have an opportunity if you make top 16, top 8, top 4 to have a second pass at some of these cards that you could be winning today. But participation in Champion, those are enticing. I mean, like maybe I want that Pharaoh guy.
I was gonna say maybe I want to play.
Yeah, if Adri doesn't want me back to cast, I will be playing this one. I want that Pharaoh
Can we
guy.
play and cast? Like we can just like cast
Yeah,
our
yeah.
own like while we're playing.
Exactly. No, I agree. We should be able to do that. Outside of our premier events, though, we do have casual events happening every single Thursday or Tuesday and Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've moved to webcam events only. We've shifted away, sadly, from the app events, but that does mean that we're mixing up a little bit. We got February 11th, a starter deck only format, and another one on February 20th. These are casual events. They're welcome to new and veteran players, whether you're picking up a structure deck and just trying to get some experience in the game, or you're someone who is looking to try out a new deck list for a premier event. I know plenty of people that run new theories and brews into these events and have a blast. So check out our webcam events. They are just an absolute wonderful time. I'm very sad. For almost a year and half a year now, have been unable to play these because I'm a student and I have classes at these exact times. It's devastating.
No.
But playing these events, they're free. You get 10 casters coins just for participating and finishing at the event. They're a wonderful time. But something a little bit larger, a little bit more exciting even, that's coming up later in March. We got our Dallas Open for 2025. Just an incredible event. I cannot wait to be in this event.
Yeah.
I'm going to be playing. You playing? You making
I
it?
am playing.
Huge, wonderful. It's going to be a sick event. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to build. My goal is top 16 at least. I want that Pantera.
At least, okay.
I want the
All
Pantera.
right.
Like that's like if I make top 16 and don't make it any further, I am perfectly content.
Yeah, the prize cards for that event are looking very, very nice. Those 1-of-1 bronze, silver, and gold Ash Rabbits are just insane. You've got the Pantera. There's a playmat, right, for making top 16?
Yeah, top 16 playmat
That's
with
crazy.
the Pantera art. It
looks so
it's
sick.
beautiful.
It's so
It's
sick.
beautiful.
There's lots of cool stuff coming up for that. They've been teasing some different events and guests that they've got planned, and I'm very excited to see what more news there is to come as we get. We're like almost a month out from this event, which is crazy to say. It's like 7 weeks, I think.
It's wild. Yeah, I'm very excited to go meet a bunch of people, and the side events we're still waiting for the information on that, so make sure you stay tuned and follow Elestrals on social media. But the side events are looking to be fun, and seemingly you can earn multiple different prizes. So excited to see what those entail, and what the event is going to have in store. I believe all the badges are sold out too, which is absolutely incredible for Elestral's first premier in-person event.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that. It started at 128, and now we're up to 192. They opened up an additional 64 slots, and those also sold out as quick as they could.
Fairly quickly, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think the only reason it didn't sell out instantly is that it wasn't just a first come, first serve. They were like going down the wait list and saying,
"Yep,
you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity. You have an opportunity." But it's crazy that this event is going to be massive. Very, very exciting to see happening. It looks like we're prepping for our round one. Not quite into it yet, but coming shortly. So hang tight with us. Just a little bit longer, and we'll be catching some hot clashing action between whoever our first two casters are.
You can hang out with it. We're handsome. We can be on.
Yeah,
screen long enough.
hey, it's all right. It's all right. We can.
I mean, Caleb's more handsome than I am.
Wait! Don't sell yourself short. So I'm fully expecting to see a lot of Lunar aggro this event. The question I think is going to be, what kind of Lunar aggro? Because I feel like there's a very standard build you can do of like Doppelgator and Leica Void, because those are the two obvious ones. But I wonder if there's going to be any sort of mixed up variants with the like Voldusk, maybe just as a draw engine to get you to your aggro pieces, or as a guy where like if you've started to establish board presence and you're starting to take control, you can like piece that out. So you have like some recursion or card draw to keep getting to your guys and your counter runes. There is just a lot of really good utility in the lunar phases as well.
Yeah, I saw Wirtz put out a video about Bulk Clip.
Oh.
I've been watching a bunch of deck videos.
Yeah.
Just because, I like to learn, I like to theorize, I like to craft decks. And the deck he was playing, I don't know if he's playing in the tournament today, but the deck he was like covering, it had 9 1-drops, and that was it. In the Bulk Clips.
Excuse me?
I was like, this is I didn't get to finish watching the video, but I saw like the initial deck list and I was like, this is very interesting, and I want to see what he's cooking here and what the theory is. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. But it's really cool to see like all these casters bringing different ideas, different decks, and seeing what you can make happen with all these new cards that came out in Moonrise.
Yeah, and there's a lot, surprisingly, that just some of our elements just got a couple of cards, but it's all they really needed to go ahead and give some deck a solid boost. I mean, like Earth, and outside of like standard Earth Nexus strategy, Earth gets Cedar Soar, a card that you would not imagine is particularly powerful for general Earth strategies, because it seems like a frost card at first read, and then you think about like, wait a minute, Paleoth is a card that exists, and then all of a sudden Centaur is a very real card that you can play within that deck. Yep,
Paleoth combo, 2 with the same name, discard 1, special cast Cedar Sword, drop Centaur.
Yep. Well, and the great thing is you can just fail to find the add to hand, so you just send a Cedar Sword from deck to grave, and that's it. You don't even have to add one to hand.
Yep, you can just toss one.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's such an interesting little interaction. There's a lot of these cool little interactions within the game of Elestrals that I really appreciate, because my Paleoth is just sending one to the underworld. I don't need to add something to hand. Why would I want a Cedar Sword in hand?
Yeah, but you don't need that in hand. You want it in the underworld. You don't want to play that. Hand.
I only want to be special casting that. I'm not trying to actually normalize that bit. And then the Reenchant Frost, go search out the Centaur. Ridiculous.
Yep.
Ridiculous. Or I think I've been seeing some people that are playing Bloom so they can cast it with Double Frost, and then you Bloom Nexus to it, and then you have its effect, so you don't have to use your Reenchant, and then you just boom Centaur.
Yeah. Bloom, I feel like is an underrated card now. Especially in, like you said, there's multiple ways to get a Centaur down now.
Yeah.
So I very much see that being a very real Earth combo.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if Bloom ends up seeing a little bit more play in that list in particular. It'd be very interesting to see if Centaur does well today. But with that, it looks like we are ready to go ahead and hop over into our round 1. We've got This is an insane match. I'm looking at these names. This is an insane match. I gotta show you. This is gonna be ridiculous. We've got Adrian versus Shuret. These are 2 top level players. Adrian, someone who has won 2 different premier events. He went back to back. Shuret, on the other hand, is someone who has topped a handful of events now, top 4, I believe, multiple events. These are 2 wonderful casters. Shuret, actually a personal friend of mine. So I obviously will be very unbiased. I'm looking forward to see these casters clash it out here, and it looks like they've drawn their opening hands, and Adrian's go ahead and starting us off.
The rabbit play. What's a clash starting without a rabbit coming down first turn?
Yeah, I mean, I cannot think of a better play. If you're Adrian, you're feeling pretty dang good about starting Astrab in defense position. There is sort of a curious question I have of, Adrian needs to have multiple back row, because if Shuret's on lunar aggro, right, you go Navi, Zeus, swing, and then you're in the driver's seat.
Yep, rabbit set 2 pass. We'll see.
It's gotta be. If it's anything less, I think Adrian's in a rough spot here. Looks like it's only a set 1.
Set one.
Oh no!
You know what? That's smart. He didn't want to see Gloombat special cast. That's all it was.
You gotta play around Hurricane. No, I get it. And it looks like that's a Lunar Spirit into Spectaret.
The beautiful Stellar Alloon from the blister packs. Love it.
It's a very, very nice card. You love to see it. Shuret going to, though, one up Adrian with a set 2 pass. Hey, he said, I've got a 5-2, but mine has 2 back row behind it.
Yeah, and this is very risky because, you know, Astrabbit is like basically in any deck, so Adrian not really revealing what kind of deck he's playing yet.
Yeah, I think the only risk you run with Spectaris running it early is if you run into a Lockagon later, but Adrian just going to go ahead and re-enchant this Astrabbit here and go for the effect.
This is interesting. You know, if that rabbit doesn't go next turn, I hope he just normal ascends to Voltempest. Like, he has Voltempest in hand, and it's just like, I'm dropping it right now. I hope that's what we
That I think I would be physically ill if that were to occur. I would be
play the Zeus,
very
Voltempest, game over. Scoop, go to game 2.
You know, I think that would be a very likely series of events if that were to occur. Adrian gonna go ahead and set a second card after resolving the rabbit effect, picking his favorite, and likely I'd imagine a pass here over to Shuret. I can't think of any more game actions Adrian would want to take here. He's picking up the Astrabbit.
Does he have something we're not thinking of?
Yeah, okay, yeah, pass. Okay. I was very confused as to what he might be. I guess you could attack position, crash using a Zeus activation?
Yeah, possibly.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. The Shirt, they're going to go for an expended draw here.
Yeah, that's not very promising for sure right now. And probably looking more promising for Adrian right now, too.
Yeah, Adrian has just generated so much card advantage. And, I mean, they basically had the same turn, right? They both added a card from the top of their deck to their hand, except Adrian just had a much better way of doing that than Shuret.
Yep.
And that's an Earthquake from Adrian. Ooh. So that was what he was considering last turn, it looks like. He wants to go in for a lot of damage.
Yeah, Earthquake, switch rabbit to attack. Maybe that's why he was like, do I do this? And then he decided not to. Okay, now that makes sense. Now the gears are clicking as Jolton is going to be coming down.
If you are Shuret, I think there's a real consideration for Gorgon's Gaze here, but I'm going to assume that there's a Tsunami in the back row for sure, which is why they're not going for that here. This is going to be a lot of damage pumped out from Adrian, and Temple of the Moon added on Adrian's side, so we know we have full information about this deck list. Shuret has the full information with this deck list. Like, this is almost guaranteed. We're talking about Adrian, someone who has won multiple premier events. They are on Lunar aggro here. Unless they have come from completely out of left field with something entirely new.
Yeah, no, that Temple of the Moon, yep, dead giveaway on that. He does switch the rabbit to attack, and it looks like he's going to attempt to swing. And there's a Tsunami. You called it.
What can I say? I have clairvoyance. I am speaking with Apollo on the regular, good friend of mine. And those Elestrals are going to the defense position. Sure, going to draw for turn. And he, I think, needs a pretty big turn here. That back row has to be nothing in order to start to make a push here. I think Nabi would be doing a lot for him, but it's going to be an Astrabbit of his own in defense, which is the Stellar from the Kickstarter pact. And that's going to be a PTA off the Astrabbit from Adrian's side.
That's a pretty good play to make sure he's got the clear board and kind of just force Shuret into maybe picking something different than he would have. Like if there's an additional counter rune that Shuret saw in the top 3 cards, maybe he adds that instead of something else that he might have wanted. So could influence the choice that Shuret had from that Astrabbit. Is going to send another card and likely pass over here.
Yeah, that's definitely a pass here as Adrian is picking up his Spirit deck and expending to pop the Astrabbit, putting a Lunar in the into the underworld there. Adrian going to draw for turn. And curious to see what Elestral Adrian might go for here, because honestly, a Reenchant Rabbit doesn't feel too bad, but a Werepup is going to be what comes down here. And picking up the deck to go ahead and search out what is likely a full moon. That's exactly what that is.
Yep. And so no response from Shuret, so potentially holding the Gorgon's Gaze if he has it, or just he doesn't have it. And if he does have shield, it's going to be expensive, but he could shield a Like Void back to hand if that opportunity presents itself. Adrian gonna set one. Obviously, just set it. So if it is full moon, can't use it this turn.
Yeah, the thing about shielding a Like Void is that I don't think you actually care that much, because you're taking more damage if
Yeah.
you don't.
Yeah. And a tsunami coming out. The second tsunami.
That's exactly what Shirt needs here. The tsunami is critical to keep him within this game, I think.
He's spent 2 water spirits to save himself from 7 damage so far.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. This has got to be a Gorgon's Gaze set though from Shirt. He's just had to have slow rolled this because the thing is that if Like a Void hits the field, Shield isn't preventing it.
Yep.
Unless he's able to force it here on his turn by trying to out the Werepup. And that's like best case scenario, I think.
Yeah, so Adrian definitely with board state advantage here and only down 2 spirits.
Yeah, if you sum Spirit Deck and Field, Adrian is actually up by 1 at the moment, and also has a lot more cards, I think, across his hand and field as a result of those repeated Astrabbit activations. Looks like Shirt's picked out the Elestral he wants to cast here. It's a Lunar. And it's a Nobby. That's exactly what you need here. You need this so bad because you want to threaten out the Werepup and then go up into the Doppelganger. You know that set is a full moon, so you're fully free here to just go swinging.
Yep, because then the other opportunity, declare attack against Werepup, give Adrian the choice. If he doesn't, then he can just redeclare the attack onto Jolton.
Exactly.
And then still get the Doppelganger effect. Or the Nobby effect to Doppelganger.
Yeah. And Adrian just letting it go here, that full moon not doing anything. And we know that this Nobby is resolving. I mean, Adrian very well could have set something that wasn't full moon back there.
That's true.
But I think he would have used it if that was the case. And it looks like Shirt drew the Doppelganger in hand. And unlucky, but he is going to go swinging. You know, it's unfortunate if you play a 2-drop, you will draw it. But this Doppelganger hitting over the Jolton, and all of a sudden, I think that Shirt has made a pretty meaningful swing here. 2 back row is like very necessary. And Adrian has the full moon in hand, or not the full moon, the Temple of the Moon in hand to battle trick this. But Shirt's got a 2-drop of his own that's going to benefit from a Temple of the Moon.
Yep, that would turn that Doppelganger into a 7/6, which is not an easy
large
Elestral to swing over.
That is a large Elestral there. It's going to be interesting to see what Adrian decides to go for here. Potentially a reenchant is an opportunity here, and that's exactly what he's going to be going for. Reenchant on the Astrabbit. Look at the top 3 cards of the deck. Pick your favorite.
This is interesting because now Adrian has 3 spirits on that rabbit.
I believe it's only 2, as we cast PTA off of it earlier.
Oh, he casted the PTA off the rabbit. Yep. So it's back. So it's 2. Yep.
You're good. On our end, it looks a little crunchy. It's hard.
Yeah, to it looked like one was like slid in between.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like it's a set and a pass likely from Adrian here. And if you're Shirt, you're feeling pretty good about this, I think. You're feeling pretty good. They're doing a little count of their Spirit decks here. Got to make sure that their life totals are updated appropriately.
Now the question is Shirt running a Temple of the Moon of his own to swing over the rabbit?
You know, that would be pretty massive here. I feel like if you're Shirt, you maybe just would rather go like Werepup and force out this rabbit through Like a Void. And that is exactly what he's gonna do here. We got the Werepup, and Adrian, I think you hold the Gorgon's Gaze for Werepup full moon, but will Shirt actually be searching full moon here? I assume that's exactly what we're going for. All right. Yep. So we don't already have it, or we just we don't have any other targets in deck because these lunar aggro decks aren't always playing other lunar phases. You really only want the full moon most of the time. You could play like a one of New Moon. I'm a fan of the little one of New Moon.
I'm a big fan of New Moon.
It's a solid little tech option. And Hurricane! You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. And I've never seen that animation before either. That's sick.
Is this a divine blessing? No, he's gonna play the full moon.
Yeah. Wow. Doesn't this trigger Werepup?
No, I think for Werepup,
Is
you
it
have
only
to
if
cast.
you cast? It's when you cast. Okay.
He's playing both.
And Gorgon's Gaze. This is a massive turn to go Hurricane here. That bluff set from Shuret is probably just a bluff set, and so he doesn't mind it getting popped.
It looks like he's gonna target the Werepup.
It was a full moon. We did have a set full moon there, so the Gorgon's Gaze means we don't even care about activating the full moon. We have one in hand already. That was a ridiculous turn, I'm gonna be honest. Now, Adrian might have Pharaohgeist in hand, right? Lunar Aggro decks do play a one of Pharaohgeist most of the time.
If we see Luminate pop down here,
that would be devastating, I think. That would be really, really bad. Shuret, I think, has to have Zeus in hand or Demeter in hand right now. I think that's the only reason you play Hurricane, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, because with Demeter, you just buff your Doppelganger, swing over. Zeus, you debuff it, and swing over with Werepup.
Yeah. Sure is definitely thinking through a lot of options here. Oh, yep, that's going to be a Zeus. There's no way that's not a Zeus. It is. All right, so this is everything that Shuret needed this turn. Hurricane, Zeus, Doppelganger, Werepup, swinging in, doing big damage. That is a double Thunder Zeus. Gonna debuff the Ass Rabbit down to a 2 defense. 2 sets from Shuret as well, 1 card in hand. And it looks like he's not taking any chances. He's just going Doppelganger. Oh, actually, the Werepup is Gorgon's Gate, so we can't attack anyway. We're just going over. And we're putting Adrian on nothing here into 2 back row. And it was looking very commanding for Adrian, but all of a sudden that Hurricane swung massively for Shuret.
Yep.
I mean, Hurricane from Adrian might help. The Elechick could be big here. Elechick gets Zeus, and then minus the Doppelganger down to a 2 means that Elechick crashes. It's like the best you can hope for.
Yeah.
I don't know what else Adrian could really double Zeus maybe to be able to hit over. Because this Elechick is only a 2 attack right now. It is not getting anywhere near attacking either of these Elestrals. And the best you can hope for probably is just Zeus Werepup. But that isn't doing a lot either.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think Shuret has some back row here.
Yeah, these 2 sets have to be live. Like, I do not think that 2 bluff sets are here. One of them we are assuming is Full Moon. It looks like these players are talking through the board state a little bit to make sure that they both understand what's going on. Adrian setting and passing. This might have been the turning point. I think that Hurricane, that Stratomoth coming in and wiping out every single face down might have been it.
Yeah, the Doppelganger really messing Adrian's plans up here.
Yeah,
with that effect.
Yeah, the getting out the Doppelganger, the Navi swinging over both Elestrals, Hurricane, Zeus, Ambrosia from Shuret's side is absolutely killer here. I think that Shuret might just be running away with it at this point, because what does that back row has to be Tsunami, I think, from Adrian. And there's an argument on Shuret's side to just maybe misenchant Doppelganger and then swing Werepup to threaten the Tsunami from Adrian, and then use Ascent to Like a Void and attack over anyway. But it looks like Shuret's just expecting to draw here, and then is gonna put in and pressure a lot of damage here.
Yep, Werepup can go for the attack, see if Adrian has a response to it, and then potentially swing with Doppelganger. There's a lot of potential for Shuret to get some pretty decent damage here.
Yeah, the ordering here should definitely be Werepup into Doppelganger, just to make sure that It looks like we ordered it otherwise. So I think that the thing that Shirt maybe didn't play around there is Shield of Achilles on Doppelganger would be pretty devastating. This is a full moon activation, though. This Werepup is about to swing in for insane damage as a Ascended Lycovoid.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Shirt went in with Doppelganger over, then triggered the full moon to get the Lycovoid to see if the response could go through. Like to see if Adrian was going to activate the face down.
Yeah, and it's going through though, and this is 4
and he's
damage.
enchanting with he's enchanting with water too.
That's where he added back off of Ambro for a reason, you know that. That's 4 damage, and that'll put Adrian at nothing. He held out on the Solar Spirit. We know this man is playing Pharaoh, guys, 100%. Yep. And Adrian's down to 1 Spirit, 2 Shurits, 6 on board, 7 on board.
Yeah, so 13 spirits total for Shurit against Adrian's 1. Top deck Ambro.
Yeah, if you're Adrian, you need Ambro.
What can Adrian even do here besides getting Ambrosia down to even have a chance to win?
I don't think there is anything that I can think of. I think it has to be Ambro. And then, well, there's Ambro.
There's the Ambro.
Right.
Okay, step 1's done.
We completed step 1. The question is, can we get up to 5 spirits with a second Ambro? Because that gives us a little bit of breathing room, but not much. The Thunder Spirit coming back maybe implies a Zeus in hand or an Astrabbit. Neither of which prolong your life in any meaningful way. You could maybe go Nabi, Zeus down Doppelgator, hit over. Actually, Zeus down Lycovoid hit over, and then you could crash Doppelgators, and then board's clear, but then you have nothing left. There's the Nabi!
Okay, step 2 is complete.
Yeah, step 2 is Nabi. Step 3 would be Zeus here. But
he did bring 2. He did bring 2 Alloon and a Zaptor back. There's Zeus.
Yeah, there's Zeus.
He did have the Zeus from the Elechick search.
Yeah. This doesn't do it though. So this, you minus down Lycovoid so that it can hit over. Because there's no reason to do it for Doppelgator. Because your Doppelgator is only going to be a 5 anyway.
Yeah, I think you have to just Nabi over Lycovoid. If Shirt doesn't have a response here, get Doppelgator down. If Altar,
and it's over. Like that's
game. Yeah, the Altar of Stars comes down and locks in game 1 for Shirt. Yeah, I mean the play there would have been swing over with Nabi, get Doppelgator down, and then just pass, and keep 2 spirits on board, and then see what Shirt response is, and then kind of give yourself an opportunity to draw Ambrosias and potentially get back in the game.
Yeah, this is definitely the right move from Adrian. It looks like his deck is in his hand, so he has actually scooped at this point. All right,
Scoop has come in. So,
all right,
man, what he made it to step 2.
He made it to step 2. He made it to step 3. He made it to step 3. I mean,
it was almost there.
It was a good effort. You know, he had the cards in hand necessary, but not the spirits on board. And I think Shirt played those last 2 turns just impeccably. Everything he needed established in hand. Played it sequenced it exactly that he had to. I think that maybe you play around Shield a little bit more by swinging with the Werepup instead of the Doppelgator first.
Mm-hmm.
But just very, very well done, very well played. And these casters are undeciding here.
Yeah, I think the play of the game there was Shirt's Hurricane. Like that completely shifted. Like Adrian was starting to make a comeback, and then the Hurricane just came through and literally blew everything away. And I think the idea that Shirt had the face down Hurricane and also the full moon, knowing that if I play Hurricane here and Adrian responds with Gorgon's Gaze, he's gonna target the Werepup. So my full moon literally does not matter.
Yeah.
So he's like, so I can just wipe the board and deal some damage here.
Yeah, and he had the second full moon searched anyway. So
from the Werepup.
That he lost it. Yeah. It's a ridiculous series of events, and I think that this is going to inform Adrian's siding a lot, knowing that Hurricane's in Shurit's deck. And it means that Shurit can probably just side out of it, honestly, because like Adrian will be playing around it aggressively now, I imagine.
Yeah, no more two face downs. It's only going to be one and pass.
which is not enough into this deck.
No.
One set, unless it's exactly Gorgon's Gaze or Tsunami, is not going to be enough. And so, honestly, actually, I think if you're sure, maybe you don't mind keeping the Hurricane in main, because it guarantees those plays like Nabi swinging over to Elestrals connect no matter what. So you don't mind if you go 1-for-1 on it, because you're getting a Doppelganger, you're clearing 2 Elestrals, and you're establishing board presence.
Yeah, now you have to wonder if Shirt has Fulgorix in the deck or not.
You know, he could have triggered off of Altar of Stars there.
But it was the end of the game. It was the end of the game. He was like, if he does have Fulgorix, he was like, I'm not going to show it. He's going to scoop anyway.
I would. My assumption would be that he would not be playing it. But it looks like our casters have finished their siding and they've drawn their opening hand. And we should just go ahead and get right into it.
Let's see what it's going to be. Game 2 coming up. Shirt taking a very close one in game 1. Let's see if Adrian can bounce back here and send us to a game 3.
And Adrian, to start us off once again, does he start off with the fabled Asked Rabbit Path? No, it's a Werepup.
Ooh.
Okay, that's scary.
The Werepup is a great first turn play, I feel like, because you just automatically get Full Moon. You immediately have that threat to your opponent and force them to respond pretty much immediately.
Yeah, this is pretty big for Adrian, because Shurit now has to deal with the back row, has to try and force out the Full Moon, potentially set up to be able to out the entire board. But if all Adrian has is the Full Moon set, and that's not a lot, honestly. That's not great.
Unless it's still in his hand and he sent another card.
There is always the one who's like, is this a bluff set? Doesn't matter! It's Cryoblast!
And it's the tournament pack 2 art.
It's a Werepup of Shurit's own! This is... I feel gross actually watching this happen. I feel like I need to go take a shower. That was a disgusting turn here. Shurit, considering his options here, actually, maybe not getting Full Moon. Is there another lunar phase in the deck?
Or did he side one? Potentially sided one.
You know, could be failing to find here, but it looks like he's picked one out, and it's just going to be a Full Moon.
Yeah.
I really wonder if maybe there's a second Full Moon in hand, and Shurit was considering going, I will add like New Moon for follow-up, or waning the heal one.
The Waning Crescent, yeah.
Waning Crescent. Set 1. Is there a set 2 from Shurit? No, it's just a swing one. Okay.
Just a poke.
I gotta point out, I love the way that Shurit puts their face downs. I've noticed this playing other games with them as well. It's very much like I set 1. like okay, Yugi Moto. But you know, swing 1. We got Werepup action. This is I cannot believe the violence that's occurring right now. A third Werepup has hit the board.
Oh man, this is just nothing but puppies.
And another Full Moon from Adrian. I mean, this is just deck thing at this point. They got the whole kennel here, actually.
You have to wonder, did Adrian just draw 2 Werepups and Farragheist and is like, I'm gonna set myself up for success here?
You know, yeah, I could see it happening. There's the New Moon, though.
Ooh.
Actually running the New Moon. Hard drawn here. And that's going to be, you know, cast of New Moon targeting Werepup. If you're Shurit, you just rip the Full Moon here, I think.
Oh, he discarded a Waning Crescent, too. Not even a Full Moon.
He is on a much larger lunar phase package, then. That's very interesting. It looks like the Waning Crescent going to use the effect when discarded to draw discard.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of an expensive turn from Adrian here, but it does help you to stabilize.
Yeah, clear Shuret's board gets you in a good state to draw another card.
Discard a Spectaris.
Yep. Yeah, I think with Waning Crescent discard, you have to draw one and then discard one.
Yeah, it's an interesting discard choice. I feel like maybe Spectaris doesn't matter that much in this matchup, but I feel like having a 5 is always a good option.
Yeah. Very interesting there. Oh, and the full moon's going to come down. So we're sending to Lycovoid.
This is about to be a lot of damage. This is going to be a lot of damage.
You have to wonder, does Adrian... I think he enchanted one and then played one to ascend. Or did he enchant two? He enchanted two, and yep, he's going with the water. Yeah. So that is 4 damage coming through. So really smart play. The full moon triggered, and then water enchant to play around Tsunami.
Yeah, this is a lot from Adrian here, and I think Shuret may have thought it was going to be a little bit less than it was. Paid out 2. Oh no, that's 4 actually. That has a lot of damage. It was also 1 off the Werepup. Oh nope, we did pay off the Werepup. All right, we're figuring out the game state. We've figured it out. We've gotten there. We've understood what's going on.
Spirit math.
Spirit math. And the such and the like. You see, this is where, if you're Shuret, maybe you're wishing you had that new moon of your own in your deck to go ahead and
Laurels
and destroy this Lycovoid. This though is going to be an Eddy, which does threaten the Lycovoid immediately.
Tsunami does not work here.
And that goes through. Eddy taking down the towering mass of a Lycovoid. No Temple of the Moon means that you're not going anywhere if you're Adrian with that Lycovoid. That Lycovoid does not go and do leg day, that's for sure. But
Navi, yep. This will be. Oh, he's water enchanting it.
Okay, so we're just attempting to go for a crash here potentially.
Adrian might have a second face down be full moon to get the proper enchant, and then debuff Eddy and swing over.
This does kind of force out. Oh,
or he'll just play Zeus.
Okay, there's a whole lot of options there, and it feels like it was a flowchart and none of it made sense. But I guess we're still getting to the same conclusion probably of
where Navi swings over Eddy.
Underworld. Yeah. If you're Shuret, depending on the cards in hand, you don't really mind a shield of Achilles. I don't think that we know that Adrian has 2 water spirits out of the spirit deck, and so that you're not feeling too bad about outing Adrian's water spirits from spirit deck, making sure that your Tsunamis are now much more live, and you're establishing board presence too. Shuret, I think, has 3 cards in hand now, maybe 4, and this next Celestial could be backbreaking. Astrabbit
in attack.
He's got a Tsunami set. It's just that simple, and we're generating card advantage here, which is absolutely massive. This feels like a very commanding state from Shuret. I feel like Adrian has had to put in a lot of cards to try and deal with Shuret's board, but it just hasn't been enough.
Yeah, and that's the thing about like the Lycovoid play is that if you do the enchant up to 2 from full moon, that's an expensive card to play out just for your opponent to out it next turn, and that's what been happening here for Shuret and Adrian is Shuret just has the responses to take Adrian's board state away.
The age-old adage of as little investment as possible, 5 stat line seems to still be very much, something that we have to live by, because Shuret has been the one to put the least amount of investment into board unless he's pushing for damage and for game. And while Adrian was able to put out a lot of damage in 1 turn, it just wasn't enough. And Shuret as I speak, going for full moon just to pressure even more damage here. It's not that Eddie's swinging for 1, he's swinging for 3 damage here in the battle step.
Oh, that's one of those things that for people in chat who are unfamiliar, there's 3 different phases for an attack. You have the attack declaration, you have the battle step, and then you have damage step. You can trigger counter runes in the battle step, which results in no Elestrals being able to change position, but you can still do things like enchant Eddie with full moon. And that way when damage occurs, Eddie's now dealing 3 damage instead of the 1 that had on attack declaration.
And then because you do it in the battle step, Shield of Achilles can only be activated in the attack step. So you're not worrying about putting out 3 spirits cost for full moon just to get Shield of Achilles for 2. So this is instantly put Adrian in a position where I fear for him. The Ambrosia is going to be a start. We know he's got Nabi in hand. Nabi would be able to out just the Ast Rabbit here, but we're assuming that set is a Tsunami, because why else would this Ast Rabbit be in attack position?
Yep. And then so Adrian bringing back the Leviathan, and he could potentially do the play again. Nabi, Misenchanter with water, declare the attack, flip the full moon, get Nabi's effect after destroying an Elestral, trigger it, get Doppelganger down.
You know, those are all very solid options for Adrian here, setting a second back row and Zeusing down the Eddie here probably, because that Ast Rabbit's at, well, Ast Rabbit is actually still at 2. Nabi has no effect, but we are going to declare the Nabi. It's got to be into the Eddie. Surely we went Zeus Eddie and we're trying to out the spirits on board here.
It's got to be.
I think if you're sure it, you don't mind this, because you could just wait until, maybe you do just have the Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the attack from going through, because you should be able to win from that position.
There's the
looks
full
like
moon.
The full moon. Yeah, you nailed it. That's what's gonna happen here.
Yep. So he'll enchant. Nabi will finish the attack. Upon destruction, Nabi effect to ascend.
And we're enchanting 2 up to it. That's putting Adrian on some lower life totals here. The attack is continuing here. Adrian down to just 2 spirits.
And Adrian opting to enchant up the full 2 with the full moon, because Rabbit's still in attack.
And we're incredible! We are tsunamiing to kill off the Ast Rabbit, which is the attack target of Nabi. So now this will become an attack, a direct attack for 2 damage.
Oh, so now Nabi's effect does not trigger.
So Nabi can't trigger its effect. And then, this puts Shuret down to just what looks like 3 spirit after taking the 3. But Adrian's at 2.
That was a big brain play. What?
There's a reason that Shuret, this is someone who has topped events at very high levels across multiple games, including Elestrals, across a decade. And the Zeus coming down might be it. This might be everything that Shuret needs here. Putting himself at 2 spirits to Adrian's 2.
Wow.
3 cards in hand. Adrian, no response. Zeus gonna come down and minus the Nabi. Honestly, the positioning of Adrian's hands right now indicates to me he is ready to scoop those cards together. And the Spectaris to guarantee game shot here is ridiculous.
Wow. So there can be no response from Adrian. He has a face down.
We're declaring the Eddie first for no damage. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like maybe Spectaris attack first is the correct move. It puts your opponent on nothing. It puts your opponent on game if you swing Spectaris first. But going for the punch down to 1 and 1 spirit in spirit deck. I mean, if this is a live back row from Shuret, this is it.
The Nobby, but it doesn't affect anything because Eddie is now Lunar Enchanted.
It'll affect the Spectaris because it's water.
Oh, because Spectaris is misenchanted. Yep.
But Adrian's at nothing here. He can't play the game from this position.
If Shirt has a response in this back row for Nobby, that's game.
Yeah. And it looks like he's declaring into... He has to declare Spectaris. It's a Tsunami!
Tsunami comes down, pays off that, and that is game.
And that's game. An incredible set. An incredible set between these two casters. I'm blown away that we started this tournament off with such an insane... This could have been finals for all I know. You can show this to someone, just say like, yeah, this was from the most recent tournament. And they'd be like, oh, was that like top 8, top 4? Finals? Like, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was championship match, right? No.
Yeah, that was
the first round of the tournament.
No, luckily we still have many more rounds of Elestrals into the future, but I'm very happy that we were able to see the two Lunar aggro decks kind of just going at it to start off the tournament, because this really, I think, is an exemplification of what this format's going to look like, what Moonrise is going to look like, at least to start, as people are figuring out decks, figuring out what they want to be playing. This is sort of just like a go-to strategy for casters to go for. And what an incredible set. That was ridiculous.
the game, honestly, the two highlight plays for me they're from Shuret. But first one, the Hurricane in game 1. That was huge. Huge play.
Insane.
And then the second one, in Battle Step, misenchant Tsunami, so that way Nobby is not able to trigger its effect.
Yep.
Like
that's that high level mindset right there. That's someone who knows their card interactions. They know things like if an Elestral leaves in the attack step or in the battle step, it becomes a direct attack declaration. Like that is that high level gameplay that you love to see from these experienced casters. And I hate to see two high level players play early because I want to see them in top cut.
Yep,
like Adrian has to like win out from here pretty much, given his tiebreakers are going to be crazy because his first loss is to someone that might make top 8.
Yeah. Those are the kind of plays that when someone's like, how much depth does Elestrals have? You show them that game.
That clip.
You show that game.
That's the clip.
That is.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So smart. Such great plays from Shuret. And honestly, it's tough for Adrian, right? Because Shuret really did have a lot of answers every time Adrian played something. Like first turn Werepup, Cryblast.
Yep. I mean, the cards are in there for a reason. I love when people complain about opening bad hands. It's like, why am I opening bad cards? Like, well, you built the deck. And in this case, Shuret built a deck where every card was good. And sometimes you just draw your good cards because all your cards are good.
Yep. And sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles in some situations. If you're playing 20 guys and 20 runes and you happen to draw a hand of 5 runes, well, that's unfortunate.
Yep. That's variance. That's the mulligan system.
Yep.
What an incredible set between these two casters. I'm very excited to see where the rest of this tournament goes. But speaking of the rest of this tournament, I'd like to talk to you about what kind of prizing we got going on for the event today. Those of you who are just participating are guaranteed to walk home with the wonderful stained glass Leviathan full art, a Shattered Stars booster pack randomly selected, and 2 Elestrals main set booster packs randomly selected from our 4 main sets, including Moonrise, recently released. If you're able to make it to top 16 today, I know you're watching the stream because you finished your round early and you're expecting to make top 16. You walk away with the Shattered Stars Capricorn Atlantis full art stamped organized play, and one of a piece, the Moonrise Starter Decks Fulgorix and Posthumous. If you're able to make it to our top 8, our played out top 8, you walk away with all the stuff in top 16, plus the stamped Shattered Stars full art Caprigal, which is just so sick. I love that card. If you're able to make it to top 4, you get all that, plus our Coastalith full art from Shattered Stars, and your starter decks get swapped out for a full Moonrise booster box. If you make second place, first of all, congratulations, that's crazy. But second of all, you get double of everything because you are second. And then Champion walks away with triple of everything. and walks away with the Moonrise Hollow Uncut Sheets. Crazy. I don't have one of those. That looks crazy. And you walk away with 2 booster boxes and the coveted Elestrals Champion stamped Reverse Stellar Oistillery. So you can go and put that in your Moonrise Water Reanimator deck, and you can start discarding water cards to pop cards.
Absolutely, because we play with Stellars in this house.
Absolutely. If you're not playing with your Stellars, what are you doing? What are you doing? But with that, though, we still have a little bit left in the round as our casters are finishing out the remainders of their round 1 clashes. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick little break here as we wait for those rounds to finish and we get ready for round 2. We will see you in a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back. Hello and
I can't hear.
good morning.
Welcome back to the Elestrals Premier Tournament. We are so excited. I'm bringing in Kay with me to the caster booth, or the commentator booth, I should say. Kay, how are you doing?
I am good. I am so excited. I was watching that first round. It was a nail biter. There were so many incredible new cards from Moonrise that were really showcased, and I cannot wait to see the rest of this day and to see how everything goes. I might be.
I think we're having some technical difficulties here, but while we get this figured out, yeah, I'm very excited for this matchup. We saw a fantastic game one. This is going to be an exciting day. Okay, what did you think of that first game?
It was incredible. I loved seeing all of the new Moonrise cards. I was very excited about, honestly, what was a masterclass of what we can hopefully expect to see for the rest of this format, as well as the rest of this day. So I cannot wait for that. I'm not sure if you are able to hear me at this point, but can you? If that is not the case,
this is going to be a very exciting day for sure. Have you been able to open any Moonrise?
Yes, I have opened 5 boxes of Moonrise. I have been chasing the full art Volclips. That is my #1 card that I want in this set. I love it. It is so cute. The baby Voldusk on the art. It's gorgeous. And I honestly cannot wait. So we might need to go to a real quick break just to look at some technical difficulties. And we will be right back and refreshed.
Yep.
And we are back. Hello. We are ready to talk about Moonrise, and we are ready to, more importantly, talk to each other.
Yeah.
And talk to you all about all of this.
My sound got sent to Tartarus for a sec. I don't know what happened there, but we are back. Yes. So, Kay, it's been a while. We were teammates on Elestrals Season 3, part of the Win Pantheon.
Yes.
So excited to be back with you. But yeah, Moonrise. So this set has been absolutely incredible to open. You said you opened 5 boxes yourself. You're chasing after that Volclips. I was lucky enough to pull one of them. So I have that in my set now. I'm still going for the master set. Still have some cards I'm missing, but yeah, some of the artwork has been absolutely incredible in Moonrise.
It's beautiful. I have added you to my list of people to rob, but that's neither here nor there. I have been lucky enough to pull 2 of the full art shields, which I'm hoping to see that. Ooh. The full art tsunami. I like you said, the art is stunning. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful, and the team really knocked it out of the park with Moonrise. And I cannot wait to see all of these cards showcased. Personally, I am really hoping that we might be able to see the foxes at some point today. Whoever brings foxes, I'm rooting for you. I want you to win.
The whole thing, just win it all.
Completely unbiased commentary from me, but I am for sure rooting for you.
Yeah, and speaking of artwork, there's a contest happening. For the artist community for Elestrals. We have a Shattered Stars artwork competition that you are free to enter. So this is how to get involved. Choose your favorite Elestral from either base set, Frostfall, Daybreak, or Moonrise, and then capture the chosen Elestral in any scene or style that you would like and submit your artwork. These submissions will be open until March 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. And the grand prize for this is honestly really cool. An Elestrals Moonrise creator box, a Moonrise uncut sheet, and then the willing illustration will become an official card. And then 4 copies of the final card will be signed by A-Drive himself, and you also walk away with a nice cash prize of $100. So you can scan that QR code on screen and submit your design, read all the terms and conditions for the contest. But this is honestly really exciting. Kay, if you had to pick an Elestral to choose for this contest, who would you pick?
I think that it's not out of the realm of possibility that people might suspect this answer, but any of the foxes I would love to see. But actually, one of my favorite Elestrals who I would love to see get more love is Fowlicane. I think that the design of Fowlicane is so beautiful. I remember opening my first ever base set box, and when I pulled that, that was when I fell in love with the designs and the artwork in Elestrals, and I would love to see her get some love, especially from all the talented artists in the community. I can't wait to see what they come up with. But what about you? Do you have anything that you're hoping to see?
Yeah, so I'd probably choose Toxiri. And I think that Toxiri from Moonrise. We have Toxion, which had a print in Shattered Stars, the Thunder month for the very first month. And then we had Toxa Swarm get a print in tournament packs. So it's due. It's the love is what you're saying. Yeah, like the other Scorpions have it. We need some Scorpion love there. And then maybe more Frost Scorpio form. I'm sure Bean Soldier would appreciate that. But
yes, and that is a deck that I would love to see today. I think that is so fun to see, because we talked about what are all these new decks that are coming up.
Yep.
But I think that it's really fun to see older decks that have been reinvigorated, made more playable through new cards that have been introduced, like Scorpio, and even Bat form, which it's like, when that came out, are people going to be using that? But now it's the key engine of that deck. So we're in a very exciting time.
The full strategy is there with it for sure. It seemed like a very fun deck. I watched some of the matches back, and just the tech that you can do with it is really interesting. So that'd be cool to see. But what are some other decks that you want to see? Caleb and I had talked about this earlier, but what are you hoping to see today?
I saw that you're rooting for Voltempest. Personally, Voltempest terrifies me. But that's, that's just my personal preference. Me personally, I love that my girl Demeter has been unlimited along with Zeus, but
who cares?
And so I would love to see the return of Earth, and Titan is so cool. I was excited last tournament to see Ardbud, not really all over the place, but she had some representation, and I think that now the whole line is available because
Yep.
of Moonrise. It would be really cool to see that shine.
Yeah, I know we have a couple Titan fans playing in the tournament today. So if we get to that point, I'm sure we'll see some. But one of the other decks that I feel like everybody's been kind of waiting for is that BlueStacks. It's like Caleb and I had talked about. It's one of the worst decks you can bring to a competition. So I'm very excited to see if somebody brought it out today and if it's going to happen. The reason for that is just the idea that you like mill your own deck and potentially whittle yourself down. You get some unfortunate mills. It really hinders your gameplay. So it's a very high risk, high reward deck, and when it works, it works.
Yeah, and we've been seeing Frost have such a renaissance in the past couple tournaments, and it's exciting now that with BlueStacks we have this very scary engine of, like you said, it's a high risk, high reward self mill. Potentially, you can have BlueStacks out on field turn one, and that's just the game. And as the person playing against it, you're just watching this happen, unable to do anything about it.
Yeah,
so,
you're just like, oh no.
Would be fun to see that pop off for sure. I have no doubt that there are some people who have brought it today because it's a very, very strong deck. And I think that it's been very much hyped up among the community as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, everybody's talking about it right now. I'm curious, what have you been playing much with Moonrise or been crafting decks? What are you trying to cook up with?
I have been theorizing with the foxes. I have been desperately trying to get that to work. I think all of the lunar phases are so fun, so exciting. And it's really cool to see them even used in not just fox decks. Obviously, last round we saw the Lycovoid pop off. Werepup is going to be, in my opinion, a huge Elestral today.
Oh yeah,
I think we're going to see him all over the place. Have you been playing much?
Yeah, so I think that combo with the Werepup Lycovoid Full Moon is probably just a staple in pretty much any deck that's running Lunar. And I hope we get to see a Farrageist dropped on the field today. That would be so good. Farrageist is just one of those cards that is just absolutely dominant. But yeah, so what I've been cooking, so I've been playing, I've been trying to cook with the foxes as well. I want to see all the lunar phases come in. I personally have pulled 4 of the reverse stellar lunar phases. So yeah, and I have the reverse stellar Goldusk. So
cool. I'm happy for you. Yeah, that's neat. I love that.
So I'm wanting to play with that because, you know, stellars are fun to play, but also really have been enjoying Tornadin.
Okay.
I think Tornadin and Winjin, that line has been a very, very fun combo to play. It's one of those things that, like, it can set up a huge boon for your opponent, because with the Tornadin, you're able to declare 3 cards, show them to your, and then add 1 to your hand at random. So it can be really devastating, because you could just go, like in the match I played on the Elestrals channel, I sided in the Hydrake line. So the cards I picked were Pantera, Twindra, and Hydrake. So it's like, okay, if you pick any one of those, it's eventually going to get to Pantera.
Sure.
It'll eventually get there. So Tornadin, I feel like, is really fun to play. And another deck I want to try to see, I don't know if we'll see it today, but Solar got some love as well with Luxomare, Aosdale, the Gardon, the Armadon. Like, there's some interesting cards that got added into Solar, so it'd be cool to see a Solar package.
Yeah, I would love to see that. And I love that you have that wind spirit in you still from the Elestrian. You're still carrying that with you.
Have to. It brought me so much love, and I will say my first favorite Elestral was Hydrake, so it just makes sense.
Nice. And on that note, I think we are ready to get into round 2. We have both Stellar Kristoff and Sprea, or I believe that is how that is said, on Sprea on stream right now. And Stellar Kristoff is going to be starting us off. I cannot wait. Stellar Kristoff always brings something kind of unconventional, sort of fun. I am ready to be taken aback and surprised by whatever he has cooked up today.
Yeah, he sent me a message yesterday, and he was like, "Oh, you're commentating," and I was like, "Yep." And he told me, he was like, "I think I'm going to be bringing a card that I don't think has been played in a Premier Tournament."
Okay.
So I'm very excited to see what that card could potentially be. It's gonna be. I hope it's like Zephyrog or something. Like, I hope it's something like super random that we've just like never seen in a Premier Tournament before. So we'll see what he's gonna cook up.
It's got to be something stellar, though. We do know that at least. And Kristoff is starting us off with an Elechick, actually, going to be searching out a Divine Rune.
And it's Zeus.
Yeah, it looks like that Stone Zeus. So possibly on something Thunder. I'm thinking maybe not Zephyrog like you were predicting, but who's
Probably
to say?
not at this point. Yeah. And Spirit did mulligan at the start, it looks like. He's got a Frost and a Water in the Underworld.
Okay. Very interesting. Stellar Kristoff does set 1, and it looks like we are passing. And let's see what Spray is going to start us off with.
Oh, a Hurricane to
Oh
get
my
rid of the back row. 3 is Spirit dropped to get rid of the back row, but it was a Gorgon's Gaze that he got rid of, so...
That's a big hit, but what? Oh, that's why.
Oh, that's why. That's why.
Here we go. We have got the Snowlit, affectionately referred to as El Diablo, and that is actually a brutal hit on that mill right there with Ambrosia, Tsunami, and I didn't see that first one. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't catch that one either. An Avalanche coming down, so Stellar Kristoff having to get... Oh, that's a big hit to Kristoff, too. Oh, there's the Cedar Soar. And the Asprowl.
And the Asprowl. Wow. Oh. Okay, and here comes... It's happening.
Oh no, it's happening.
Wow, it is already starting. Cedar Soar and Asprowl going to be on the board. Oh my goodness. And it looks like Cedar Soar is going to be Frost Enchanted here.
Man, let's see. I mean... I imagine that the Asprowl effect will be triggered now, right?
It looks like it, and Stellar Kristoff is like us, just sitting here with bated breath, waiting to see what's going to happen. And
there it is!
Blistrix!
There it is!
We were just talking about this. Turn 1. Wow. Okay.
Oh.
A Blistrix is on the field, as is the Cedar Soar. Oh my gosh. This is... Yup. This is happening.
This is happening indeed. Blistrix effect is going to come into play. And Spirit did mill 2 Morliths. So I would probably expect, Morlith 1. Is he going to do the second as well? Let's see. Yep, Morlith 2. Yep, so he's bringing them back to the deck and then getting rid of Elechick, and then look at Stellar Kristoff already put the 5 spirits on. He's like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to take the 5 spirits.
Wow. And this is obviously a painful position for Stellar Kristoff to be starting off in, but Freya, with only 8 spirits left total, it is not an impossible, insurmountable situation for Kristoff.
No, you just need Laurels and Earthquake. And then just clear the board.
Just draw them. Just draw them. That's easy. We didn't see those get milled.
No, it was it was Ambrosia, Shield, and I think Tsunami was the 3 cards.
That does hurt.
Yeah, that's a painful draw. But let's see what Stellar Kristoff is going to bring here. He has to be how do I deal with this Blistrix? I have to get it off field.
This is a situation where I'm personally glad to be behind the mic, where I can just watch and enjoy and see how he works through this, how he gets out of this situation, because I don't know.
Oh, man. And I think that is a Elechick. Or not an Elechick, a Jolton. I think that's a reverse Stellar Jolton.
Ooh, okay. Gonna bring out a stadium? Interesting. Spraya doesn't have any back row set, so if Stellar Kristoff is able to beat over one of these Elestrals, then it's pretty free.
Yep.
And here comes that Zeus.
Yep, the Zeus from the Elechick search earlier, and now we have the Disenchant's got to go on the Cedasaur, and then Jolton will swing over.
Okay, and there is one huge threat off the board taken care of. Stellar Kristoff slowly working his way back into the game, and set 2 as well.
Yeah, so back row is going to be live for Stellar Kristoff. And typically in a BlueStacks deck, you don't really run a lot of rune removal. And we've already seen the Hurricane. If a second Hurricane came down, that would be devastating, but it would also put Spirit down to 5 spirits left.
Yeah, we're only with they only have 8 spirits in their spirit deck right now, and that only gives them so much to work with to set up possibly a second Blistrix. Those Morlith we know came back.
Mm-hmm.
So we will see how both of these casters get out of what is, from both sides, pretty threatening setup. That Zeus cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, so we'll Spirit potentially triggering the effect of Blistrix here, reaching for that under. Yep, and there it is. So Cedasaur is going to go back into the deck. I'm trying to remember what else. Catarant, that's a good one to. Nope, he decided not against it. That'd be a good one to put back in the deck because you get to heal some spirits back if you eventually end up drawing it.
Very true. But.
Oh, the Asprowl.
Yeah, opting instead. Okay.
Is he going to go the Snowlit too? Is it? Oh, there's a Catarant. Okay.
Decided to go for the healing.
Yeah.
Your suggestion was pretty good.
Yep. And then Spirit's like, what? Now, he could go for the Jolton. Could also get the Zeus out of play. I think getting the Zeus out of play would be good. He opts to go for the Jolton, though. Now, this could be an expensive play, but I'm wondering if Kristoff does have a shield set, that he would shield the Blistrix back to hand, just to take it off the field, and then potentially deal some damage.
Yeah, that is a possibility. We do see Narcoon.
It's going for the. I think that's a Stained Glass and Frostix.
That is exactly what that is, and that is a beautiful card.
The Stained Glass arts are just so good.
I love all of them. I'm personally biased towards the Viscerus, but that Infrostix is stunning, and I think we might see some shenanigans happen here pretty soon.
Yep.
All right, counting out those spirits just to make sure what we're working with here.
Yep, getting that spirit count coming through, and so yeah, I'm curious to see. Oh, there's the expend. Yep. So the Infrostix effect coming into play here. I'm gonna bring back the Snowlit.
Here he is, the boy, affectionately referred to as El Diablo.
Yep.
Those
I
in the know.
actually don't think I've seen that Infrostix animation before.
Same, and I've been excited all day to see all of the new Moonrise animations.
Oh, goodness.
Oh!
But he only has one spot on. He only has one slot on field, so only one Cedasaur can come back.
Okay.
But, oh my goodness.
That was a huge hit from that mill for sure. And we see a back row set. And what is about to be a massive swing for damage.
Yeah.
It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage.
And I think Kristoff's just taking it. I think he's just gonna take the damage. Oh my goodness. 4-3.
And I was hoping maybe for a tsunami to minimize that damage, something that would have been high value, but alas, we are currently at 4-3, which, considering where we are in the round, this has gone very, very quickly.
Yeah, this is going to be very... Ooh, the Toxeon coming out. The Constellation rare. So this is going to be a burn one.
And you were just talking about how you wanted to see some Scorpion love, so here you go.
Here we go, the Scorpion love with the Toxeon.
Oh, but the Gorgon's Gaze, that was the one set And I think that's game. I think that Stellar Kristoff, despite, I really thought with that Jolton turn and Zeus being able to take down the Cedar Soar, I thought we might do it. But here comes an Ambrosia.
Yep.
So that
Healing
will
back.
keep us in the game for a little bit.
And then, so Zeus still has one spirit on it. Let's see what Kristoff can do here. So it's going to go back to 4 for spirit count. He's trying to decide what he wants to do. I mean, if that last card, a Tsunami in this position would be fantastic because Narpoon would stay in attack, but Toxeon has 4. So Narpoon would only be able to crash with it.
Well, unfortunately, Toxeon was Gorgon's gazed, so we won't see an attack right now.
Yeah, looks like it
But-
was past to
Yep.
Spyra. And here comes the Blizz effect. The Frostics and double Cetasaur.
Man, these Cedar Soars, they just they keep coming back.
This is. I hope Kristoff just has a back pocket eruption right now.
And it is an altar of stars.
Ooh, and he can. So I think what the play is here, gonna Nexus over to Toxeon. And because Gorgon's Gaze only lasts until the end phase, it's gonna go with Toxeon to burn for 1.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts Spear at 1 left.
I'm looking at the math here. It's like because of that spirit, I think it's protecting Kristoff enough to be able to stay in
Yep,
for
and
one
that's
more
a scoop.
round here. Oh, there we go.
That's a scoop. That's a scoop.
Well, we said that we wanted to see Blistrix, and by gosh,
We saw Blistrix.
we saw Blistrix, and we saw Blistrix pop off turn 1,
Yep.
which is absolutely crazy. However, I think that that's something that, depending on Stellar Kristoff's side deck, he could very much prepare for it, and hopefully we see Kristoff bring whatever that mystery card he mentioned to you is. I would love to see more of his deck.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what that mystery card is. We didn't really get to see much of the deck, right? Like, we saw pretty basic staple cards in the Thunder package. You have Zeus, you have the Toxeon, you have the Elechick, you have the Jolton. Like, we didn't really see anything out of the ordinary. Even with the Mills, we saw Ambrosia Shield. Like, nothing stood out that was out of a standard Thunder package. So I'm very curious what Stellar Kristoff has. And honestly, it could be an opportunity to, if he has Eruption in the side deck, like if you could just pocket hand Eruption, and then once your opponent gets low enough, you just throw Eruptions down and clear them out. Like that, Blistrix is very expensive. So you lose spirits like we saw in that first turn. I think Spirit went down to 9 spirits.
Yeah, it was like 9 or 8, something.
Yeah, half the spirit deck is gone immediately in the first turn. So we'll have to see what Kristoff is going to be bringing for the second game. What do you think this mystery card is? Like, he said it was something that he doesn't think has been played in a Premier Tournament before. So
yeah, I'm not sure, and he did a good job of keeping that a secret. And I almost wonder if, because we saw Blistrix pop off fully in that first turn, if he was trying to keep some things a bit of a mystery in his deck going into this round 2, better prepared for this Blistrix and able to hopefully take Sprea by surprise.
Yeah, I am curious if any side deck happened from these players. I don't think Spear would have sided, but there's a really good chance that Kristoff did because he has some answers. But looks like game 2 is getting ready, and we're going to be heading over to it very shortly. And players are just getting their hands out, drawing their cards. I imagine Kristoff is going to go first here again. Like he'll probably take first. But we'll see what happens here. And I'm curious to see if Spira gets that combo off. Snowlet first turn. We'll have to see if that's going to happen again.
Yeah, as soon as I saw those piercing red eyes, I knew that we were in trouble.
El Diablo.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like possibly no mulligan this time. It's hard to say. I don't know if Sprea has been able to even get to that point yet, but we shall see here. Oh, here we go. And we are going to be getting into round 2.
Let's
Very
see.
excited to see how we prep for this BlueStacks, the blizzening that's happening right now.
Let's see. So Kristoff is going first, and we're going to be seeing a rabbit coming in defense. The stellar one, of course, from Stellar Kristoff. So top 3 cards here. See, adding one to hand. Shuffle the rest.
Yep. Yeah, we have to respect the commitment to the Stellar brand, and I am nothing but impressed here.
His Stellar collection. If you go to collect.elestrals.com and you look at like the Stellar leaderboards, he's like up there, like top 3 probably. He might be number 1, I don't know, but it's top 3 for sure.
That is amazing.
It is impressive. It is very impressive.
As someone who didn't pull their first Stellar until pretty recently, I am quite envious. And we see a set 2 and gonna pass over. After that turn 1 Hurricane, though,
I was just thinking that. I was like, you had turn 1 a Hurricane last turn. Are you sure you want to set 2 cards right now?
Mm-hmm. However, he is being bold and brave, which I suppose going into this BlueStacks deck, you really gotta be. I think that is a blizzard coming down.
That is, in fact, the blizzard coming out. We'll see. The 2. Ooh, PTA. That's actually big.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty big boon for Stellar Kristoff, but
and another one. Oh my goodness.
Ooh,
He's just removing. He didn't need Hurricane. He's just removing the back row anyway.
Wow.
He just did it with Force Frost Spirits instead of a Wind, Thunder, and Water.
Which makes me think that we might see a big play here because he's really trying to set up the board, make sure that they are free and clear to do whatever they want. And Narpoon comes out and he's searching out a 1-cost Frost Celestial. And there are those piercing red eyes.
There it is. They just stare at. I feel like my soul was being looked at right now.
Yeah, can I come over and stare at you like this? That's very much that energy for sure.
And if Spirit doesn't set, I think we're gonna see a pass here. Cryoblast.
Cryoblast coming out. Okay. Wow. So I'm thinking Narpoon's gonna be able to swing over that rabbit, and with now no back row, is gonna be completely uncontested. So Stellar Kristoff with a completely clear board going into his next turn here. Let's see what we're gonna do, because El Diablo is imminent. He is coming.
There's the Toxeon to burn for 1, slowly chipping away at the Spirit count of Spira, and Kristoff is gonna set 2. Does he have Mount Olympus in hand to buff this Toxeon over, or is he just gonna go for the crash? I can't imagine you crash here.
Yeah, I think that you want to keep at least something on board to protect you from that Snowlet that you know is coming, probably this next turn. But with 2 back row, I mean, we already saw the 2 blizzards. So unless there is a Hurricane in hand, well,
this is oh my. He's gonna Gorgon's Gaze the Narpoon.
Okay. I should really stop manifesting things. I think as soon as I said that Hurricane came flying out. But here we go. I am just strapping in for the ride here. Here comes the Snowlet.
Rise from the Ashes and Frostix, and I couldn't catch what that first card was.
I could not either, but it is interesting that Rise from the Ashes is in fact the one who is in the Ashes now.
Yep, no more Phoenix Bird. Hey, the Phoenix Bird and the Frostbird one.
So without the hit that we needed to see, this is that let's go gambling deck that we were talking about. Spirea did not get the BlueStacks engine going, and Stellar Kristoff lives to see another turn with that reverse Stellar Jolton coming out. Going to be searching out the Mount Olympus.
Yeah, Mount Olympus is going to be coming down. So the Gorgon's Gaze prevented the Narpoon from swinging for 1, but you spent 2 to stop it. So Interesting play there, but Jolton is going to swing over the Narpoon with the buff of Mount Olympus. So clear board for Spira. Kristoff in an okay spot right now. I mean, that could change in an instant, especially with this Blizz deck. But Spira is running low on spirits, so this is going to be very interesting. We'll have to see if Catarant potentially to heal back some spirits, or if he's just going to go from a Morolith. Probably has more Elestrals in Underworld.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Morolith could very much happen here. And Stellar Kristoff has done a great job of playing into now knowing is the Blistrix and making sure that Spraya gets down in spirits as quickly as possible. And with a few expensive turns there, it's hard to say if we're going to see this Blistrix engine kick off here.
There it is.
And
there's the Morolith. I think that was just by one Elestral too. I think Kristoff only had 2 in his Underworld, and it was the Toxeon and the Rabbit, and then Spira had 3. So just enough to get that normal cast down for the Morolith, and gonna swing over that Jolton and take 1.
All right, this, all things considered, I think I'm rooting for Stellar Kristoff to take us to a game 3 here. I think that he's played this well, and let's see. Again, he's back down to a completely empty board.
Oh, the Quackle from the Artist Collection. Gonna heal back some spirits here.
Yes, that is a beautiful Quackle, and a huge play right now, keeping.
Oh,
oh my goodness!
No, you can't heal spirits.
It's kind of sinister just because of the color of these cards on the color of the mat. That it's like they're being summoned from the ether. That they just appear as if from nowhere, and it is a surprise to all of us every turn.
Oh, is this a hard ascend? Okay, no, it's just the Asprowl.
I don't think we can ever say just the Asprowl.
Just the Asprowl. Yeah, no big deal.
No, I think that is always very scary. And
oh, there's a Cetasaur in the last card. Oh,
I think at the last minute here, with only 2 spirits remaining, we are seeing this deck start to pop off.
Yep. I mean, if he did happen to side an Eruption wins here. I mean, he's playing a Thunder Dex. He's playing a Thunder. Yeah. I don't know if you're siding an Eruption, but maybe.
I mean, maybe after this experience, we're gonna start seeing Eruption get sided in. That might start being very, very common.
Earthquake coming down, taking the Asprowl off the field.
All right. With only 1 spirit remaining, Kristoff, I think, could very much do it here.
A Toxeon could be helpful here.
Yep, and we saw just a pass, and I think in the swing with Cetasaur.
And a Quackle coming out with the Zeus to mid-enchant, and Quackle will swing over. Big play right there.
And we will see what Spray is going to do with this 1 remaining spirit in the spirit deck. Or if we're going to see oh,
there it is. Yep. He
Yep,
just had a pass turn, and that is game. Kristoff avoiding getting blizzed out yet again.
Yep. So we're going to be going into game 3, that Let's Go gambling strategy, which panned out so well in game 1. Did not pan out this time, and we see the sort of repercussions of that engine not popping off.
Yeah, and I will say that first turn with the Narpoon was extremely expensive. You played Blizzard twice to get rid of the back row, to get the Narpoon down, to get the search off. That is an expensive combo to play into just to get the search off. I mean, you need it for this kind of deck, but if you don't get the right cards eventually, or mill the right cards, then we saw in that situation it was really difficult for Spira to get anything going. And while Kristoff seemingly was behind that entire game, this is what BlueStacks does. It takes your spirit deck away. So Kristoff really doesn't need to do much. He just needs to get a couple attacks in here and there, and you'll just clear the spirit deck.
Yeah, he just needed to stay consistent, keep putting threats on the board that Spraya had to deal with, and that ended up working out for him in this round. And going into round 3, I wonder if we're going to see any siding happen. I wonder if we're going to see any changes. That eruption that you keep mentioning.
I feel like it's a good side option. I mean, especially if you're playing a fire package, like you just side an eruption, do whatever else. But it's a 2 for 3, burnout 3. Obviously, Blizz is not playing any fire, so that it's going to hit 3 every time. So if you can get that going, that's going to be the play there. But it looks like we're getting players are getting set up for game 3 right now, and we'll see, is BlueStacks going to come out on top? Will the dice roll work, or is Stellar Kristoff going to be able to hold his ground and take the victory here in our second round?
We still haven't been able to see this mystery surprise card that Kristoff supposedly has somewhere in this deck. So
yeah, the card that he thinks has never seen play in a Premier Tournament. So I'm very curious to see what he has in this. I mean, technically, if we dropped the Magneros, technically we haven't seen that before because it's the first tournament that it's legal in, because it comes from Moonrise. So
technically,
he could have just been psyching me out, and it's just like. Oh gosh, here we go.
Here, let's go gambling.
The Morolith and Frostix and a Catarant. That's not what you want to see, but it's what you want to see if you're Kristoff. It's not what you want to see if you're Spearow.
But that's only turn 1, and we didn't see any expensive Hurricane or Blizzard plays, so Spraya going into turn 2 is not super behind. It'll be interesting to see how they move forward from here.
Yep. And that is a Ricerus coming out.
Okay.
That's an interesting card.
That is one that I have to say I have not personally seen played.
I saw it because the very first upped Premier Tournament, I brought the Imperial starter deck so I could play Spark It.
Oh, okay.
that tournament did not go well for me.
Oh well.
But I did play Ricerus, and I got Spark It down a few times, and that was fun to see people's reaction.
Nice.
But we're gonna see the Disenchant, so Ricerus can swing over.
Yep, and set 1. So this is a situation where we could see Hurricane come out, possibly. Who is to say? But Spraya definitely doesn't want to be starting this expensive engine into a back row and a Zeus.
You have to wonder if Spear is going to start potentially playing slow this game, because he went so aggressive the first 2 games. The first game it worked, second game it did not. So you have to wonder if potentially he goes a little bit slower to build the hand a little bit and then go aggressive.
And we did see Kristoff, looks like they thought about activating that back row on the cast of Narpoon, but decided against it.
Yeah. So it looks like that is the Frostix. Here's the discard, and gonna bring up the Snowlit.
All right, buckle up. Here we go again.
There's the Gorgon's Gaze.
And that is why he held it back. That was an excellent decision on Kristoff's part.
Yep. He knows that the Frostix is there now, so that was a great decision to just hold off on that and then use it for the Snowlit.
And going into this next turn, I mean, neither of these little cards are too threatening. We see a set and a bunny coming out. That's Stellar Bunny, of course. Looking at the top 3 of his deck, putting one into his hand and giving that deck a shuffle. Maybe getting us into another counter rune that could be important. Who's to say?
Yep, a counter rune. Maybe eruption. I'm just really banking on this eruption here.
You're really rooting for it, and you know what? You might manifest that being the new meta. But we see the Disenchant from Zeus.
Yep. So that way, Rabbit can swing over, taking down the Snowlit, and then Ricerus going into defense, and that's going to be a pass over. Narpoon's still a threat, but that face down makes me think could potentially. Oh, he's got another Snowlit.
Another Snowlit. has hit the field.
Yep.
And we are going to go gambling once more. Let's see what we get from this mill. Surely, well, there was BlueStacks.
Ooh, but you can't go from Snowlet to BlueStacks.
No, we have not. That Astral is somewhere in that deck. I know it.
Yeah, and because of the Ricer, this is not a card we see very often. So for the people watching in chat, the Ricerus, if a card is not Thunder Enchanted, it can't attack the turn that it's played. So Snowlet can't attack here.
And an Altar of Stars nexusing from Zeus and onto that Rabbit.
And switching the Rabbit to defense, but now Rabbit received a Thunder Spirit. Top 3 cards.
Activating that Rabbit effect once more. That was, I love seeing Altar plays. So every single time, it's like my mind is blown. It's one of those cards that it just really feels like you're gaming when you play it, you know?
Oh yeah, there are so many cool interactions you can play with Altar of Stars. It's the runes are just incredible.
And we go back over to Stellar Kristoff, who
That's an
you-
Arcolith.
Here, oh, and that is that full art Arcolith as well. Oh, stunning.
That's an Arcolith. Spira, gonna go with the PTA. This is gonna be an expensive PTA.
That is very much, but I mean, with an Arcolith at this point in the game, I think that you've got to do something about it.
Do you just enchant all 3 to the bunny? Oh, you can do it anywhere. You can do it anywhere. So he's gonna put 2 on Arcolith and 1 to the bunny, and Astrabbit's gonna let you look at top 3.
This bunny is getting a huge value here for Stellar Kristoff with now 3 activations over the course of only 2 turns.
And now Arcolith has 4 Thunder Spirits on it. So this is a beefy Arcolith right now. It can swing in for 3 damage. And we're going to see the Mount Olympus coming down. So now the Rabbit has 5 attack with those 3 enchanted spirits. So the Astrabbit can now swing over and deal some damage as well.
Freya fanning out all of those spirits to count out the damage here.
He's like, all right, how much am I going to take here?
How much is this going to cost me?
Yeah. I have to imagine the Rabbit goes to attack here. And he swings for some pretty decent damage, because that's going to be 6 damage.
Yeah, that is a big, strong, scary fighting rabbit, much like the rabbit from Monty Python. Many people have that brought to mind right now, I am sure.
Oh, yeah. So
and we
there
do
it
see
is.
that rabbit move to attack Yevon, and what is about to be a gigantic swing for a lot of damage.
Yep, so there's the 2 from the Rabbit attack, and now he's going to take 3 more, and then the 1 from Ricer. So 7 spirits of damage. That's 5, 6.
And of course, with this Riceros, which has been able to stick around and be a really big player, Spray, even if they set something this turn, they aren't going to be able to attack.
Yeah.
And there goes that Arcolith. They're
Oh,
going
that
to...
is expensive. You're down to, what, 4 spirits now?
Mm-hmm.
That's expensive.
And maybe we see one of those Cataract come out. Maybe we see some healing. An Ambrosia would be huge here.
Avalanche. Oh, there's the Cedar Soar. So a Cedar Soar can come down, but it can't swing over. It can swing over Astrabbit. It only has 5. The Cedar Soar has 6.
Yeah, unless there's something that can be done about this Mount Olympus, these are quite insurmountable. Huge guys on the board right now.
Oh, but it can't swing over because Ricerus is on the field.
Mm-hmm. Regardless, there will be no attack this turn.
This Ricerus has been the MVP. Oh, but here's the Ascension into Aspral. He has 1 spirit left. Never mind.
And, okay, we needed to see that Ambrosia, and we saw that Ambrosia.
He has 4 spirits left now.
Yeah, is it going to be enough? Who's to say? Paying off of the Asprowl to buy us a little bit more life here.
Deciding what the third spirit is going to be. It's going to be 3 Frost.
Slightly unsurprising there. I think the only other thing could have been maybe a water, but we don't even see a set card over on Stellar Kristoff's side. So
Spira is praying to Kione right now.
ooh, and
if
they
you're
did not get that.
Yeah, if you're Kristoff, you're like, yes. Yep,
Oh, okay,
and
yeah,
Spira's
tried
like,
to
I'm going to
swing.
attack, and Kristoff was, nope, you can't.
Yeah, we saw that point at the Riceros. Like, I'm sorry, pal.
You can't do that. Earthquake!
Oh my
goodness.
gosh. The fact that Stellar Kristoff was able to see Earthquake 2 of these 3 turns is pretty impressive.
Astrabbit comes down, and that is the game. 5 spirits of damage. Only 4 spirits left in deck. And that is going to be GG. Well played. Kristoff coming away with the victory. Avoided the fate he fell in game 1. So I got to say, it was really impressive. MVP of the series, Ricerus, hands down.
Ricerus stocks are way up right now. I am so impressed, and I honestly think that could be a card that we see get more play. I think that Stellar Kristoff might have just started a trend. I don't know.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, is this what he's running in main deck, or did he side that in? Like, is that a side deck card to specifically go against a Blistrix? Because, like, Blistrix is all about getting guys on field, and there's no Thunder Spirits. So if you can just get a Ricerus down, they can't attack on the turn they're played, as long as Ricerus is enchanted. So that's a really good side deck card to play into, especially if you're worried about going against Blistrix.
Yeah, that was so smart. And especially with, like you said, Blistrix doesn't tend to run a huge counter rune package. So any of the little guys that you get on field, you get pretty good value out of their effects as well.
Yeah, you might have 1 or 2 PTAs, but if they don't have that set out of a 40 card deck, you're pretty good with the Ricerus coming out on the field, especially if you're running 3 copies of it.
I'm just glad that we got to see Blistrix pop off, but then we also saw the drawbacks of that.
Yeah,
deck as well.
we saw the peak and the lowest low all in the span of like 30 minutes.
yeah, the peaks and valleys of high school Blistrix playing, for sure.
It peaked early on and then just fell off.
But we did get to see it. I love to see 3 drops hit the field.
Yep.
And I love that has become a bigger possibility because of Moonrise. And I think that that's very exciting. Really, really excited to see what else we might be seeing today. And specifically, you did mention while we were playing that you brought that starter deck to a tournament at some point. Which actually, something I've been really, really excited about is these casual tournaments that we have. There are going to be a couple starter deck only tournaments. So with that being said, we do have on both February 11th and February 20th. If you want to try out these starter decks, if you want to, play some of these cards that are limited, you can play them if they're in the starter deck. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and you can run that Posthumous with double Earthquake. It's fun. And honestly, the starter deck casual events are a fantastic way if you're a new player. We have a lot of new players coming into Elestrals, which is absolutely incredible to see. I know a lot of people, there's some hesitancy to playing like even casual events because it's like, I don't have cards. I can't like make a deck. I don't have all the cards that I want to build a deck. Well, starter deck format is the best way to go because you literally just pick up a deck and you just play it, and everybody's playing it. It's a great way to learn the game. So if you're still new to Elestrals, you're still kind of learning the ropes, and you do have a starter deck around, make sure you're playing in these casual tournaments, and you get to receive 10 caster coins for participating in all the rounds. It's 4 rounds of Swiss, and basically you can redeem a free booster pack for participating in as few as three events. I know at the end of last season, I grabbed the organized play stamped Golden Fleece. And I grabbed a couple Lunar Shattered Stars packs before they eventually got taken out of stock. So I got to open some more Shattered Stars, which is really fun because a lot of the Shattered Stars are getting out of stock. And even for participating in the Premier tournaments, you get a Shattered Stars pack. So pretty cool to see some of the cards being saved, or some of the packs being saved that you can redeem from the tournaments that you play in Elestrals that you might not be able to get anymore, that you can get for just participating.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, this is the best way to, if you're watching these tournaments, if you've been following Elestrals and thinking, I really want to get involved, but it's quite intimidating to get into a card game and just pick it up from with all of these sets already established, not having maybe all of the playable cards that you need, but grab a starter deck and you can start on your way.
Yeah, and with Moonrise just coming out, the Moonrise was the set that really introduced like the last element into the game. So if you're considering picking up Elestral, this is the time to do it, because now all 8 elements have their package. They're fully built. Any sets here will just be an expansion of those, just enhancing other cards from previous sets. So it's really exciting to see. Now is a really good time to get into Elestral, and Elestrals is in hundreds of stores across the world, not even across the United States, across the world. There's Panama, Peru, Canada has a couple stores, Australia. There's so many different, Europe, UK, Germany. I think the Netherlands has a couple stores open as well. It's so cool to see Elestrals expanding over the past few sets into local game stores across the world.
Definitely. And hopefully we see you on one of these tournaments here pretty soon. That would be really awesome.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to be going to Dallas. I'll be playing in Dallas. So I'm very excited for that. I'm hoping. Are you going to be in Dallas?
Oh, yeah. I will be there.
Did you get a player badge?
I did. I will be playing. I got to start practicing. Anyone who's in chat, super excited to see you there. And I'm going to need to get one of those Astrabbits.
Yeah. My goal is top 16. Anything else I'll be impressed with, but the Pantera card and playmat is very, very well. Like the artwork that they made for the Dallas like cards and like accessories is incredible. Like the Elestrals has really elevated the artwork as they've just continued releasing set after set, and not just the cards, in the accessories too. So it's incredible. But yeah, my goal is top 16. I want that Pantera.
Well, you did just earlier talk about how much you love the Pantera line, so I'll be hoping for you.
I do. That was the first Ascension line that I fell in love with when I first saw Elestrals in the Kickstarter back in 2023. I was like, Hydrake is amazing, and I want everything to do with it.
I think it'd be very exciting to see possibly that happen today. But we are actually going to, while we are getting set up for round 3, go to a quick break, and then I will be back with Caleb after we get back.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. What
Yay!
an exciting round 2. I'm here with Kay Cray. It's Kay and Caleb Cast Clashes. We are back.
Woohoo!
It's certainly heating up here as we're preparing for round 3. I had to roll my sleeves up a little bit, take the jacket off, despite all of these frost Elestrals flying around. This competition is heating up.
Mm-hmm. Icy hot for sure.
I see that. That's a great way of putting it. And it feels good. Just like icy hot, seeing this wonderful competitive gameplay, watching these casters clash it out. That's a little bit of say that 5 times fast.
Kay and Caleb commentate casters clashing it out. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sad. I missed El Diablo. I love that deck so much. It's so fun to watch BlueStacks pop off. I'm glad that we got to see it game 1 just go absolutely ballistic. And game 3, Kristoff it looked like he had everything. Like every one of necessary there. Just do it.
Yep.
Just win. It's just that honestly, how would you ever lose a game of Elestral? Just win.
Yeah, you just win. You just make sure your opponent doesn't get what they need in the mills, and then you can win. And that is real advice from us to you if you're watching.
Yeah.
Get your earthquakes in both rounds to be able to deal with these gigantic threats.
Yeah, don't do it in a way that would get you disqualified, but just have it. Just divine it to the top of your deck magically. Just believe it. One of my favorite things that my good friend Dymax, who's participating in the event today, will say is just believe you're the main character and you'll draw what you need. It's just that easy. And I go to locals and I believe I'm the main character and I draw crazy and I mill BlueStacks after Asperell's on field specifically.
That really might be the hidden tech, and you know what? Next time that I play one of these, I'm gonna try that out.
Yeah, well, I mean, you obviously are the main character. You're Demeter. It's so easy. It's easy for you. Not all of us can be blessed to literally be in the game already.
There were some dark times though, while I was limited to only one. However, now that I am free, Demeter is back. So Zeus again is like whatever. Yeah. But it's exciting to see Zeus and Demeter unlimited, and we have seen Zeus a couple times already today.
Yeah, it's Zeus is putting in work for that lunar aggro list. We refer to it as lunar aggro, but really what it is thunder lunar aggro, because all of the thunder cards facilitate the lunar cards getting big and hitting big stat thresholds. Elchik for Zeus makes Nabi functionally a 9 attack stat. That's really big. That's really big.
That is a huge stat, and it was incredible to see you work through that in real time.
Yeah, I've got a degree in this, right?
And you are using it to its fullest extent, and I think that's amazing.
Yeah, when I walked across that stage and they gave me they put my hood on for my master's and they gave me my diploma, like, yeah, you're gonna use this on cast when you're figuring out 3 + 2 + 4.
Yeah, you know what? Tuition well spent. And I did get to talk to Full Frontage a little bit and ask him about the cards and decks that he's most excited about. But this is my first time getting to talk to you today, so why don't you tell me about that?
I mean, I'm sad. Well, I guess I'm happy and sad. I had to watch BlueStacks from the sideline. I couldn't commentate it, but I really want to see BlueStacks. There's some lesser thought about things I think that I really love to see that I'm really hoping someone's brought. The main thing I'm talking about here, Ivory.
Ooh.
I guarantee you would have never guessed that in a million years. Ivory is something that I've been playing around with a lot in Water Reanimator. Water Reanimator doesn't have a lot that it can do in the early turns of the game. To be able to hand rip your opponent with the Typhlant and then making a gigantic 10 attack stat Ivory under Atlantis is just ridiculous, and continuing to hand loop your opponent's also very good. So I'm praying, dear whoever, dear Zeus, Poseidon, please let me see Ivory today. It would be so sick to see my favorite elephant drop on the board. So that's what I'm looking for. What are you looking for?
I cannot talk about it enough, and I will talk about it for the rest of time. Foxes. My dream is one day to see a Volclipse wipe a board. That is what I want to see happen. And if it happens, I'll be like, you know what? You know what? I think I'm good. I think I've done everything that I needed to do in this live. I feel fulfilled. There we go.
Alright,
Bucket
I'm ready
list.
to move on. Zeus, take me. It's time
Yeah.
to move on to the next life.
Yeah, greet him as a friend, honestly.
Yeah. No, seeing a Volclips drop would be crazy and actually resolve its effect. That is just a very strong 3-drop Elestral, but getting the condition, I mean, like, that's a strong effect. Getting that condition is not easy. Getting 8 names, that's a lot. That is
Yeah,
a lot.
having to get all of those lunar phases into the underworld, which, as someone who has played a few games of the Foxes, it's rare that you even see all, like, half of the
Joey.
lunar phases, let alone all of them. So, who knows?
Yeah. I do think that Volclips struggles from a classic issue in all card games. If you start building it and you're like, well, if I swap out these cards for some cards that are just like a little bit better, you do that, and I was just like, oh, I'm now just playing like worse lunar aggro. Dang.
Right, like now I'm just playing like a void.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh, I'm playing Werepup to search all my lunar phases. I may as well play Like a Void. Well, if I want to do that, I should probably also play Nabi and Temple of the Moon. So I should play Jolton. I may as well play Elechick. I should play Zeus. And you're like, oh, there go all my lunar phases. No.
And I really think this all comes down to A Drive pushing the Nabi propaganda here.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great point. This is, he wants his champion up in front of everyone, doing better. And where's Voldust? Who's Voldust's champion? You know what? I'm gonna go win Elestrals Season 4, and I'll be the champion of Voldust.
You will be my hero if you do that.
Wonderful. I would love to see Volclips today. I heard whispers that there might be a couple of Voldusks at least in the tournament. I'm not sure if there's a Volclips though, so maybe we'll be able to see if we can find that somewhere in the tournament today. There's some other really interesting 3-drops I think that haven't been looked at too, and I think Titan is kind of like the pinnacle of that. And Titan is just such a fascinating card.
Yeah, and especially with last tournament where we saw that Ignector deck kind of starts to pop off. I think the bug strat really could be real.
Yeah, and Titan being able to get to it, it's not too bad to get to, right? It's not too bad. And then having the same kind of effect like Oistillery to discard a card and pop a card is just like ridiculous. But a Titan can do it 2 times in a turn, which makes it ridiculous. And just having like a Viceroy on your board also means that it can't be Boom Batted, it can't be Blizztrixed, it can't be Oistillery. Like, unaffected by Celestial effects is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it would be really fun to see Earth pop off, and not just because I have the Demeter bias.
It's the other Demeters that are running. There's 3 of you now, and so it's the clones that are rooting for that, not you.
Yeah, exactly. All of my different personalities running around all over the place right now.
Is this how you're learning that you have dissociative identity disorder?
They're just all Demeter.
The ultimate. It's not even different identities. It's just 3 Demeters, the exact same, but just different memories.
Well, in this one, I'm the Stone Art, and this one,
This one I'm the full art. This one's the artist collection art.
Exactly.
That's incredible. I'm really hoping to see some more interesting decks. I feel like we've had a reasonable amount of diversity in the first. I mean, obviously we saw Lunar Aggro Mirror, which we were expecting. We saw 2 very competitive players clash it out round 1. Round 2, totally different decks though. That looked like, to me at least, just pure Thunder versus Blizztrix. And I mean, like that, I'll take it. I love Blizztrix, as I've said. I love El Diablo. And it was cool to see Thunder kind of pop off after, it's been hard for it to recover ever since it lost the kit. And so it's good to see it not doing too bad.
Yeah, I think we're slowly starting to bounce back, and especially with Zeus now being back as well, it's definitely viable. Unfortunately, I think that Elechick being limited to 1 was another huge hit.
Absolutely, yeah, yep. That was like one of the biggest cards for that deck, honestly.
Mhm.
It will be interesting to see how Stellar Kristoff's run ends up going, because I wonder if Lunar Aggro will end up edging out over Thunder on average. I feel like, while the Thunder deck is very consistent, there's a lot of really good stuff going for it. I have a feeling that it might just end up that Lunar Aggro edges out that competition, like 6 out of 4, 7 out of 3 times.
Yeah. Just with the consistency cards and like we were talking about earlier, the Werepup Like a Void combo is really, really strong. And those are stats that are really hard to get over if you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, we definitely saw in round 1, casters were able to get to Like a Void early and maintain it. They did quite well. They had a pretty good time. So it was those are very strong cards for a reason. They got big stat lines. They do a lot of damage out of nowhere, and that's tough. But it looks like we're setting up for round 3 here. And do I see one of my local players on the feature match? And hey, no personal bias. I didn't even know this was happening, but this is about to be a very interesting matchup. I've heard through the grapevine what my local friend is on. We do some testing together, and so I'm excited to see what they're able to do. I hope they don't disappoint me.
Yeah, come on, make Caleb proud.
Come on, I believe in you.
Yeah.
I've also heard through the grapevine what this other player is on, and I think we're in for a treat. This is gonna be a very interesting game, I believe, between these 2 players.
I'm excited, and I'm also really, really excited as we get into these later rounds. We're going to start to see the data come out and actually see, now that we're in Moonrise, maybe some of these cards that we've seen in every single one of these top 10 lists for quite some time, maybe dethroned, maybe some new things rising through the ranks.
Yeah, honestly, when I saw that Shuret was playing Eddie, I was blown away, because like Eddie seems like an okay card. So to see it still cropping up after all this time, one of those top 10 cards, I'm fully expecting it to be dethroned. I was surprised to see it.
Although I don't know, Eddie did perform pretty well in that game, so
You're right.
He's proven
Right.
he's still got some worth, some value there. So we will see.
Definitely just have to see how it plays out, and I'm excited for I think this is gonna be a very fun match to watch. This is gonna be very, very interesting. I think we're gonna, production may have been listening. They may have heard our prayers, and we might see some interesting stuff going on in this class.
You have your insider knowledge here. I'm going to this completely blissfully unaware. Probably not blissfully unaware.
I hope, you know what? We need a break. Let's do a Blizz match every other round.
Yeah, too soon.
Yeah. I do my research, so I'm trying to know what every single caster here is on. So we got a treat. This is gonna be, as every single clash is here in these premier tournaments. They're all a treat, but this one is like, it's got a little extra on top. It's so just being chocolate. It's got like sea salt on top or something, like, it's got a little extra crisp.
Little extra treat. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I am excited, and you know what? Because you've got your inherent bias here, I think that I'm gonna have to pull for our other friend here.
I think that you would do that regardless. I've got a feeling you're gonna do that regardless.
Okay, well, now I'm very, very nervous.
You're like, oh God, what is happening?
Yeah, if you're so certain I'm gonna have these strong feelings, who is to say?
Who is to say? Who is to say? Not me. I wouldn't say anything. That's why I'm commentating an event, as I've never said anything before in my life.
Oh yeah, and yet here we are.
And yet Kay and Caleb are commentated clashes as these casters clash it out.
Mm-hmm.
If I said that any faster, I think I would pass out. It looks like our casters are about ready. We're just waiting on our transition here. Let's go ahead and let's hop right into the clash.
Woohoo! Starting round 3.
Very exciting. It looks like we have for you today, for this round, Kier versus Scuba. Kier going first, a friend of mine from local, someone that I do test with. A very solid player. They've bubbled a handful of events. They're looking to finally break into top cut this event. And with a water spirit to a Typhlant, I know every single card in their deck because I believe they're playing my deck.
You were just talking about this. Okay. We're going to see some hand ripping going on.
And it'll be really funny if we hit a big card here out of Scuba's hand. We're rolling for the random. And it looks like number 5 is going to be selected. Now it's 5 closer to Spirit deck or main deck. It's closer to Spirit deck. Waiting for the flip.
They are keeping us in suspense here.
Yeah, a lot of suspense here. It's an Ambrosia, the full art Ambrosia.
Oh, beautiful.
Unfortunately, I was really hoping that it would be something super telling about what deck they're playing, and it'd be like, there goes the Volt Tempest or something. Just like, there goes the boss. There's the Blistrict. The Typhloid and Pass, though, from Kier, that is what this deck wants to do, frankly. You're comfortable sitting on a defense position Typhloid.
And Jolton coming out. Okay, possibly another Thunder list, which we were just talking about. Going to be able to go in and search out the Stadium rune.
Yeah, the two we're looking for here are either Mount Olympus or Temple of the Moon.
Okay, so it looks like we were on that lunar aggro type list.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. Is there, just because you say Temple of the Moon, you can assume it's lunar aggro. That's what you probably want to assume. But there are plenty of other lunar lists that are playing Temple of the Moon, just because like you can make a Voldusk a 6-stat. We actually show our side deck a little bit there with the Navi on Scuba's side. That's not surprising. If anything, that's a little bit of information to Kier there that, okay, we're not maining Navi despite playing Temple of the Moon. So that would lead towards maybe a less conventional lunar aggro list here. Something like potentially Voldusk Engine.
Something like possibly Voldusk.
Sorry, I'm not trying to get your hopes up too much here. But that type of thing where, maybe we're playing the Porky Wraiths over the Navis. We're playing Specteris Viceris Ardbud type of a package. There's lots of different options here, but the Jolton swinging over the Typhlant and passing back over to Kier.
And going to be...
Oh god. That's a Tadpuff special cast. We're getting to a 2-drop this turn, and this is about to be an explosive turn. This is something that usually you don't see from Water Reanimator until later on. How did you
call this happening?
So this is Caprigal hits over Jolton for 1 damage. Typhlint's coming back to hand rip. So we are going to start looping this Typhlant every turn unless Scuba is able to out this Caprigal, and we're going to pick that hand apart every single turn. So Scuba currently at 5 cards in hand, and number 5 yet again sniping out. Is it Temple of the Moon is a new card? It's that's Waning Crescent. That is the
heal. Yeah.
I'm pulling up. I gotta look up.
Yeah, Waning Crescent is the lunar heal one. If that's
that's Waning Gibbous. That's the one that searches Voldusk. So that actually that tells a lot of information. That's going to indicate that this player is playing a significant number of lunar phases. They're playing Voldusk in their deck. Okay. That's what I wanted from the first Typhlant hand rip. I want to see something big. I want deck knowledge here. What are we on?
Dreams might be coming true in the world of Elestrals today. If I see a little fox hit the field, I'm going to be very excited.
It would be beautiful. It looks like Scuba is going to go ahead and play that Temple of the Moon. That's going to put them to 17 spirits here after the damage from Caprigal. And that's going to indicate they probably want to try and go for a swing over Caprigal this turn. I try to think what gets there. I guess Nabi reaches a 7 stat line. Specteris will crash with Caprigal. Caprigal will still be able to special ascend from Underworld, though, getting that Tadpuff back to field. If that is what... No, actually, sorry. Specteris doesn't even get to a 7. It gets to a 6.
So it's
We're just going to hit over the Typhloid
to do it, yeah. But Yeah, that Typhlant does go down, and going back over to Kier.
Yeah, that back row from Scuba has to be a Shield, a Gorgon's Gaze, because otherwise this Caprigal's hitting over the Spectaris, and Typhlin's coming back, and Scuba will be down so much. They've only got 2 cards in hand. That's a Hurricane!
Oh my
Hurricane
gosh!
for 1!
And it hit. It looks like that is the
That's a
gold
shield.
shield.
That's a
Oh,
shield.
it's that full art shield.
Yeah, that is massive.
Yeah, that would have
The
been
Sluggle! I'm
crucial
losing it.
here.
I'm losing it.
gonna start healing back those spirits with Sluggle, and I love that Sluggle art.
The artist collection Sluggles are my favorite. These are the ones that I play in my Water Reanimator list. That's I mean, you just refunded the Hurricane with that one Sluggle, and Caprigal is gonna hit over for 1 damage. Honestly, I think you should have put the Sluggle in attack position to swing in for damage here. But Typhlin's coming back.
Yeah, they were not feeling greedy, and I understand given the board state that's about to be set up here, especially going into a completely open with that Hurricane. It has freed up the entire board, and we see a 50-50 roll here.
Are we gonna finally hit the one closest to main deck? All right, we finally rolled it. Like of that's gotta be the only Like Avoid in deck 2. So we now, if we're here, we can assume any Werepup Full Moon shenanigans not gonna happen. I've seen very little decks that are running 2 Like Avoid, and a deck playing any meaningful amount of lunar phases can't afford the space for a second. So that is huge.
Yeah, especially it's a bummer to have it in hand at all, but then for it to be ripped. But here comes Werepup, nevertheless.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite El Diablo, but a similar stat line at 3-2. What are we searching? Which of our favorite 8 lunar phases are we getting? Probably not the one that changes a lunar Elestrals position.
Probably not.
I would think so, but hey, you never know. Maybe
Could be a new moon.
New moon would be pretty solid here. It's gonna be a full moon, so maybe we're still threatening the Like Avoid. Maybe we are on 2 Like Avoid in main deck.
Perhaps we do have 1 extra.
You know, if anything, this is just a solid way potentially to threaten Kier that if they were to swing, the Like Avoid could become massive, because that Temple of the Moon is still up.
Mm-hmm.
The full moon would get the Werepup to a 6 attack stat under full moon, and Werepup swing over the Sluggle here.
And we did not see that full moon get set, actually.
No, which just means that it could be hand ripped here if Kier has an instant rune to pay off the Typhlant. It looks like Drops of Leaf gonna come out though, which I do think probably should be paying off of the Typhlant here to continue hand ripping. But it looks like we're just putting back a singular Ambrosia, and we're drawing 2. This is just Nectar of the Gods, kind of, but like weird.
Yeah, this is an interesting few turns, and I did get information here that apparently that last turn that the Typhlant could have been stopped from coming back if Scuba had declared the effective Spectaris when Caprigal attacked into it, which, I guess just did not, maybe in the heat of the moment, didn't think about doing that, which that's a bit of a bummer.
It is, Spectaris, I think, is thought of as almost entirely a when it attacks something type of. Ah! Sorry, I just turned into the Thornberry right there. We are Golden Apple of discording our opponent right now. We are hand looping another card.
I don't think I have ever. We talked about last turn about these cards that have never been played. I don't think I have ever seen a Golden Apple of Discord come down.
Yeah, we discarded Oistillery. We're gonna hand rip one. The Typhlant was paid off of here finally. As I was, oh, there's Voldas!
No! The baby gets sent to the underworld. However, there is a lunar phase that can bring Voldas back from the underworld if we get there.
And yeah, Voldas could come back. Here's hoping. Here's praying. The baby returns one day. But I foresee in Scuba's future a Caprigal demolishing this werepup and taking that full moon out of hand.
Yeah. Oh man, I wonder if they kept the full moon in hand as an effort to possibly protect that Voldusk for one turn, since, I mean, maybe they are on just the one like a void and the full moon wasn't as valuable anymore. It's hard to say.
I'm inclined to agree that that's probably what they were going for, just to make it a 50-50 instead of a guaranteed snipe. But I mean, this is tough for Scuba. They have one card in hand. They are they're up on spirits technically. However, Kira's about to threaten a lot of damage on the next turn. This Typhlant gonna start poking face, and Scuba sets one, and there was one card left in hand. To be determined if Kira can rip it out or not.
Yeah, it's like, is that full moon that was set, or did we top deck a rune of some kind that could help us? I don't know.
But the full moon was ripped on the last Typhlant there,
Oh.
putting Scuba down to 0 cards.
So
They
true.
drew for turn and then expended to draw, so we don't know either of these cards yet. We'll probably know one of them very shortly, though, if we are able to maybe normal cast on the Typhlant, or just go ahead and expend to draw.
And finally getting that Temple of the Moon out of here
That's
by
big.
playing Atlantis. I think that was the only thing that was really helping Scuba possibly be able to ever hit over this Capri goal.
Yeah, and the Rise from the Depths is going to bring back Sluggle, and now we can heal 3 and swing for 4 damage this turn. This is a massive turn from Kier, and they're already in a very good spot.
We're seeing a lot of water be reanimated here.
Yeah, they're definitely putting the W in Reanimator.
Mm-hmm.
And it's looking like this may end up turning into a W for them if they're able to keep up this pressure on Scuba.
This is an insane board state, and you're right. I'm not sure, especially with now Typhlant moving into attack, just gonna start throwing off damage. I wonder if this counter rune maybe gets activated here, but
It looks like Scuba's just ripping
Yeah, I
the
think
pour
we're
out of
just-
Spirit deck.
taking the damage here.
You got hand rips and other Spirit deck rips through the force of expansion from attacking directly. If you're Scuba, I don't think there's anything in the game that gets you there. Nobby, I guess, with Temple of the Moon, does get there. You attack over Sluggle and then Doppelganger over the Caprigal. There is no back row from Kier. That is the saving grace from Scuba here.
Mm-hmm.
But they only have 2 cards in hand, now 1 after setting, I believe. And I think that means... Oh, sorry, they had 3 cards in hand. No Elestrals, setting 2. And Kier is yeah, go ahead and set runes. They're burn cards at this point. You're eruptioning yourself when I swing direct with the Caprigal here. Who cares?
Right. And unless we see, that one of Earthquake, if we see the one of Resting on Your Laurels, something, I don't know if these cards are going to be getting off the field ever.
Rise from the Ashes from Kier. What is the target is Oistillery. I forgot we discarded that to the Golden Apple.
Oh
Oh.
my gosh.
This is... Are how close to a game shot are we? We're at 6 spirits of damage on board. We can get another one through an enchantment of some sort. Poison tipped arrow.
I think that might be game then by the time you're done paying for this.
Yeah. We discard the Atlantis to Oistillery to pop a back row. It was...
I think maybe
That's one of the invokes.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the healing one? I
It's hard to see without the art, but
Yeah, we're just looking at a little corner of the art. I think that might be Waning Crescent. In which case, I wonder why we did not just activate. No, that's definitely not it. Regardless, this is a lot of damage swinging direct to Scuba, putting them very, very low. Can't expend for the Auxiliary Pop. And there's a Volclipse!
There's Volclipse! Oh. Okay, well, you know what? I saw her.
She was on a feature match. She was on a feature match.
Technically hit the field. Technically.
Legally? You know, that was a Volclipse match, if you think about it.
Uh-huh. Well, that was a dominant match.
Yeah, Kier opening up Typhlant into Caprigal turn 2, like that I don't think I could construct in my mind a better opener for the Hand Rip Water Reanimator list. And I think Kier just like piloted that to perfection. This is a list that I've been working on with some of my testing group for a minute, and I'm pretty sure that this is kind of just the final version of the Hand Rip aggressive version of it. And I mean, it worked for them in this game. The question is, can they keep it up? Can they keep it up in a game 2? They're going to be going second most likely. I don't know what this list can do into a Voldusk in defense position with back row is kind of the concern. Like, how do you deal with that? I don't think you do.
Yeah, I think you just have to rip it out of the hand, which is probably why they were trying so hard to protect that Voldusk that turn.
Yep.
And here's hoping, depending on, we did see that Navi in the side deck, spoilers. Maybe we see that coming in. Navi could have helped in a few of those turns, but like you said, once that hand rip starts going, especially when they were down to so few cards in hand, you know that everything that you have is not safe. And even with running the Hurricane as well, things you set aren't safe. And so any game plan that you go about trying to make, good luck.
Yeah, the Hurricane is brutal because if you're Scuba here, you can't set cards meaningfully. But also if you keep them in hand, you get hand rip. And so you just, it's which do you want to die by, the rock or the hard place? And we're not talking about Krakatu, we're not talking about Draking here or Kuribus.
No.
I wish we were talking about Krakatuga. My heart.
Yeah, we can tell where your heart lies right now.
Yeah. I had a buddy who was talking about playing Krakatuga today, and he ended up not playing. I was like, no, please.
No, he just came to you and was like, I have some bad news and I've got to crack it to you.
Yep. He was just teasing me, he wanted to make me sad, I think. Just kind of messed up,
But you do see your water reanimator evil brainchild here.
Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry,
off.
everyone. That's my bad. That's my deck. I apologize. Well, at this point, this is Kier's deck. They've taken it to a point that, I was the one that was like, hey, we should go ahead and play more Typhlints, and this is kind of their natural conclusion of it. But it looks like our casters are ready. They finished their siding, so we can go ahead and hop right into our game 2 here.
Whew, and I am really dreaming that we can see those little foxes put in some work.
Yeah, it would be really nice to see Volclipse put up a little bit more of a fight. I wonder if they're playing Volumbra or if the Volclipse is just meant to be something you can get to off of a full moon because any Elestral is any double lunar and then one other spirit 3-drop.
I've seen people playing Like a Void as a way to get up into the Volclipse, which is a really cool idea. I personally love Volumbra, but that's just me. And we see Specteris coming out turn 1 here.
Yeah, that's that 6 attack Specteris here under Temple of the Moon. But that might be it. There's no back row. That is all that they've got going on.
Just a big wall.
And that's a Nectar of the Gods, the wonderful Black Friday Stellar Nectar of the Gods full art right there. Kier's going to go ahead and draw 2. And this is exactly what Kier wants. You set up water in Underworld, and then you play Sluggle, and then you set up more water in Underworld, and then you play Sluggle, and then you set up more water in Underworld, and you play Sluggle.
Yeah, we are just getting set up to get going here. And Scuba, this game, has to be playing that Specteris with the knowledge that it can actually shut down that reanimation a little bit, and hopefully, well, so that Nog was free. We see the healing coming back from Jotagwa.
You love to see it. That's exactly what you want to see. Jotagwa healing back too, and like the awesome thing about the Water Reanimator list is you don't really care if your opponent does anything, because you're just setting up to have a huge turn where you like hurricane all their back row, you clear their entire board with like a Capregal or an Oistillery or a Lakagon, God forbid. You're just looking to let them play, and you just take little chip damage here and there. You don't care, and you heal it all back and kill them.
And that is what we saw happen last time, and it was very scary to watch, even as someone who's not on the receiving end of it.
It's certainly horrifying.
And Scuba has now set one. We do have.
Oh! What are we?
A hard ascend?
That's Volumbra!
Oh my gosh! I can't be unbiased right now. I am so excited. I love the boxes so much, and a Volumbra has hit the field, and I can't.
You're losing it. You're absolutely losing it.
Oh, I'm so happy. Oh man. No matter what else happens today, I'm a happy girl. And that Volumbra swings right over that turtle. Ooh.
Wow, you had a lot of energy pent up.
I gotta take a deep breath.
Attacking over Jotagwa there. Jeez Louise.
Oh man. I've been dreaming about this. Are you kidding? You resting on your laurels coming out. That felt personal.
That was, yeah. Here's listening to the stream right now, and they said, you know what? Sorry, Kay. We gotta take the fox out back.
So that hurt my feelings a little bit.
The Volumbra needs a little rest. Volumbra's a little sleepy.
Oh man, that was brutal. And now we have only that one back row set. I doubt they're playing more than one of the Volumbra, unfortunately. But like we were talking about, we could see the Ascend for the Volclips over the Leica Void, which we know at least last game was in there.
Honestly, I think if you're playing Volumbra Volclips, most of the time the correct ratios for 1, 2, 3 drops is 3, 2, 1. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a second Volumbra, but Scuba just expecting to draw here. Kier did the exact same thing. These players are just staring at each other, daring the other one to make the first move, and Kier could have a massive pop-off turn here if Scuba's back row aren't live, or if Kier has a Hurricane.
I was gonna say that looks like a delicious, tasty Hurricane.
Oh, there it is!
Oh man, we gotta stop manifesting these hurricanes because it's happened every time.
You know, you're right. But also, I mean, it's really funny to see. Is that double Gorgons get popped by Hurricane? I think.
Yeah.
That's brutal. That is brutal.
Those would have been, in fact, huge into this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely massive. And that's a Sluggle in Kier's hand that's going to come out and heal 3 and punch 1. And so the Hurricane, once again, it doesn't matter. It didn't happen, actually. All 3 spirits back in deck. We're up to 16 now here. And punching for 1. And just like that, we are very much in the lead.
But not in our hearts after that Volumbra.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's yeah. No, you're right. It's very sad to see Volumbra go. But also Sluggle. Look how cute Sluggle is.
Sluggle is cute, but Diva down for sure.
I gotta point out, Kier has spread out their hand here. They have 6 cards right now in hand, and they just had that massive turn. Oh, hold on. Every lunar phase looks the same. It's Waning Crescent. This is gonna heal us 2 here.
Yep, that is the healing one. So okay, keeping us in the game. Saying, I see your Sluggle. I raise you not a Sluggle, but I'm gonna do the same thing virtually.
I mean, they basically did the Jotagwa, right? Like, kind of. Maybe.
And that's here comes Jolton. Okay. We still have, I believe, that Temple of the Moon active. But never a bad thing after we saw Atlanta's Long's turn to get a nope, not even gonna.
No, we went for a lunar enchanted Jolton, which I agree. I think
Oh.
it should have been Thunder enchanted, because you need a stadium to out your opponent's Atlantis.
Mhm.
So I actually think that unless Scuba has all of the Temple of the Moons already in hand, I think that it might have been a little awkward to instead go for a lunar enchant here, because the 5 stat line won't matter too much when a Caprigal hits the board. It looked like here just expended a draw, and they're passing over to Scuba.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of our casters just staring at each other, waiting for something to start happening here. And I think that was another expend to draw from Scuba.
This is kind of a problem for Scuba, though, because Kier's deck wants to expend to draw. They want to just continue to get card advantage in hand, cycle it back with drops of lead, then do a huge combo that wins them the game pretty much on the spot. Scuba doesn't have anything like that. Volclips only wins the game on the spot if your opponent has a bunch of cards that can be destroyed by Volclips. But a swing to put Kier on 14 here is going to be all that Scuba is going to do for this turn. And that's a Tad Puff. That's a Tad Puff. We're doing
we
it.
finally see a not expend turn here, and yeah, like you said, we are ramping up.
And there's the Caprigal. So Kier, right, they're spending 3 spirits this turn to get Tadpuff Caprigal. Caprigal hits over Jolton for 1 damage, and then Sluggle just comes right back to field and heals 3. So functionally, this turn cost a spirit, and they have 3 spirits on board. Like, that is actually ridiculous here.
Yeah, the
They're gonna end
value
with
there.
13, like, yeah, they're gonna end with 13 in spirit deck and 3 spirits on board. That's insane value.
And Scuba just taking that damage, a fully clear board here.
I think I might see a second Caprigal in Kier's hand as well, which could be devastating, depending on what Scuba goes for here.
Hey, I have nothing but faith and belief in the baby foxes. We see one set. Maybe this is the greatest counter rune of all time. Maybe it's that third Gorgon's Gaze, the one that didn't get hit.
Pass!
Oh my
no.
gosh.
Oh no.
And if you're right about what Kier has cooking in their hand, this is about to be very scary. And we see an Ambrosia. With the Sluggle already on board, this feels wild. Although there's a Wind Spirit coming back.
What I was about to say is I think the wind they're going to be bringing back set up for Hurricane Part 2.
Oh, heavens.
I wonder... Oh, no. That's right. It's a tornado.
Oh my gosh.
So there's theory for this deck that we've talked about that I think actually Julian Whaley has been the one that's been talking about a lot. You play Hurricane, you play a 1 of post side, but you side the remaining ones for Tornado. Because your opponent will play around Hurricane. You could punish them sometimes with the 1 of Hurricane, but otherwise, you're just saying, hey, you play 1, I'll bounce it to your hand. It costs me less.
And right here, we've seen how valuable that can be, because now Scuba is free to do whatever they want, and the thing that they want to do is ascend over that Sluggle into Oistillery.
Yeah, Kier gonna put out a lot of damage here into Scuba. I think they might be considering some other options potentially. They're going Oistillery Pitch to pop the Temple of the Moon. Almost, I was wondering what they're going for. Hard to see.
It's in the corner there.
Yeah, they're 12 pixels of the screen, Temple of the Moon. But we're gonna pitch a Oistillery for Oistillery to pop Temple of the Moon, and we can just put in insane work this turn. I mean, we already have, but that is a rise from the ashes.
Oh my gosh.
Oistillery, pushing out 6 damage this turn. We go to 8, but we bring our opponent to 7. Oh, that's a 6 swing.
Yeah, it's gonna be left with only 7 in the spirit deck, nothing on board, not even that Temple of the Moon active anymore. And because that Jolted was Lunar Enchanted, unless they have the second one in hand, this is a tough position.
Yeah, similar position to last game. Like, I don't know what combination of cards in the game gets Scuba out of here. Like, I think once again it's Nabi, Temple of the Moon, and then that's about it, I think. And I don't know if they're playing Doppelganger. Is that a
these
pass?
hand gestures? Yeah, it looked like either a pass or
maybe a frustration. They looks like they have 12 cards in hand, frankly, and none of them are doing it, I guess.
it seems
And we're
that it was.
showing the Sluggle, and it looks like Scuba is scooping here, showing they have 4 lunar phases, 5 lunar phases in Abrosion, a PTA, and that's just not enough into a board like that. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Wow. A killer set from Kier. I feel very bad for Scuba. That seems like a very rough matchup to play into a really aggressive deck like Water Reanimator there.
Yeah, especially with a deck like Fox's where you really want to get this all set up. You need to have all of these specific pieces. And if you can't have those and have them be safe, you just can't get it going.
Yeah, despite being a Vol deck, a Lunar Phase deck, we saw a Volumbra and a discarded Voldusk. And that was all of the Foxes we saw. Oh, and Volclips off the top at the end of the game.
Yeah, the Voldusk did, once again, I will point out, technically hit the field.
We did. Hey, shout out to our little friend here.
Oh, I've got mine right here. You can see it behind me.
You can see all the way in the back. Unfortunately, our 2 friends couldn't do it today. Very sad. But Kier going to move on with a round win. That was, I think that was kind of a clinic from Kier. I think they played that very well. There's a reason that when I go to locals, they're one of the players that I'm scared to play against.
That was an amazing game. And I think that with the release of Moonrise, there was some doubt about how strong Water Reanimator was going to be and how viable it could be. And I think that shows that possibly people were underestimating it.
Yeah, the inclusion of Hurricane really makes that deck so much stronger, because what it always needed was to be able to just have a turn uninterrupted and set up. And being able to actually remove the back row as opposed to sitting on like the Helios' Chariot Ride, and then your opponent still has those runes, they just can't play them for a turn.
Right.
Hurricane just is much, much better, and paying 3 spirits for it doesn't matter when you're healing 6 in a turn consistently.
I mean, and we saw multiple turns where almost everything that they spent was refunded immediately.
Yep, and that's the strength of Water Reanimator. It's a crazy deck. I'm very glad to see it, because I don't actually know how well represented it is in the tournament this weekend. I know a couple of people are playing it. I knew that Kier was playing it, but I haven't seen a whole lot of other players on it. So I'd be curious to see how far and how well this deck is able to convert into top cut.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, with how Kier was playing in that turn, I think it's a distinct possibility that we could see them again later on.
Yeah, I think Kier's at an uphill battle, because this is round 3, I believe, and I believe both of these casters were X2 into this round.
Okay.
And so it will be pretty difficult from here, potentially. Maybe they're 1-1. I don't actually... I'll go check before I speak too soon. But and starting a tournament X1 is pretty tough, and it looks like here is indeed now X2 with 1 win, and that it's gonna be hard to come back from. Very much they could still make it to top cut if they do well and their opponents have good win percentages, but it's one of those things where like you play it out because you could still bubble and you'll have fun, and clearly Kira's playing well, but
you just have to rise from the depths.
Water Reanimator reference?
And bring it back. Yeah.
No way. But yeah, it's I believe that they can make a comeback. They X2, it sucks to start that way, but plenty of people up top starting X2, and they just gotta make it through the rest of the day, you know?
Yeah, but maybe we will see foxes again. And
maybe hope.
listen,
But,
I am absolutely thrilled that we saw a Volumbra come out. I am thrilled that we technically saw the full line.
Yep.
I'm hoping that as we get further into Moonrise, that people play around with different decks with the foxes and are able to find ways to make them work and to make them consistent, because I think that that's the problem is like we were talking about, you just need so many pieces to get it going. But you know, we can all dream, and I will be dreaming.
You know, life could be a dream. Life could be a dream.
I dream of Fox Reanimator.
The Fox Reanimator. Wait a minute.
Hey, there is a lunar face that could let that happen, actually.
You know, hey, I believe. But speaking of like foxes and trying to make them work, the perfect place that you at home and UK, if you would like to, could try and make these foxes work is our casual tournaments twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've got 2 coming up next week on the 11th and 13th. The 11th is actually a starter deck only format, which is going to be very interesting to see how these brand new starter decks match up into this sort of, you know, regular format that these webcam tournaments will run. It's a fun little limited event. I played one, I think, at Daybreak release. I haven't been able to play one of these in a while. The curse of being a student. But these are really, really fun events. They're free to participate. You get 10 caster cards just for completing all of the rounds. And I mean, racking up those free caster coins goes crazy. And these events are perfect for brand new players that literally are playing a starter deck because it's all they own, and veteran players that just want to try out the full Gorix or Posthumous starter decks. And in the future ones, like on the 13th or the 18th, they're looking to try out, you know, different decks that they might be trying for future events. You could use the February 20th event is a perfect casual, or the February 18th event is the perfect casual for the next event, the next premiere on the 23rd, where you could, you know, use these casuals to get some reps in and prepare yourself for the 23rd premiere, which, I mean, look at this prizing. Okay, this is gorgeous.
Yeah, I cannot believe that the participation card is that gorgeous, the stone tablet Pharaoh Geist stamped just for participating. That's incredible.
Yeah, I desperately need to get this card. I will be playing on the 23rd. Unless I'm here in the casting booth, I will be there because I want that organized play Pharaoh Geist. These cards are phenomenal. I'm a really big fan of the Pharaoh Geist tablet art. It's what I play in my Pharaoh Geist lists. So that, and then the reverse stellar Bandaloon champion, like, people are sleeping on Steel Turbo is all I'm saying. People are sleeping on Steel Turbo. It's a very fun and interesting deck, and be able to play a champion stamped Bandaloon, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous.
The Vandaloon is beautiful, and I think that it's incredible to see Vandaloon get so much love between this art and then the tournament pack art,
Yes.
which is also incredible. Yeah. The Coastalist stocks are up. I know that there are a lot of people who love Coastalist specifically. That stamped card for top 4 next tournament is also shaping up to be amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how today's event kind of informs how the one in just a couple of weeks is going to end up looking. This is going to be a very, very kind of pivotal point in the Moonrise format where we start to see where people's heads are at. We've been talking a lot. Lunar Aggro definitely seems like it's going to have a good showing. It did well at the Poison Nectar Monthly 2 weeks ago now. But this is where the format starts to develop more, and maybe people start to pivot away from Lunar Aggro, because while it's good, there are other decks that maybe could perform better. There's a lot of slept on things, or maybe overhyped things like BlueStacks that we're going to be seeing a little bit more of, and maybe see convert a little bit more. But with that, you know, we're still waiting for round 3 to complete. And we're going to go ahead and toss over to a quick little break. And I will be back with full frontage for your round 4. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here. We're here. We're back. It's me, Caleb, with full frontage, preparing for round 4. What a quick day this has been already.
I know,
really
we're-
gone by.
What, halfway over with the Swiss rounds?
Yeah, we're just about on our way to halfway, and dang, it feels good. That was a pretty cool little set that we got to watch between Kier and Scuba. You know, the Volclips versus Caprigal, a match. It was really cool to see a local of mine, and also see a deck that I put a lot of time into theorying on the feature table. It was sad though to see Volclips fall a little short and get ripped apart a little bit from the hand. Oopsie.
Yep. Yeah. And note to all the casters out there: declare your Spectaruses.
Declare your Spectaruses to make sure that Caprigal doesn't break back Typhlit, hand ripping your Voldusk. It's a little silly, but we're very excited to keep on going with the rest of the day. We have 4 more rounds of Swiss for you all, and they're shaping up to be pretty good ones. Been keeping track of our casters and their records. There's a handful of names that we expect to see all 3-0 still. We're still waiting, I think, on the reporting for a few select matches. I think that the matches may be done, but we're just waiting for them to actually be entered into the system. But we got some really big names still 3-0 going into our round 4. We got Big Welcome Laura, we got Sunsea Jess, we got Dymax, we got Trishula. Shurit, I just saw finish their round just now. They are 3-0 as well.
Nice.
Stellar Kristoff, who was on the feature table for round 2, currently sitting at 2-1. So I believe he started 2-0 to the day, and so he must have just lost round 3. There's some other big names like Sir Tractor, who we've seen in Top Cuts previous, sitting at 2-1. A Doomadam sitting at 2-1. I'm noticing I don't see Adrian.
I was gonna say.
There we go. There's okay, Adrian at 2-1. Adrian at 2-1. Okay. Tough loss on feature round 1 has gone, we've gone 2-0 from there. So, recovery. It's important not to let your mental get too messed up early on for an early loss. JT actually just finished their match versus Shurit. Shurit was able to take it down, finishing 3-0. JT sitting at 2-1 now.
Okay.
They're on some interesting stuff. I'm hoping we might be able to see them on feature later on in the day if they're able to continue doing well. And shaping up to be a really, really interesting tournament. Is there anyone you're looking forward to see? Any big names you're looking forward to see that we see on these tournaments frequently?
It's always fun to watch Trishula and Sunsea Jess play. There was actually just a match featuring them on the Elestrals channel. So, but it's fun to see them play. Jess is a phenomenal TCG player all around. So it's cool to see her be able to come in and perform really well in Elestrals. Trish is just very fun, energetic. He always theory crafts some really cool stuff. His brain kind of coming into deck crafting is really, really fun. So it's always good to see what he brings to the table, because he can just, it's hard to predict someone like that when they just can pretty much put anything together and make it work. Piloting a deck is super, super important, and Trish is really good at that.
Yeah, I mean, both of those casters are worlds level competitors in other card games.
Yep.
And so it's insane to see them in an up and coming game like Elestrals and just absolutely shredding the competition over here as well. It really is a testament to how good of a card game player overall both of them are, that both picked up the game and within a couple of tournaments were immediately topping events. I think Jess, it was immediate. Trish was trying a little too hard with Solar for too long. If he was playing more meta decks, he probably would have topped the first couple events he played in versus bubbling with Solar, which the fact that he bubbled with Solar is crazy in and of itself.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Very impressive. Yeah, and it goes to show that Elestral still carries that skill, right? You need to be able to pilot a deck well and create a deck well and be able to understand the strategies that you're going for and playing with and what you're playing against too, because responding correctly can be the difference between winning a game and losing a game.
Yeah. I think that something that people are less familiar with the game will see and potentially take issue with is the fact that there's a lot of cards that are very consistent across many decks. I think that that's something historically across many card games people complain about. If certain cards are like staple cards essentially. But the reality is that like even if you have staple cards, you still have to be able to use them well.
Yep.
And so like just because I think of early formats in other games where, oh, you drew X blowout card, you win the game. There's nothing like that in Elestrals. It's all, you have to know when to use the right card at the right moment. One of the moments that it really kind of settled for me how much skill really can shine through in Elestrals was watching Sunsi Jess play some of her very early top cut matches.
Yep.
Where even before Gloombat was really a thing, before Hurricane was a thing, she would still just set 1 or 2 back row, even if she had a bunch, because she wanted to bluff out her opponent thinking she had more Elestrals in hand than she did, or had less interaction on board than she did. And that just was like, for me at least, like that is such a high level mental process that I would never have had otherwise. So seeing someone do that, take an action, and then be so rewarded for baiting her opponents into playing certain ways because they think, oh, I just have to play through this one back row because she only set 1. And then she sets 2 the next turn. They're like, oh, shoot, I massively misplayed my last turn because I thought there was only 1 back row. Wonderful players.
It forces them to commit, right? Like like you're saying, 1 back row. Okay, I have to deal with 1 back row. You get a removal down, back rows go, or you bait it out, PTA, Gorgons, whatever it might be, and then it's like, I got 2 more, and it's like, oh, well, I threw the card out, and now I have nothing to go against these 2 back rows, so now I'm in trouble.
Yeah. It really just shows there's such a high skill ceiling in this deck, even despite the fact that cards are generally simplistic. I look at a lot of other games that have very complicated effects. It's like, obviously there's skill because you have to understand what these do and think about how these crazy combo lines mesh together or whatever. But in the game of Elestrals, there's much more complex interactions as a result of spirits and nexusing and paying off of things on board and spirit management. Like there's much more physicality on the board of managing things as opposed to just a combo line type thing.
Yeah, just playing the cards in the correct order. You need to be able to know what your opponents have, in a sense, because it's really important to, like you said, manage your spirits. Like if you're going too aggressive and you don't have anything to counter what your opponent's doing, you probably mismanage your spirits somewhere in the match. And that's a really interesting layer of strategy that Elestrals brings to the table as a card game. And it's super cool that it's just more basic than understanding the cards and understanding the combos. It's being able to read your opponent, play around your opponent's plays, and also make sure you're managing your resources properly.
Yeah, which is really, really hard. It's why I actually really enjoyed the 5s formats that we've had, because I really enjoyed those high spirit management intensive games. They're very exhausting to play. So I'd always walk away from a turn like, oh, that sucked. But then I'd be like, yeah, I want to play another 5s match. Like that was fun. It's just exhausting because it's so intensive of thinking like, okay, how do I manage these spirits? When do I want to commit these interaction pieces? Particularly earlier 5s formats where we had all the removal invoke runes. There's a lot more decision making process that had to go into it.
Yeah, and now we have all 8 liths available, so if someone brings a deck with all 8 liths, you have to manage your spirits pretty well.
Yeah, there's a handful of decks I've seen that are using all 8 spirits, sometimes just as a joke, but sometimes like you are legitimately using 6 different spirit types. Like that's really hard to manage because it means you can have at most 2 of a spirit. Like if you're playing, unless you want to drop 1-1, you have to be playing 2 average. Like,
right.
That's hard to do. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, because even if you're running like removal, like if you have Cryoblast, you're running Frost. If you have Earthquake, you're running Earth. So it's like even just those cards takes up spirit slots in your deck.
Yeah, and it certainly motivates playing certain elemental types. But on the other hand, it's not like I want to play Earth just because Earthquake is an element. It just means that I have to make a decision, like, is it worth it to play Earthquake in a deck because I have to dedicate 2 Earth slots for it. Most of the time that's true, but there are some decks that's just, it's so tough.
Yeah, and even I think it was the last Premier Tournament when I was playing on main stage, and you and Law were casting, and I had Flare Mine in my main Spirit deck, but I was siding Cryoblast, so it's like I knew that in the first game I can just use Flare Mine for Omni Runes and just be perfectly fine, and then if an opportunity presents itself, game 2 I'll side in Cryoblast, and I already have that Spirit in my Spirit deck, and it saves me slots in my side deck to be able to play extra runes or play extra Elestrals and be able to side that out. So it's really important, like especially in a best of 3 format, to be able to manage the spirits in that sense, to be able to present yourself the opportunity to side in properly versus certain decks, but also not being able to take up slots in your side deck with spirits.
Yeah, it's something that I know, Trishula likes to do these big recap streams where he covers every single deck from a tournament. And one of the things that he will complain the most about people doing is oversighting spirits in Spirit deck, especially when you have space in your main to slot in those. There are some side decks where I've been like, I don't even know what to side. I'm just going to side a bunch of extra spirits because I literally can't think of anything else.
Yeah.
But unless you're in that exact instance where you don't care about what's in your side all that much, there's almost never a reason to actually side a meaningful amount of spirits because just main deck them. In most cases, main deck them.
One thing that took me actually a while to like kind of figure out as I was deck building, and something that I've just learned from watching people play and like talking to other casters, is the 2-drop cards. You don't necessarily have to account for 2 extra spirits to play them because it's an Ascension, so you already have 1 spirit in play. So a 2 cost is just technically 1 more spirit. So some people, when they're trying to figure out their spirits, they're trying to see, like, okay, I have 3 2-drops, so I need 6 extra spirits. That's not necessarily the case. You only need 3 extra spirits because you're most of the time ascending to it. So that's something that people learn as they play the game and like kind of experiment with decks. And it's something that like kind of clicked with me as time went on. And I was like, this actually makes it a little bit easier for me to like figure out what spirits I want to play, and gives me a little bit more creative freedom when building decks.
Yeah, there's I think it's a very logical conclusion in terms of like spirit math that I coined like a year and a half ago now, that we used to jokingly call calibration, because people come to me with a deck and be like, what is the spirit math on this? I do it real quick, but like, this is what it is. You just sum up all of the element symbols that are type specific, and you divide by 2, and you round up or down a little bit. You kind of play with it a little bit, plus or minus 1 or 2, and there you go. You've got your spirit deck basically made. There's some decks where it's a little bit different, because like if you're playing a 1 of Earthquake, you don't want to play only 1 Earth Spirit.
Yep.
But anyway, we've rambled on and on enough about the spirit decks and all this stuff, deck building. We have our round 4 for you. Our casters are ready. They're waiting on us. We're holding them back. Let's go ahead and hop into our match here. We got Hunter Surge going first versus Weathercaster.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to personally give a shout out to Weathercaster because he traded me a Stellar Spectaris, so I now have that in my possession. So
it looks like Hunter Surge is going to be going ahead and starting out with Werepup, and I believe Hunter Surge played. I'm just kind of taking a shot in the dark here. I'm pretty sure Hunter Surge played Thunder Lunar Aggro back on the Poison Nectar Monthly 2 weeks ago, and I'm pretty sure I had heard someone say that that was the deck he was playing to play today. So I mean, Werepup to start, Surge Full Moon. If it looks like and smells like Thunder Lunar Aggro, I think it must be Thunder Lunar Aggro.
Yep, it's got to be. And that's a great first hand to play as well, if that's the deck he's running. If it's running the exact list or made some adjustments to potentially kind of play into the meta differently. But we have an Elechick coming out here and see if there's going to be a response. Otherwise, the search will be good.
No Gorgon's Gaze on the Elechick means that Weathercaster can assume there is no Gorgon's Gaze, period, back there. Because if you got it, you almost always are using it here, because this Elechick... Oh! Whoa! Hold on. Whoa. Keon comes down from Weathercaster as the search target. I was not expecting that, that's for sure. So we now have a very good assumption of what Weathercaster is playing. This is probably some sort of Morfrost list. That would be my best guess.
Potentially. Weathercaster bringing out a snowstorm apparently here on main stage. So Elechik going in for the attack. We'll see if the full moon is in play to get the ascension down. And there it is, the full moon.
Yeah, and you know, if you're Hunter Surge, you definitely play off of the Werepup to conserve spirits. You enchant 2, you ascend into the Leica Void. And so the great thing here, right, if you're Weathercaster, there's an argument for waiting. If you have Gorgon's Gaze, instead of attacking, you wait a turn, and you force your opponent to either preemptively full moon in your end phase, or you have them activate it and then you Gorgon's Gaze it on their turn.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're praying that you have a Shield of Achilles set, because this Leica Void will not have its unaffected text on the next turn, because you're doing it on a Weathercaster's turn here. So there's like a couple of different back row here that Weathercaster is absolutely happy to take these actions for. So it very much reads that he has a Shield of Achilles set, because otherwise,
Did I miss something?
I think we
Was it a fail?
failed to find the Leica Void. I don't understand what just happened. Actually, does Werepup say it has to be from deck? Is that? I'm pretty sure it's a from hand or
I think it's hand or
hand
deck.
or deck. I'm very confused as to what just happened. But we have a Nabi from Hunter Surge using the effect, and Weathercaster is going to Gorgon's Gaze that. Where production's looking into things for us, because that is a very confusing turn of events.
Because the full moon went through, enchanted 2 spirits to Werepup, and then Werepup went to Underworld anyway.
Yeah, because the battle doesn't resolve before the Leica Void could special cast. That's not how that works. The Leica Void would go on chain and be cast. So that's
Unless they
very
declared
different.
on battle step, not on declaration.
if they
Could be a
No,
miss.
it would still happen in the attack step as well. It'd just become a direct attack.
It'd become a direct attack, yeah.
The only logical thing is maybe they are a ex Yu-Gi-Oh player and they said damage step, which also would not be legal because the Werepup's in Underworld at that point.
Right.
All right. So we have confirmation. Surge paid for Full Moon using the Spirit off of Werepup, and Werepup is misenchanted when Full Moon is cast, so it cannot activate. So
on cast it reads the field, and there was
and it has no
it
spirit
was
under it.
misenchanted. So
Yes.
So it was smart to play off the Werepup to potentially save that spirit and re-enchant to keep Werepup on field. However, once the cast happens, the logic that Werepup has is when it's cast, it is no longer enchanted properly, so the cast effect can't happen.
Yeah, that is a rough little interaction that Surge is learning and will never forget ever again now, and I probably will never forget again.
I will
now.
never forget that either.
Yep. So this is a reminder, and maybe this is new to everyone at home. The way that the quote unquote cast condition for Werepup is, a card is cast when it starts to resolve. So as the chain link for Full Moon starts to resolve, before the spirits would be enchanted to the field, is when the card is cast, and Werepup would check that. But it looks like Weathercaster does have a set Shield of Achilles to go ahead and bounce the Nabi back to hand and maintain this Elechik on board. I mean, this is pretty killer here from Weathercaster. Had the shield for the Leica Void anyway, but didn't need to care about it because their opponent killed off their own Werepup on accident.
Yeah, and usually that's a good play, right? Like that kind of interaction, like being able to, like when you have the ability to enchant your Nexus, typically you spend off of a card because it's going to get a spirit back anyway to remain on field. But in this case, the cast effect was the kicker there for Hunter Surge.
Yeah, it's these weird little quirks about how some of these cards work. For example, something that's come up is Joblin. Does it activate if you cast a High Tide off of it? High Tide re-enchants water to board. And it's the same thing. It doesn't trigger Joblin because the cast is not recognized. But Hunter Surge here, going to go ahead and Nabi effect, try to swing over the Elechick, and Tsunami is going to come down. And that is absolutely massive for Weathercaster here, because they now will be able to get over this Nabi next turn. And the 2 back row from Hunter Surge is a little threatening potentially, but I will state, Weathercaster has not normal cast an Elestral in multiple turns now.
Yeah, and
that's
the
Cryoblast. That's killer. That is really killer to have here for Weathercaster. You don't even need Elechick to connect.
So now the thing I'm still wondering, as Weathercaster expects to draw here, we saw Keone go to hand. We have not seen Keone come out yet. What is the strategy? I'm dying to know.
Where is the Frost Elestrals? We haven't seen a single Frost Elestral so far. Like, what is going on? I feel like I'm in some alternate dimension. But hey, Ash Rabbit for Hunter Surge. They can't be feeling too bad about that.
Yep, we'll see if there's a response to this. Doesn't look like it. No PTA or anything, so Rabbit will stay on field also.
You know, there are some games, it seems like this is a game that Weathercaster is having, where you draw like no Elestrals. It's just variants.
Yep.
And normally that can feel pretty bad. But so far, Weathercaster's had the exact interaction piece necessary for every single Elestral Hunter Surge has played. And so it doesn't matter that you've only seen Elechick. Elechick hasn't left the board yet.
Yeah, Elechick's still holding strong. That chicken going nowhere.
And this is where Scorpio form comes down and Weathercaster goes absolutely crazy. But instead, it is a Narpoon. And we'll get to see if he actually is on Morphrost as I'm predicting. Or if this is like a return of Cryoling, Cryoverdon, Rhinosect or something like that.
Yep. And Gorgon's Gaze is going to come down to prevent the search from happening. Hunter Surge is not wanting to see what Weathercaster's running right now. He just wants to prevent it at all costs, but it's costing him quite a bit of spirits as he's down to 7.
Yeah, you know, despite the fact that both these casters have played quite a bit of cards and Elestrals and runes and all this, the players are not too far off on spirit differential here. The Werepup is going to come down. Weathercaster, looking at their face downs, if you got a Gorgon's Gaze, you don't need to rip it. You want Hunter Surge to overcommit into a full moon and then prevent the Werepup from activating here. And the full moon is going to come down.
Off it again.
Yeah, oh yeah, you pray that they forgot the interaction and they make the same mistake.
I'd almost be willing to bet Weathercaster has another Tsunami down here.
Yeah, Tsunami would be actually crazy. But also, Hunter Surge might ascend with water, because there is that water spirit in the underworld for them right now. They just showed their hand a little bit. That was an Ambrosia. You know, it happens. And it looks like Hunter Surge has passed, and Weathercaster is expending for a Lycan form.
Yep. The Lycan form to discard.
A little puppy dog coming out. Surely it searches the Scorpio form. There it is. Scorpio form.
Where's Bat?
Brand new. Out of the set.
There's Bat.
Boombat. Not Boombat. Morphrost Bat form. May as well be Boombat when combined with Scorpio form. Except better.
And so those will go to hand, and I think that's what Weathercaster wanted to find out, was the Lycan form, but it seemed like he potentially top deck, and here's the Keone.
This is going to be disgusting, actually. We're getting back Lycan form, I'd imagine?
Yep.
Yeah. We're about to just search a ton of Elestrals out of our deck. A ton of Morphrost.
And he's going to do it again.
I'll do it again. And I have no idea what he's going to go for. I guess Abominable form is probably likely in Indus.
And there's the Indus, so we'll see if the Abominable comes out. Terror.
Okay, I'm a fan of that. I like Terror here.
Yep.
Are you realistically, you're going for Scorpio form pitch bat, I'd imagine, and then you want to try and out this Ast Rabbit, and you have ideally a Gorgon's Gaze for the Leica Void in the back row. There goes the Scorpio form.
Yep.
Are we using the effect pitching a Morfrost for cost?
There it
There
is.
goes the bat form.
Now the opportunity presents itself for a Gorgon's Gaze response, but we'll see if Hunter has it or not. Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it because that bat form will trigger and resolve. Special casting out a Lycan form correctly enchanted, to be noted. There's nothing, there's no effect for Lycan form to have on field, but if it had one, it could use it.
It looks like he's going for a potential. Oh no, the defense was set to 0, so going to swing over the rabbit.
Yeah, now we have two Elestrals that can attempt over this Werepup. We're swinging the one that is Tsunami protected first, forcing out the Full Moon if it's back there. And this is going to be an expensive turn for Hunter Surge. They have to pay 1 from Spirit deck. Won't make that mistake ever again. And then up to 2 more. Considering if it's 1 or 2.
I would have to think that they go 1, and then with the Ascension, potentially a Water Spirit.
I would agree that that's probably the best move.
So that way, because Weathercaster could declare attack, Tsunami, switch like a Void to defense, and then be able to swing over it because it only has 2 defense.
That's true. They'd have to swing with a Narpoon.
Yeah.
It looks like the Werepup effect will resolve here. There's the big boy.
The
It's
Leica
Leica
Void. We'll see what the Enchanted Spirit is going to be.
If it's not Tsunami, it might be Curtains. I'm gonna be very honest with you.
Yeah.
But Hunter Surge may have expended all their water already. We've seen at least one. That's a water.
I think that's a water. I think
That
that's
is a
Stained Glass
water.
Leviathan.
And they're looking through all their options. Weathercaster gonna go ahead and Altar of Stars. That's exactly what you need it to be right there. That's gonna Nexus off the Lycan form. And over to one of these Elestrals here. I guess maybe we're waiting on a response here.
Potentially.
I guess that we're talking through how this interaction might work in terms of declaring what's nexusing where. Maybe Hunter Surge was thinking about a Gorgon's Gaze play, but that will not prevent this Altar of Stars from resolving here. There's too many things on board for it, and we're going to.
Oh, Full Moon was cast. Like Avoid's unaffected.
That is true. There's a little maybe oopsie from Weathercaster here to go ahead and do that, and that Astrav is in defense now.
Yep. So I think that they were trying to figure out, does Altar of Stars still go through? The answer is yes, but Like Avoid just becomes unaffected by it. So you could still target it, but it just nothing happens.
It just doesn't happen. So Weathercaster decided to swap their own Celestial to defense, I guess, for fun. Despite that they could still target the Like Avoid, it just wouldn't do anything. So both of these casters making a little bit of oopsies. Hunter Surge very much still in this, save for Weathercaster having like Shield of Achilles. I think if Shield of Achilles happens, it's game over.
Yeah, that's 3 spirits going straight to the underworld, and Hunter asking for spirit count there. 5 spirits left for Weathercaster. This has to be a huge turn from Hunter.
I think it's 4 from Weathercaster when he fanned that out.
Oh, maybe because cast of the altar from last turn.
Yeah.
Let's see. Comalis.
I don't know if you care too much about this, honestly. I think that you're totally fine with Comalis hitting the board here. Poison Tipped Arrow paying off of the Scorpio form. Weathercaster's got to be kicking themselves for randomly deciding to swap the Elechick to defense position, because that Commentators now can attack over it.
Still has 2 attack. We'll see. A search is going to be for Spectaris.
That's a pretty good pickup here.
I was thinking maybe we'd see Fairgeist, but that's okay.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Hunter Surge is on it, but you wouldn't want to search it until next turn anyway.
Yeah, the game where the game is so close to end, if you are running it, you probably don't want to show it.
There's the Ambrosia off the Commentators. That's pretty necessary here.
Yep, that is a huge heal back, and we're gonna get 3 Owloons back to the Spirit deck. So we'll see what's going to happen here now. 7-4. The Elechick is in defense. Commentators can still swing over. And then Like a Void is now misenchanted. So any full moon that happened, it wouldn't get that unaffected ability.
You could just re-enchant to it and then give it.
Yeah, if he has Altar Stars, it can Nexus and then activate full moon. Now the question is the attack from Like a Void going to go through? 4 spirits left.
It would be a crazy turn of events if Hunter Surge was able to pick this up after such a massive blunder to start. And Shield of Achilles is going to come down, putting Weathercaster at 1. And I mean, that's what Weathercaster needs, but also Hunter Surge is at a lot of spirits because of that Ambrosia right now.
Oh, Andy pays out the 1 for PTA.
That's pretty big.
So no spirits left, but the Ambrosia is going to come down.
Paying off the Scorpio form is pretty big, putting us up to 3 spirits in Spirit deck.
It's going to be 3 Frost going back in, so now 5-3. Weathercaster had to have had Ambrosia in hand, which is why the shield came out, would be my guess.
Yeah, and didn't pay off the board for it.
Yeah.
The way that Weathercaster dumped it out, it felt like it was right in the middle of the hand, just like, there it is.
Yep. Let's see. Terraform going to be coming out.
Good.
That's a
killer.
huge play.
Terraform is terrifying, that's for sure. Terraform going to go ahead and make all of Hunter Surge's Elestrals -1 attack. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's 2 damage direct. And Hunter Surge resigning that this Pharaohgeist is not hitting the board. We know that it's in deck now because of that Solar Spirit.
That 1 lone Luminape.
My apes. All of my apes are gone. Not my ape. I mean, this is
very close.
This is tight. Weathercaster no back row is the thing. Like, it very much Hunter Surge, that it's still potentially their game. Spectaris can out this Terraform by suppressing it.
Yep. The suppression in battle step would be huge.
Thankfully, Spectaris does not target, otherwise Terraform could negate and destroy it.
Yep. And that is going to go through. So 2-2. Very, very close game.
You know, I'm
trying to recall like the Morfrost, like the Bean Soldier Morfrost deck list. Is there anything that Weathercaster has that could out that's okay?
There you go.
There you go.
Yes, there is. It's a cry of
yes, there is.
This might be game here. If Weathercaster has a Water Spirit in Spirit deck, which we know they don't. Regardless, this. Oh, and there's another Ambrosia. I think if you're Hunter Surge, you might just scoop from this position, because I don't think there's any back row on 2 spirits that's gonna do it. It would have to be that our count is wrong, and I don't think it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hunter Surge has 2. Now Weathercaster having 3 from the Ambrosia. The Indus form going to come down, and
that's 2 damage direct,
that's 2.
and
that's game.
That's game. Hunter Surge will scoop it up at 0-0. No cards can be played, and despite a pretty devastating, I think, misplay turn 2 there, Hunter Surge still kept it very competitive. I think it really came down to just the not seeing the Morphrosts for a very long time, and then eventually seeing double Ambrosia.
Huge.
It's pretty nasty, but I think that Hunter Surge probably has a game plan going into game 2, and I'm confident that this is going to go to game 3.
Yeah, and especially if Hunter Surge doesn't make that mistake again with the playing full moon off of the Werepup. I think that I don't think it would have changed the result of the game if everything had still played out the same way.
Yeah.
Because Weathercaster still had that shield down, so it would have just been played then instead of a turn later.
Yeah, if anything, Hunter Surge would have gone down a Spirit sooner, which maybe would have pressured him into doing different game actions. I agree. I do think it still turns out pretty much the same way, because that Shield of Achilles was still there no matter what.
yeah. The Like of Void was going back to the hand regardless. So very, very close first game. Looks like both of these players are going to be going to their side decks, so it's going to be interesting to see what comes out here. We know the Cryoblast is still effective from Weathercaster. It seemed no Frost was being played from Hunter Surge unless he has a full Frost package on the side deck, but I doubt it.
Unlikely.
So Cryoblast likely going to be staying in the deck for Weathercaster. In terms of what we saw from Hunter Surge, kind of playing that lunar aggro, what do you think the side options are that would be feasible against a Morphrost deck?
I'm pretty sure that Hunter Surge and Adrian play test together somewhat, and we saw Adrian play on Future earlier today, and there was some lunar phases that came out from his end, and I'm pretty sure that those are cards you would only side deck. I don't think you would main deck those in a standard Thunder Lunar deck. So I'd imagine that those actually could be real options here for forcing out effects from like Terraform, or maybe if we're only playing 2 Spectators and maybe side the third. Honestly, the Lunar Phase that heals 2 would be killer into Frost, because more Frost expends so much Spirit so quickly that just having 3 more Ambrosias in your deck, or smaller Ambrosias in your deck, would be very, very strong.
Yep, and here we go. We are going back into it, and we're kicking it off with the Astrabbit.
You know, it wouldn't be an Elestrals tournament if I wasn't forced to watch a rabbit sit in defense position for 7 turns straight. So I'm glad that, you know, some things change with Moonrise, but most things stay the same because we're going Astrabbit and we're passing.
Yep, no set cards either here from Hunter Surge. So we're going to see what Weathercaster is going to be bringing out. We'll see if we have an Elechick again coming out. I'm searching for Keon pretty much immediately. That threw me for a loop in the first when I saw that. I was like, whoa, what? But it makes sense now. More Frost package with the Elechick, pretty solid put in there. And Hunter Surge going to be going. Let's see, he's deciding which card he wants to bring in.
He's picked one. It's in his hand now. If standard Astrabbit stuff, if you've got a bunch of Elestrals, you need back row. If you got a bunch of back row, you need Elestrals. If you're looking for big pieces like a Pharaohgeist early, potentially, that's a great pickup there, especially if you have Werepup or Full Moon in hand. We saw that Solar Spirit, so it is a very safe assumption that Hunter Surge is indeed on the Geist.
Yep, and we're starting with the Lycan form already.
This is going to be a much faster start from Weathercaster, I have a feeling, because we're seeing Lycan turn 1.
Yep.
Everyone, make sure you like and subscribe. Make sure to like the stream. You know?
Oh, yes. Like Yeah.
We're
Exactly,
discarding
so-
bat for cost.
We'll see. Is the response going to come through? It
And a
is.
Gorgon's Gaze. Yeah, I don't know if you actually, if you're Hunter Surge, I don't think you care, unless this to me reads that Hunter Surge has no other Elestrals in hand, and this Astrabbit needs to be re-enchanted every turn to start digging for the pieces that he needs. I honestly, crazy read that you can make from what Hunter Surge just did. Earthquake is no longer in the deck. You've sided out.
Yeah.
We sided out Earthquake. Those are the 2 Earth Spirits that are now.
That's what we were talking about. Having the side deck, you have the spirits in the main deck. Earthquake goes down for an Omni Rune. You can imagine that no more Earthquake.
Yeah.
Or he has Ambrosia and doesn't have Earthquake yet, and is just like, I'll spend this now and get it back later. Could be.
That is true. I think realistically, he probably sided fully out of
Probably.
it, as this Nabi is going to come down and make, ideally not use the effect, unless we are just intending to swing with it, in which case we don't care. But the Earthquake probably comes out because Terraform just lets you discard a Bat Form, Reborn a guy, and then prevent the effect from happening.
And the Nabi effect to ascend on destruction.
This is going to be a very big turn from Hunter Surge. I honestly think that the Astrabbit probably should have gone to attack position, because Nabi single-handedly clears the board, and then as long as you don't use Nabi effect to -2 attack, you can still swing for damage with the Astrabbit.
Yep.
And trying to punch out Weathercaster as quickly as possible is really important here, I think. You want Weathercaster to be as low as possible, as quickly as possible, because the thing that Frost loses to the most is itself.
Yeah, unless... Never mind. I was gonna say unless there's an Altar of Stars and you Nexus over to go to Fulgorix, but it has to be Wind or Lunar. So nexusing over from Rabbit wouldn't do anything.
You know, if only. If only.
If only it was just receives a Spirit and a Nexus. Imagine.
If only we made this card absurd. Yeah, Magneros to Nexus from Astrabbit to Doppelgator. Add Race to the top, special send to Fulgorix. Ridiculous. Well, this is a tough turn for Weathercaster here. Really, really bad spot, because Doppelgator is just like a way better version of Terraform.
Yeah, because basically anything Weathercaster plays, -2 attack.
And, you know, Indus is going to be that's definitely a card that has been normal cast here. I can say that much with certainty. And we're going to go ahead and send 2 more Frost from our deck to our Underworld.
Yep.
I imagine Abominable Form and Lycan? Or
I would think so.
maybe just 2 Lycan? Terraform. Okay. Interesting.
Is Weathercaster not running Abominable? Or it's in his hand?
If it's in his hand, that makes sense. But this definitely feels a little awkward here. This is a very hand dependent type deck. There's a lot of game actions you could be taking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also confused about the attack position in this form. It probably should have been defense.
Especially with the pass.
Yeah, the Werepup. I think Hunter Surge is about to run away with this game, and I think that this is what this was supposed to have looked like last game. I don't know if Morfrost has a great matchup into Lunar Aggro, especially if we're not getting access to Abominable Form to be able to actually out some of these bigger Elestrals.
Yeah, because getting that plus attack is huge. It's what the deck relies on in terms of being a beater. And you kind of need that, and if Weathercaster's not able to get that engine going, then it becomes extremely, extremely difficult for him to deal with.
Yeah, and this Werepup swinging in for the Doppelgator to get in for 2 damage.
I'm surprised no Rabbit going to attack, because most of the Morfrost wouldn't be able to swing over, unless it's Abominable. They don't really swing over Rabbit.
Well, in this case, it makes sense because Astrabbit's now does 0 attack with the Doppelgator. It was conditionally prior. You could have gotten for damage, I think. Actually, maybe you wouldn't have been able to get in for damage at all. I might retract what I said earlier about not putting it to attack. for damage. But this resting is going to take out the Werepup. Luckily, wait. If Hunter Surge activated Full Moon, he could have dodged the Laurels entirely.
Yeah.
I wonder if he is unaware of that interaction. So for everyone at home that's not aware, if Laurels is activated targeting anything, Full Moon in response means that Laurels will resolve, no longer able to pop the Elestral it's targeting if there is a Elestral with less spirits on board on your opponent's side of the field. In this case, it would be the Astrabbit or the Doppelgator if you put 3 under the Werepup.
Mm-hmm.
So you absolutely could go for the Full Moon to ascend to Leica Void if you wanted to, and the Laurels just does nothing.
Yep, because the target is no longer there.
Is not a valid target.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even that it's no longer there, it's that the target is invalid because it's no longer the lowest enchantment on field. But the Keon might be too slow here. We get Bat Form.
Enchanted with 2 spirits was the Keon, so the disenchant 1 to bring the Bat Form back to hand. And then passes. The Comalis going to be coming down from Hunter Surge.
Yeah, this might be curtains, and if there is a Fulgorix in Hunter Surge's deck, we can make it now. Are we declaring or are we attacking? We are attacking. Okay.
He's just going to attack and then poke for 2.
It is a game of 1,000 needles slowly being stabbed into Weathercaster's spirit deck, bleeding a single frost at a time. And things are looking dire for Weathercaster.
Yeah, not the situation you want to be in. Does set 1.
I'm so curious
Tsunami doesn't do much.
Yeah, I'm so curious about what Weathercaster's hand looks like. Only 1 card in hand for Hunter Surge, but like, surely there are cards in Weathercaster's deck that they can activate, and they just have not been activating them, and I am confused as to why.
Yeah, there's got to be more than the more Frost.
There's Abominable. We've been waiting for him. He's got to be massive, because he's being -2'd by the Doppelgator, and he needs to be able to reach a 6 stat line.
And I don't think it does. I think he only has 4. But he can't.
Yeah.
He can't swing over Comalis though.
That will be. It looks like he's crashing.
Crashing with Comalis, yeah, because it's +4. Doppelgator brings it to 0, then +4 from the so it crashes.
That's not gonna do it. Water Spirit. Oh, we're just expecting to draw, I see. I mean, you're comfortable, I think, to just punch for 2 repeatedly. You're up by double your opponent's spirit total. About to be up by quadruple your opponent's spirit total. It is likely lights out from this point.
Yeah.
Weathercaster setting a card.
Unless the Ambrosia comes down, and then there's still hope.
I don't even know if there's hope then. Weathercaster has like 7 or 8 cards in their hand. Abominable Form, not gonna be enough, most likely.
That's 5. So it could crash.
It looks like we're gonna swing in. I think it would have to be up by 6.
6, yeah. Because Abominable went, so now there's 6 in Underworld.
Yeah. And a Gorgon's Gaze to I don't know. I guess we're trying to force Weathercaster to lose the game from a re-enchant here. Because if Hunter Surge puts 2 under the Fulgorix, crashing Abominable Form means that Weathercaster loses the game.
Mm-hmm.
And still on attack declaration here, I think. No, we're doing. Where's this battle?
Battle step.
And that is going to put Weathercaster at 0. And it looks like they are going to just scoop from that position.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so let's break that down a bit, because that kind of happened quickly, just to describe the end of the game. And also make sure I am understanding it correctly as well. So basically what had happened, Abominable declares attack. In battle step, the Gorgon's Gaze came out for the Doppelganger, which would nullify the minus stats that it had, making Abominable much stronger than Doppelganger. But then the response from Hunter Surge was the Gorgon's Gaze onto the Abominable form, which nulls that, and now Doppelganger is stronger than Abominable, and it goes to the Underworld, and the rest is history.
I think there's an additional piece there where actually I think Chainlink 1 was Full Moon from Hunter Surge.
Yes.
So that even if they crash, there would be extra damage taken. So the just use on Doppelganger to not only remove its -2 effect, but also mean that it can't be enchanted by the full moon.
So the full moon had to enchant the rabbit.
Had to put on the rabbit, and then you just go for Gorgon's Gaze Chainlink. Well, not Chainlink 3. You do it on a new chain while you're still in the battle step, paying off, and then now Morphoros Abominable form is a 1 attack.
Yep. Very, very interesting interactions there with the Gorgon's Gaze. So, and it looks like the players, they're jumping right back in. We're ready for game 3.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how this one turns out. I feel like game 2 probably looks a little bit more like what I would have expected knowing this matchup. So be curious to see if Weathercaster maybe can have a little bit more of a hot start than previous, but the Lycan form is going to be exactly what you're looking for here. Ideally, you would go like Scorpio Bat form, but there's nothing on Hunter Surge's side, so maybe we're just going Lycan plus Bat, or Indus plus Bat, or Scorpio, or whatever missing Morphoros we're looking for, and we just go for our Mill 2 here from the Indus form.
Yep, so it's going to be Indus and Bat coming from the Lycan search.
Like and subscribe. Weathercaster is certainly doing it. And Indus is likely to be played here. And then we probably send like Terraform a bomb, or maybe in original Morphoros decks for Frostfall area, you'd always send the other Induses, where you'd send Lycans or something like that, because they're cards that you don't really want to draw.
Didn't opt to effect.
It looks like we didn't use the effect at all, actually.
Yeah.
Which is very confusing. The Astrobot going to come down, and this is very, very interesting. We're looking at the top 3. The attack position Rabbit implies that there's a Zeus in hand.
That would be my guess also.
I'm very curious as to why we didn't use Indus, because I feel like you want to be getting Morphoros in your Underworld so that your Abominable form can get large as soon as possible.
Yeah. Unless he has... We saw 2 Abominable form, unless both happen to be in hand, but then you'd still want to do that. So
yeah, if you got 2 in hand, you want to load up.
You definitely want to load up the Underworld.
Very, very, very interesting.
And the crash happens, and both go to the Underworld and clear board.
Yeah, the Indus has nothing to pop, so it just goes back to Weathercaster here, who has the opportunity to maybe try and take advantage of this board stay with a Narpoon.
Does he go for the Lycan form?
Surely, yeah. A Narpoon is just, a little bit more expensive Lycan form.
Yeah, you have to pay double to find it.
Yeah. But yeah, well, once again, like and subscribe here.
Yep.
No Pandora's box.
That'd be a very, very, very interesting side.
At some point, that will be very good, because you can just Pandora's box a Werepup, and that feels pretty good.
Yeah, you have to imagine that at some point, most side decks will just run Spoiled Fruit, Pandora's Box, Divine Blessing,
Yeah, Divine Blessing already is a very killer card.
So Narpoon coming out, and it looks like a little poke for one. Oh, there's the Farragheist spend.
Oh, I guess we're not planning on going into Farragheist. Which makes sense because there is a searchable out to it in Weathercaster's deck in the form of Scorpio form.
Mhm.
So you wouldn't want to commit to that anyway. Even if Scorpio form is, you know, a like 5 cost out to it. There's Temple of the Moon though.
Temple
And
coming down and a Comalis.
The fun part is that you definitely don't want to use Comalis effect here. The poison tipped arrow maybe actually changes that calculation.
Yeah, because now 3 attacks, so cannot get over that Narpoon. So yep, there's the Nexus
Oh.
over.
Okay, so we go for the Nexus, maybe just to get another Comalis from deck. And then surely we have a rune to pay off of our Comalis here.
Probably. Or Specteris. To potentially get that suppression action in battle.
That would be a good search here for sure.
Yep.
And that is what he's going for.
And then, yeah, you're right. He has to have... he likely has a rune to play here off of the Comalis. That way it's not just a... Oh, Earthquake coming down. And then he can swing for 2 damage.
Fascinating.
Wow.
So, I mean, this will turn into a pretty expensive turn for Weathercaster, but also, like, I don't think you care. You're happy for your opponent to have committed 3 cards and 4 spirits into your board here. You
to
take
remove
2?
a Narpoon.
Yeah, to remove a single Narpoon.
Is he deciding whether he wants to...
Yeah,
I think they're discussing...
They're probably talking about the damage plus PTA potentially. Hunter Surge maybe confirming if PTA was paid out, and then Weathercaster saying, "Oh, I was paying for damage, and then now I will pay out the PTA."
Yes.
Yeah.
So now Comalis goes, and we just have 1 set card from Hunter.
And like 3 cards in hand, I think.
I think
Maybe
so.
2. The way he's hand shuffling makes me think he only has 2 in hand. Versus Weathercaster, who's got a full grip of 5 cards, I think.
Yeah. He's got a lot to work with there. We know he has Bat and Scorpio from the first Lycan. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. There's also a Terraform, I believe. It was the first Lycan that got Terraform. It was the second one that got Bat Scorpio.
Yeah. And
But another Narpoon, like you just keep deck thinning here, and eventually, you know, you'll start drawing the good cards that aren't Morphrosts. There's Terraform. There's a good Morphrost.
That's a good one. Yep.
That's definitely one that you want to see.
And you have to think Weathercaster will just go for an attack here, just to try to poke for 1.
Yeah, I wonder how many back row will be set.
Probably 1. Or just nothing.
You know, I'm starting to wonder if Weathercaster's playing back row. Or maybe they're just very unlucky here and not drawing them.
They only have more Frost in their hand.
They have been searching a lot of Morphrosts. At some point, you got to start drawing back row because you've searched all of your Morphrosts.
Yep. Spectera is going to come down here. This will out the Narpoon.
There goes Narpoon to the bottom of the underworld. Something that I love seeing is how people decide to organize their underworlds, because you are allowed to organize them.
Yep.
And Weathercaster does something I've never seen before, which is spirits on top, everything else on the bottom.
Yep.
I've seen it the other way, but not that.
Yeah, when they're like side by side. Yeah.
I do it side by side.
I do too.
I do them perpendicular to the field, stacked.
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
And I've seen spirits on the bottom, Elestrals and runes on top Morlith!
Ooh.
Oh, that is disgusting. If you're 100, you have to respond here. And it looks like you're not. That's an abominable. An Elechick. A Cryoblast. A Cryoblast. A Cryoblast!
He just mill all
I
three of
think
his
it was triple
Cryoblast.
One of them maybe was an abominable form. The arts do look kind of similar to the tournament pack to the original Cryoblast.
But either way, you got rid of either 2 Abominable, 2 Cryoblast, or 1 Abominable and 3 Cryo.
And you feel pretty good about that.
Yeah. And it's confirmed 2 Cryo. So 2 Cryos, 2 Abominables.
Okay, that's really funny. That's really, really funny. And a Shield of Achilles putting the Morlith back into Weathercaster's hand, but you're totally fine about that.
Yeah.
Second Specteris!
Properly enchanted. We'll see if Weathercaster has a Tsunami here to save 1 spirit.
I don't think
Or
you
if he's-
care too much, honestly. I think you'd rather hold it
Yeah.
and just cast out Morlith next turn.
We have to imagine Morlith comes back down.
Resting
Ooh,
will be a
that's-
really solid start here.
that's a good play first.
I mean, that's like kind of Cryoblast if you think about it.
Yeah.
Frost Enchanted, 1 cost, Invoke Ruin.
Yeah, same thing.
The end result is identical. So,
Yeah.
to me, tomato, Cryoblast resting on your laurels. Scorpio.
Ooh, here we go.
That's strange to me. Unless we're going Scorpio, Bat, Abominable, which doesn't get over Specteris because of Specteris effect. So, I don't understand. I'm curious to see what Weathercaster is cooking here.
Okay, so the Gorgon's Gaze comes down to prevent the Scorpio, but the discard of the Bat will still go through, so the Bat effect will trigger.
Yeah, I also don't understand why we would Gorgon's Gaze that. It's got to be like Weathercaster has a Gorgon's Gaze of their own.
Or
Hunter Surge
Tsunami.
is assuming that that's there.
Oh, but Tsunami would switch Abominable.
Yeah, you'd have to chain Tsunami to the cast or the activation of Bat form.
Yeah. It's going to
It's
see
gotta be.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Abominable's 6.
Which gets over a suppressed Specteris. But it also puts
Yeah, you have to suppress
Weathercaster
it.
to 3. Sorry, 2.
Ooh, 4
So
spirits
is-
left.
Is that 4? This is dire straits for Weathercaster. Only 4 spirits in Spirit.
Oh,
Deck.
the PTA.
PTA, wow. So we've been waiting on Hunter Surge to determine what the response to Abominable form is, and like that's a pretty good response if I do declare.
Yep. And looking at that bottom right-hand corner, we are approaching time, so it could potentially go to some spirit math.
Yeah, the PTA payout from Hunter Surge as we are about to enter turn 0 for Hunter Surge's side.
Mm-hmm.
Both of these players will get 2 total turns as Hunter Surge starts as turn 0. Drawing card for turn as time is called, I believe.
Mm-hmm. It was calculated. Nabi. Now you have to imagine that Tsunami comes out into play here. Surely. Because you get to keep Scorpio. You prevent Nabi effect from triggering. If Tsunami is face down from Weathercaster.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have Tsunami face down here.
Yeah, because if this Nabi attack goes through, Doppelganger, you lose.
Yeah. It's game. Shield of Achilles is very expensive.
That, yeah.
I mean, it was almost Tsunami. A Water Spirit was paid for it. Like,
Yeah, it was half a Tsunami.
Yeah, half of it was Tsunami. The other half was Cryoblast.
Yep.
And that's down to 2 spirits from Weathercaster.
Yep. And Hunter Surge, I believe, has 4.
There's Ambrosia. We found an update from production. Turn 0 was actually Weathercaster. Turn 1 here has been Hunter. So we're on turn 2
So
for Weathercaster.
Hunter did not time it correctly.
Or, well, actually, the smart thing to do, if you're really playing for this, is to not actually start your turn until time had been called.
Yeah.
Because then you are the last person to
Yeah,
attack.
that's true. So maybe it was calculated. And I think tied 4-4 right now, but Hunter does have the Specteris on board, so it's 5-4 in terms of spirits. So if Weathercaster calls turn here, that's just game.
Yeah, Weathercaster has to be able to out the Specteris and deal damage without putting too many spirits in Underworld. If it's like Cryoblast plus a normal cast, that does it. Honestly, Morlith, which we know is in hand,
Morlith would
does
tie it.
right? And then it goes to deck count.
Which Weathercaster's been
Morfrost
milling, and so 2 Gorgons get. Oh boy.
No Cedar Soar in there, unfortunately.
Yeah, Cedasaur would have sealed it.
Yeah,
Some
attack
Morlith.
And
And
Hunter
take
Surge, if they're at 3 spirits right now, they just simply pass and
It's 2-2. So 4 on board for Weather.
Yeah, actually, hold on. Are they actually at 2? They are. They're at 1
so.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Hunter Surge actually might lose this.
He has to top deck Ambrosia right now.
I think if he saw it, he would have
taken it immediately.
That's it. Yeah. All right. Wow. Weathercaster eking it out in time is brutal. The Ambrosia exactly when they needed it. Morlith bounced back to hand, coming down and being the exact series of cards necessary to take it home.
Who would have thought the card you sent back to hand was the card that defeated you in the end?
It's certainly happened to me many times before. I'm not surprised, actually.
Wow.
I'm surprised. I was not expecting Morfrost to be able to take it home there, but just able to eke it out in the end. Despite winning in time, I do actually think that the Morfrost player there still likely takes that match, because the only card in hand that did it from Hunter Surge was, I think, Navi. But I don't think there's any way to make the Navi hit over, so it crashes and puts him at 0 spirits. So ultimately, it worked out in Weathercaster's favor to be able to take it down, and that's crazy. Or you have Morfrost undefeated or X1. Let me actually go check the standings here. I think it's X1 here.
Morfrost coming out to play. X1, no. So Morfrost doing pretty well in the Moonrise format with that addition of Scorpio form.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, the round is over. We have to get ready for our next round. So we're gonna go ahead and just throw it to a quick break while we get everything prepared for our round 5.
Going around 5, yeah?
Yes. Right, I'll bring us in.
And we are back. We've just finished with round 4, and we're going to be going back into round 5. And hello, I am back, and I am back with full frontage here.
Yes, yeah, round 5 coming up. That last round was really intense, very close game. It went to time, and Morfrost Bean Soldier's got to be really proud. Influencing the Morfrost meta coming out over here. So very excited to see what we're going to be seeing in round 5. We've seen a pretty wide variety of decks so far. I feel like a majority of them are probably that lunar aggro strategy, but it's really cool to see like all the different decks that we've seen on main stage so far.
Clearly people have been cooking, and it's fun to see what they've been coming up with all the new cards available. And I've been loving, I did see a Fox happen.
Yes.
So that was exciting for me. I got what I wanted there, and now I'm just excited to see all of these different decks. I really have rooted for Morfrost, and I am happy that it's having a bit of a renaissance right now. Like you said, thank you, Bean Soldier, as we all say in unison. Every single Scorpio that I pulled from my Moonrise boxes, it was like, yeah.
Thank you, Bean Soldier.
Exactly.
Now Moonrise has been a blast so far, and really exciting to see that this is the first Premier Tournament with Moonrise being legal. And we have Zeus and Demeter back in full swing for this event as well. So far, I think, and we haven't seen Demeter on main stage yet, but we've seen a couple Zeus here and there. So Zeus coming back in full swing. I would imagine there's probably some people playing some Earth decks out there, Earth Nexus, Earth Beatdown, some variation of it coming in. I know that Cedar Store coming into play has also potentially resulted in some Centaur board decks. So we'll potentially see if that Paleoth coming out in from Frostfall. Basically, you can search for 2 cards that have the same name, pick out Cedar Store, send it to the Underworld, special cast, immediately get Centaur board. So really interesting strategies coming in from Moonrise to, I feel like, a majority of the Pantheons.
Yeah, and we can't talk about that list without talking about Panzer, and therefore, one of my favorite people, PK, who is Panzer's champion. We have to do the mention, do the shout out there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I feel like Panzer's probably a pretty underrated card, especially with like just being a body to just hold the field down.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that, like you said, we've seen a good variety of decks. I have a feeling that there are a few casters who are on Earth. I have my suspicions of who I think might be for sure on Earth, and I am excited to see the rest of the lists.
Yeah, I know there's a couple Antitan players out there. We've had a lot of praise for Antitan coming through. I know somebody in the tournament. I won't name names, but if you know, you know. They are actually playing with the X of 10 Antitan from chat. Yeah. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, the X of 10 is out in the wild and in full force today, so that's exciting. We play with Stellars in this. I gotta say, if I get an X out of 10, I'm making a deck around that. So
I have never in my life pulled an X out of 10. I've gotten a couple X out of 99s, which have been very exciting. But yeah, I feel like if you get the X out of 10, you are playing whatever you can make that card work in.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm curious from chat right now while we're getting round 5 prepped up. How many Stellars have you pulled? Let us know in chat. I want to see how many people, how many Stellars have you pulled? How many people that are watching the broadcast right now? How many Stellars have you pulled? How many have you pulled? Like reverse and serialized.
So I did get, this is going to boost my numbers up. I got my 6 reverse stellar mudlet, which was kind of incredible. I got actually 2 of the Oystellary.
Nice.
I got a Waspivy, and there are a couple more. I think I'm definitely over into double digits at this point. But
okay, yeah.
But I've just started. It's a budding collection, I would say. What about you?
Let's see. I've traded for a couple, so I haven't pulled all of them. But right now, my current goal is to collect every lunar, stellar, and reverse stellar out there. And so far, I'm halfway with the lunar phases. The only serialized stellar of lunar that I don't have yet is a Gloombat. So I'm hoping to pull that. I'm going to be getting a few more Moonrise boxes. But yeah, so I have every lunar stellar and reverse stellar except for 4 lunar phases and that Gloombat. So
Well,
says
that's
he's pulled
amazing.
6 reverse stellars and 4 X of 99s. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
I love the stellar hunting in this game. It's one of those things that it's like you never know when it's gonna show up, and it has made my day for sure when I pulled them.
The craziest experience I had, I was opening a box of Moonrise. So this was just recently. I pulled a stellar Schnark, and I was like, this is exciting. Let's go. I was so hyped. 2 packs later, I pulled a stellar Toxiri. I was like, what?
Wow.
Do tourney pack stellars count? If they're X of 99, I'd say yeah. If it's normal, I'd say half count.
I am really excited. I would love to see Schnark happen in one of the lists that we see today.
Yes. Yep.
One, because I think it is just so fun to say every time. It brings me a little bit of joy, a little bit of a whimsy, a Schnark. And I also think that that's a card that is being a little overlooked right now. Who's to say the Schnark and Joblin? I think they're real. I think that there is a possibility that we see a lot more of them coming up in the future.
Yeah, I think the hype for Water specifically has been around like Water Reanimator. Like we saw earlier today, Water Reanimator working very well. So I think people are just kind of focusing on that, and that's kind of been like the Water hype train. But I do agree. I think there's going to be some interesting plays probably within the next few weeks, maybe before the next Premier Tournament on the 23rd. But yeah, I think Schnark could eventually see some play.
And I think we'll be finding out what other kinds of decks we might see today here pretty soon, because we are getting very close to hopping into round 5. And again, I feel like everything that we have seen has been a little bit different. It's clearly people have been cooking, people have been theorizing, and we are now seeing sort of the results of all of that work, and it's been great to see today.
Yeah, approaching the end of the Swiss, we have 3 rounds left, including this one on main stage. So we're going to be getting into it. The players are ready, their hands are drawn, and we are going to be going into round 5.
And Jonathan is going to be kicking us off, going first. It seems like both players have opted to not mulligan, unless we see maybe a reconsidering here. But I think that we are just going to be going in a nice, good, pure, unmulliganed game of Elestrals. I love to see that.
Yeah. Oh,
I might have spoken too soon. No, there we go. We see Illuminate
just an
coming
expensive
out.
draw. Okay. Interesting. No, didn't play a face down, didn't play an Elestral, just had the expense to draw. We're gonna see a Toxion coming down. I think that's a Toxion art from the Imperial starter deck, which is really cool.
And that is a really good punish for Jonathan's first turn, not only having to take a Spirit of Damage, because like you said, we don't have any back row set, there are no Elestrals, and then that burn. So Doom Raider, I think, played that perfectly.
Imagine this is just Imperial starter deck.
That would be very funny. And we see Navi coming out. Okay, so far from Jonathan, we've seen Thunder, we've seen Solar, and now we're seeing Lunar. And nothing set still. It looks like Navi is just going to swing and hit right in the face with a Tsunami.
Yep, that bug is getting washed away this turn.
And unfortunately, without any back row set, there's nothing that's going to be able to protect him going into Doom Raider's turn here.
Yeah, so Toxion has the complete freedom to swing over. He's switching to defense from Tsunami, but he could still switch it back to attack because Tsunami was played on the previous turn. So we'll see if he opts to do that. And we have a Galaxy coming out here.
Ooh, I think that's the first Galaxy that we have seen so far today, which is shocking considering the prominence of Galaxy before this Moonrise meta became legal.
Yeah, and you have to. Oh, the Zeus coming down too, and you'd have to think that Galaxy kind of like safety net is mainly due to the suppression that Lunar brings. You don't really want to play a ton of it, but I still think Galaxy is a very good card because if you happen to not be going against suppression, then it is absolutely devastating to deal with.
Definitely. And already Doom Raider.
A fire.
Ooh, maybe you finally manifested the eruption that you were talking about before. Maybe that is real. And you know what? Navi doesn't quit because here comes another Navi coming out. Much more effective here in attack. And hopefully we do see one back row over on Doom Raider's side. Seems like it's going to be answered.
The altar of stars. Oh, this could be interesting because the Nexus could go from the Zeus to the Toxion, which would also burn Jonathan for 1.
I think that you are right there, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Doom Raider has been playing so optimally this entire time, punishing every single turn that Jonathan has had with answers to everything, as well as, like you said, being able to re-enchant this Toxion. Very brutal.
Man, the Doom Raider so far has had the answers to Jonathan's 2 Nobbies at this point.
And still no back row has come down over on Jonathan's side. So Doom Raider is pretty free to do whatever they want to do here. Setting 1 back row. I'm sure Jonathan's looking at that like, oh, come on. Every single thing I play is going to have an answer here. And Zeus still having 1 with the power to be able to buff up.
Yep, and then Toxion will now swing for 2.
Yep, or excuse me, buff down. Should have been the terminology there. I was Demeter pilled in that moment.
Demeter on the mind.
I often find she's with me.
As Jonathan draws here, let's see what he's going to have. Yeah, like you mentioned, absolutely no back row. So I don't think he's played a single rune this game so far.
I don't think so. And even with all of these things considered, Jonathan is not at all behind on spirits and could still come back from this.
Oh, Lumaru.
Hi, Lumaru. That is a big body to be able to put down, although, of course. And here comes a Zeus of Jonathan's own. I was going to say, with that Zeus over on Doom Raider's side and no back row to protect this Luminate.
His first back row. And now Lumaru has to be swinging over this Galaxy.
And a second Altar of Stars.
Ooh. Now, does Doom Nexus... Oh, he's going to Nexus from Toxion to Zeus. I was going to say, does he Nexus the final spirit from Zeus onto Toxion to burn for 1? But I think he just wants to keep the Zeus active on his side to potentially be able to swing over another Lumaru that might come out.
Yeah, that Zeus is too valuable to lose. I think that it would have felt great in the moment. Oh. Here you go.
Is it Full Tempest?
You have been asking for this from the beginning of the day, and I think you might be getting your wish.
Oh, let's see it. Let's see the Nexus. No response. Let's see the Nexus from Zeus onto Griffuse and the Special Ascension to Voltempest. Yep, the Declaration of Effect. Effect is good. And the search. He's got it in hand. There it is, the Voltempest.
Oh my goodness. I'm hoping here that this back row is something that Jonathan was able to pull it at the right moment, be able to answer this Voltempest. A shield here would be incredibly expensive. A tsunami would only buy you a turn.
Yeah, I have to imagine the Voltempest disenchant, burn 3, and then just Galaxy over Lumaru, and then pass. Because every turn you can just re-enchant Voltempest, and then disenchant and burn for 3. You don't even need to attack with Voltempest. So as long as if you're worried about shield with the back row, you just don't even attack.
That's true. And because Zeus is still around, because Doom Raider preserved Zeus with that altar, Voltempest is pretty untouchable right now.
Oh, Tsunami coming out. He did go for the swing. He wanted to try to get it down, but Voltempa's going to go to defense. Now, the other interesting thing is even if Jonathan does remove Doom Raider's Zeus, if Jonathan keeps his Zeus on the field, Voltempa's effect is still triggered because it's only while Zeus is enchanted.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't specify your Zeus.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So Jonathan is possibly thinking about trying to get rid of this Zeus then.
Yep. I have to, and that could be what they're discussing right now. But I have to imagine Jonathan will probably go for something to be able to swing over the galaxy and just get rid of that.
We're going to be healing back, which, considering the spirit positions here, Doom Raider, while they have a lot of board presence, has had some expensive turns. And Jonathan's biggest hope here, I think, is to stay ahead in spirits. Although, like you mentioned, being able to burn for 3 each turn is going to be really difficult to out heal.
Yeah. We'll have to see what the play is going to be here. Nabi going to be coming down. We'll probably see the disenchant from Zeus now to be able to swing over. Yep, there's the disenchant and the swing over the galaxy, and the Nabi effect to ascend to that doppelganger.
Here we go. Okay, we're seeing some big drops come out. This is what I want to see. I love this. I love when we get the 2 and 3 drops on the field. It's always so exciting.
Yeah, and it's going to be a misenchanted doppelganger.
Very interesting. Is that solar under it?
Yep, that is Luminape.
All right, very interesting. I wonder if that, I assume they have the lunar in hand. I wonder if they're cooking with something here, if they're planning on bringing something out next turn that they don't want the effect to mess up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because no back row, so Voltempus could just swing over and destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll probably see the re-enchant here. Yep, there's the re-enchant onto the Voltempus. And then the disenchant to burn for 3. And now Voltempus can swing over Doppelganger.
Yep. And I think that is a scoop. That looks like Jonathan evaluated the situation and came to the, I think, fair conclusion that is a difficult spot to make a comeback from.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot to be in. Once you get Voltempus down, especially with that the special ascend from Griffuse, like if you can get that is just really difficult to deal with. And the Zeus was enchanted on the field, so having that extra effect from Voltempus not being able to be affected or targeted is pretty solid.
Yeah, and there are, fortunately, now that Jonathan knows that he's playing into Voltempus, there are some cards that can be sided in. I wonder what they go for. I wonder if they're going to take a different approach this go round.
Yeah, and you have to wonder how did Jonathan struggle and fall behind so much with not really being able to play any back row? Was he just not drawing it? Was it just unfortunate that he just kept drawing Elestrals and had no back row? Or does he need to side in to more back row and potentially take out some more Elestrals? We'll have to see. The players are going to be siding out here, so it's going to be curious to see what they're going to be bringing in this second game. You have to imagine the cogs are turning to see how you can counter, and it's going to be interesting to see if Doom Raider actually sides out Voltempus with the assumption that Jonathan will be siding in to potentially counter a big 3-drop. So curious to see what these guys bring.
Yeah, lots of possibilities, and I think really from the beginning of that last game, Doom Raider was able to set the tone, set the pace.
Yep.
And like you said, with Jonathan not drawing into, I think we saw one tsunami from Jonathan that entire game. I think that was it.
Yeah.
And when you can't get an Elestral to stick on the board, when you can't prevent damage from coming in and protect your board state, that's really devastating. And because Doom Raider took full advantage of that, they were able to really run away with it.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to get a board built when you are not able to get any runes down. You have to be able to protect the Elestrals that are on field, And Doom Raider also just seemingly had tsunamis of his own. He had 2 Altar of Stars, I believe, that eventually set up the ascension for Griffuse into Voltempest, and also the burn from Toxion with the Nexus from the Zeus. So Doom Raider just had a lot of the answers as well. Jonathan was trying to get board state with that Nabi, being able to get it down, but it was just Tsunami, Altar. The responses were there, and not really being able to do anything for Jonathan.
And it was really cool to see Toxion put in a little bit of work.
Yeah. Yep, my Scorpion's getting love.
I mean, you mentioned him earlier. I feel like we keep manifesting these things that we're seeing here. But
now we just need the eruption from Jonathan. That's all we need.
We did see that fire, which was quite suspicious.
Yeah, I'm very curious. So this is something that Caleb and I were talking about in the last round, is that sometimes what you want to do for side decks is in your main spirit deck, you have the spirits that you want to play. So like fire, frost, whatever it might be. And then in your side deck, that's when you have the cards to go along with the spirit deck. So that way you can keep more runes and Elestrals in your side deck, and then just side out and you have your spirit deck fully built. And if you don't have, in this case, fire, anything to play with, then that's when you would use those fire spirits to either just take damage or to use for Omni runes.
And I think we will find out what they do decide to do here, because we're going to be going into game 2 right now. And I am curious to see what changes were made there. They opt to go first and are going to be... Do we see the same expend draw that we saw last time?
Expend and pass? Is this a strategy that we're like unaware of? I mean, we don't really know what Jonathan is fully running. Like, we just saw Nabi, we saw Lumaru. We didn't see too much as the rabbit comes down here.
All right. Yeah, Bunny is always a strong start, and it feels really free playing into a completely empty field from Jonathan's side. Because again, we didn't see any back row set, no Elestrals played, just that expend. And I hope that they drew whatever they needed so that we can see them really take off here.
Yeah, we didn't see anything that was telling of what Jonathan was playing in that first game. So, he could just be playing an aggressive deck, right? Like, you think Nabi, you think Lumaru, so those are heavy hitters. So typically those are just Elestrals that you play and swing over. But
we did see the Doppelganger hit the field, so there's a world in which maybe we see a Fulgorix, but again, we weren't given clues to that. We don't know what those fire spirits are there for. Is this a second expend to draw from Jonathan and no sets? Oh my goodness. Whew.
Toxion, Constellation. Love that.
I feel like we've been here before. It's feeling like Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I'm very curious what the strategy is. And I mean, Doom Raiders, if you're not going to play anything, fine, I'll just switch my rabbit to attack and swing for 2.
And with 2 set, I mean, one of those could be Tsunami to be able to protect that rabbit. Jonathan is already behind, and Doom Raider is once again setting the pace. But we see Lavalith.
There's the fire
spirits have been explained. And it'll be popping one of those back row, which was Tsunami. Hey, there we go.
Yep.
And going to be chaining that, which I would agree with that decision.
Yeah. So
and everybody's moving to defense now.
Yep. It's a very good play. I think he targeted that, and then the response to it was just, fine, I'll just play Tsunami, switch everybody to defense, and we'll just go to my turn.
And now we're going back over to Doom Raider, who immediately moves both of them back into attack, which is a fair play. And Viscerous coming out. I wonder if this was coming in from the side deck.
It has to be. So the Viscerous going to come down. We'll get the 5 attack because it gets +1 for every Viscerous on the field. So now we'll be able to swing over the Lavalith, just sitting in 4 defense.
With no back row, so that's gonna happen. Jonathan, I thought you were making a comeback there with that Lavalith. That was a huge turn. Unfortunately, that Tsunami was a great punish from Doom Raider.
Yep, and the Viscerous effect will have 4 bodies on the field. Getting that second Viscerus down. Does have to come in defense, though, so he can't swing immediately for damage.
No, but there he is. That's a really cool strategy, moving from a Voltempest deck into the Viscerus, which actually it doesn't require a lot of cards to swap out, but completely changes the way that you need to play against it.
Yeah. And you have to think, what can Jonathan do in this situation? He's down 4 spirits. And he has nothing on field.
The board presence is not there. Some games you just don't draw what you need, but we do see Kokore coming out. Okay, that could be another thing that
First
the
light?
Flyers are there for. Okay. Maybe this is part of the combo that Jonathan has been searching for this whole time with all of those expends.
Yep, and that is a Drake Array from the tournament pack. Beautiful artwork.
All right, things are starting to heat up here. Let's go, Jonathan.
Yep. So P Gleam going to be going to the top of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Ascension from Kokore to Drake Array.
And that heal is going to be huge here too.
Yep, and Doom Raider does have a back row, but it looks like there's not going to be a response.
Yeah, so the effect happens. We see healing. I would say that was almost as ideal of a turn from Jonathan that we could have seen. Hopefully we see a back row set here and a resting on your laurels.
Yep, that will take care. And he's saying pick one. They're all one cost, so or all have one enchanting spirit. So he gets his cream of the crop here, and it looks like he's going to be going for that Toxion.
Which is fair. I mean, you know that third Viscerus, because it is limited to 2, is not looming. So that's a threat that's, at least you know what that is. And you know, that burn last game was so critical.
Yep. And now the question is, are we going to see Altar? Are we going to see Shield?
We're going to see something. And
it's
it is
Shield.
Shield. Oh, that is brutal.
Drake Array goes back to the hand.
Yeah. And now Jonathan is still contending with 2 Viscerus. The one can move right to attack, and a bunny that's been quite aggressive this entire game.
And this has been an aggressive bunny. Usually we see a very passive one.
And
Toxion, another burn.
Uh-huh.
The Toxion plays from Doom Raider have just been slowly picking at Jonathan's life here.
Yeah, and even with that heal from Drake Array, we are getting into the end of this game. And unless Jonathan is able to make a big gambit of some kind, that looks like
That's 4 damage.
And I did see 2 Earth go there, so I don't know if either he's just given up on an Earthquake showing up, or...
See, that's the situation where, you know, I'm going to spend my 2 Earth. I'm not going to see Earthquake, and then you top deck Earthquake.
Oh, you always manifest it by doing that, which is why I will not do that unless I have Ambrosia in hand.
Yeah.
Always immediately punished.
You keep those Earth Spirits to the underworld. Yeah.
Exactly.
You don't go down with getting rid of your Earth Spirits early on.
Jonathan's really thinking here, trying to find a way to come back. I mean, 2 back row, all 4 Elestral slots occupied.
Oh, there's the Ambrosia.
That will buy us a little bit more time.
Let's see if Earth does come back here.
Yeah. Immediately top deck to the Earthquake.
Nope. Solar, fire, solar.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe they have a way to get Drake Array back out.
First light.
Yeah.
Drake Array. We'll see. Does he have the second Kokore in hand?
I am in suspense. I want to see what this card is. I feel like he's doing it on purpose.
It's a calf, Mel.
Okay.
The body Ambrosia.
Mm-hmm. Which, you know, out of all of the things that he could have played there, that is a very safe bet. Again, like you said, it's a body ambrosia. So even if Doom Raider wants to hit over it so that he can start getting into the end phase of this game, Jonathan is going to be able to heal back up after that.
Oh, the re-enchant on the Toxeon to burn one. So Viserys can swing over the Cathmel, which would heal Jonathan for 3, and then Jonathan would take 3 damage. So it'll go, he'll heal 3, and then it just...
This, all things considered, a very neutral turn.
Yeah. But the thing with this is the heal happens. So technically Jonathan could go, okay, I want these 3 spirits, and then I can get rid of other spirits if I choose.
Sure. But it looks like we are just looking at... Oh, okay. Solar and a Thunder.
Yep, it looks like that's what he is going with. 3 Solar and the Thunder. 4 spirits left in deck. This is a brutal board state to deal with.
Yeah, Jonathan probably went into this game prepared for that Volt Tempest, only for Doom Raider to completely switch it up and go with this Viserys strategy.
And our Rise from the Ashes here. Okay.
Maybe calf melt? Like, I don't know.
So I'm curious here because this has got to be a scoop. Yeah, it's a scoop. Okay. Yeah, he just wanted to throw it out there. If he did have an extra spirit in there and he had Solar and Fire, he'd be able to Rise from the Ashes, bring Cathmel back, then just ascend into Dracoray, and you're essentially healing 6 if Doom Raider has no response. So that could have been a pretty big turn from Jonathan there, but he just didn't have the pieces. Doom Raider was just able to just slowly poke away with the Toxeon burning with the Expendant every time it receives a spirit. The little pokes from the Viserys, even the bunny. That was the most aggressive bunny I've ever seen in the Elestrals. He just kept attacking and poking away at it. He did not get fed the carrots, and he just really wanted to. He was hungry.
No, that bunny hit the field turn 1 and stayed around until the very end, which I have not seen that happen very often at all.
Yeah, I remember Caleb earlier. He was like, turn 1 bunny. Now we get to stare at it for 7 turns.
That is an Elestral that I think that because it's not a huge attacker, a lot of people would go for things like, oh, the Viserys is the bigger threat here, or even the Toxeon, like we saw Jonathan target it. But I mean, and if we talk about damage and turns and value, that bunny was the most terrifying part on the field.
Yeah, it just did not go away. And the other thing too is Doom Raider probably, we saw the Tsunami come out, so he probably had another face down. So he had 3 face downs by the end of the game. He probably had Tsunami, Alter Stars, so he was like, I could just keep this Rabbit in attack, and if there's a threat to it, I'll just pop my counter and switch it to defense.
Yep. And I mean, really cool to see Volt Tempest. I know that that's what you wanted, so I'm very happy for you. And to see it completely dominate like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we all have games where we don't draw what we need, and I think Jonathan had a couple of those.
Yeah, Volt Tempest is scary, and I'm sorry, A-Drive, but that's how I beat A-Drive. I popped Volt Tempest turn 2, and I just didn't attack, and I just every turn re-enchant, disenchant. I had Zeus on field, and yeah, Volt Tempest can be very scary if you can get it out pretty aggressively, and that's exactly what Doom Raider did in that first game. Ascended to the Griffuse, Nexus, Special Ascent to Volt Tempest. It becomes very difficult to deal with, especially with the Enchanted Zeus on field.
And we did see that was played around, that was valued with the altar plays and everything. So that all in all was a great game, and it was very well played. And unfortunately, Jonathan just was not able to answer anything. And as soon as he was able to try with that cock array going into Drake array, that could have been a huge turn, but it was a little too late.
Yeah, I was very curious. Once that happened, I was getting excited. I was like, hey, we're seeing Drake array. Maybe we'll see a Dragalis. What's the strategy looking like here? And then it was just shield back to the hand. It's like, oh, okay. Well, your whole play is gone right there. But sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. And it was tough. Jonathan didn't play anything for 2 turns that last game, so you can mulligan. Especially if you're playing a Draco Ray deck and you're able to like heal 6 in one turn with the Calf-Mel Ascendant into Draco Ray, you could probably afford to mulligan if your hand's not looking great. Or it was just that Jonathan was good with the hand, but just didn't kind of every draw after that was not fitting into the strategy that he had going into that second game.
Yeah, I am curious what those opening hands were, what we were working
Yeah.
with, and that shows that it's really punishing to let your opponent get momentum, and that while there are turns where you are able to expend, where that does give you advantage, if you do that too much and your opponent is able to set up right in your face, that will snowball very quickly.
Yeah, and we've seen some awesome decks so far today. We saw, we saw Blistrix, we saw Water Reanimator, we saw Volclips come for a brief moment. We saw a kind of potentially a Dragulus deck. We saw we haven't seen, I'm trying to think what else we haven't seen. We haven't seen Antitan. We haven't seen Pantera. We haven't seen Draking. I don't know if many people are running Drag. Maybe because Snark, Joblin, New, and Moonrise. Maybe people just wanted to play Draking, see what the strategy's like, see if they can cook something up. So potentially there's some people running Draking out there. We've seen a good amount of Lunar aggro in this game. No Fulgorics or anything like that. It's mostly just been Nabi and Doppelgator. I feel like we've seen more Frost. I feel like we've seen a pretty good variety of decks so far on main stage.
Yeah, now that we are done with round 5, going to be going into round 6 here pretty soon, we'll be getting an idea, a better idea of what people have been bringing today and sort of the representation of cards among all of our different casters.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting to see all the deck lists post-tournament as well. And because this is the first Moonrise tournament, a lot of people are like, what's the best deck in the meta right now? What does the meta look like? This is going to be the tournament that kind of helps dictate the direction of it, because you see what decks perform extremely well, and then you probably see any future tournaments after that likely have built-in counters to the decks that perform extremely well, or built-in side decks to counter those. So going to be very, very interesting to see what's going to be coming up. And speaking of things that are coming up, let's talk about some of the casual events that are going to be happening. Every Tuesday and Thursday, there are casual events. It will be no more app tournaments. It's webcam events only, but we're going to have a starter deck only format happening on February 11th and February 20th. So if you're new to the game, you're looking to learn Elestrals, first off, the casual tournaments are a great way to do that, but especially the starter deck tournaments. Go out, get a starter deck and learn the game. Everybody will be playing with starter decks in this casual tournament. So it's a great way to kind of learn interactions, learn the decks, learn the cards. And personally, I love playing in these. They're super fun to play in. I really like seeing what people bring. A lot of people just bring like fun stuff, crazy stuff. Like that's where people experiment from, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, so if you have any sort of unconventional decks that you've been cooking with, that you've been curious to see, but don't quite want to bring them to an official tournament, these casual tournaments are the perfect place to try them out. And as you mentioned, the starter deck only formats are really fun. I would love to try Posthumous at some point. I think that deck is so fun and also really, really adorable. I am a Fawnlit lover personally, and I might be looking at one of those starter deck events.
Yeah, they're super fun to play in, and we're going from starter to the big one. The next Elestrals Premier Tournament is going to be happening on February 23rd, and take a look at the prizing. There's going to be an organized play gold stamp stone tablet Fairgeist just for participation. This is not going to be a tournament that you want to miss out on. And the champion, Elestrals champion stamp reverse stellar Bandaloon, that is so cool to see. It's a lunar, so I'm like immediately like I need it. So I might have to go super try hard for that event. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, so everybody look out, because apparently Frontage is going to be gunning for you on February 23rd.
I will not hold back.
I honestly, that Fairgeist being the participation prize, that has got to be my favorite participation card that we've seen so far. The stone tablet is beautiful, And the one that I have, I actually think I might have two. I cherish them. They are so pretty in person.
Yeah, the only two stone tablet promos we've seen have been the Fairgeist and the Chronodial that was in Shattered Stars Solar Month, I believe. But I mean, the Fairgeist becoming pretty dominant in the meta with Lunar Phase Full Moon coming out into play. This is a great card to pick up and add to your collection, especially with that organized play stamp, because this will probably be the only time you'll be able to get it. So, definitely consider participating in the 23rd, and you can use those casual events to practice coming up for this event. And we've talked about it a little bit before. The Dallas Open is going to be happening in March, and that is going to be super exciting to see. Hopefully, we'll see some of you casters in chat there. All three of us will be there. I'll be there. Kay will be there. Caleb will be there, and a lot of other players that you're familiar with will be there as well. It's going to be a super exciting event.
Unfortunately, all of the passes are gone. That filled up really fast. It was so cool to see the overwhelming hype for the first huge in-person event, and I think that just goes to show that the future of Elestrals is bright, and there will be more in-person events. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but I mean, after this, I have to assume.
Yeah, I would.
There is a demand.
Yeah, the demand is definitely there, with all the passes being sold out. So, really cool to see. Really awesome to see Elestrals grow as quickly as it's been. It's in hundreds of game stores across the world now. Which is really, really cool. So if you're tuning into Elestrals for the first time with this tournament, welcome, and definitely check out the card, pick up a starter deck, get your hands on the game. Super fun game to play, really easy to pick up if you love TCG. So, but I think we're going to be heading to a quick break while we wait for round 5 to finish up, and then Caleb and Kay will be back for round 6, and I'm very excited to watch the future rounds and see what these casters are going to be bringing for the rest of the day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're here. It's me and Kay and our little friend here.
Look at her.
Oh my gosh.
She's a star.
She is a star, as she should be. We're here getting ready. What round are we on? It's going by so quick.
6.
Round
We're going
6.
into round 6. Yeah.
2 rounds left of Swiss. That's crazy. I only caught a little bit of the last game. That seemed kind of that Voltempus player just ran away with it.
Yeah, that was very much a one-sided game, unfortunately. Poor Jonathan just, I think, had a bad case of needing to mulligan and not having done so. But, you know, it happens to the best of us, unfortunately.
It's certainly happened to me many times. It certainly happened to me when I am X1 in a tournament. So I get it. I get it. Well,
yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah, we've all been there. It happens. We're on our way to get ready for round 6. Very exciting stuff. Want to do a little update of some of the standings. We haven't done that in a little while.
Ooh, I'm excited to hear. 2
currently undefeated, waiting on a potential 1 more undefeated player as we wait for final results of round 5 to come in. But currently sitting our 2 undefeated slots are Shurit and Dimax, 2 actual personal friends of mine, which is wonderful, and also people that you're friends with.
I know those people.
Yeah, those people, they exist.
And apparently they're killing it today. That's amazing.
Yeah, both sitting at 5-0. Shurit, someone who was on feature for round 1 versus Adrian, and Dimax, someone who has played in a lot of events and topped a lot of events. Someone who I've worked on a handful of decks together with. A wonderful player. The other person in contention for undefeated, waiting to find out her final results for this round, which is Sunsea Jess. She is undefeated currently, but hasn't finished round 5 yet, so could end 4-1, could end 5-0. We'll see. To round out the rest of sort of our little standings report, we have Constellation Gaming at 4-1, Trishula at 4-1, big welcome, Laura at 4-1. I might butcher this. I'm gonna try very hard. Garilo Seravid, sitting at 4-1. Ari at 4-1. Justin T. Actually, someone that some of the Yu-Gi-Oh players in the crowd might recognize. I believe that is Cards and Coffee. Someone that I've played a handful of historic formats with. There's also Time Wizard, Eclipse, Adrian B, who we saw lose round 1 feature and has gone undefeated since, which is crazy. Doom Raider, who was on feature last round. And that is all of our 4-1s. These are all people that are very likely to top. If they were to lose next round, it's still possible for them to make top cut. If they were to win their last, they likely will bubble no matter what, I think. And then it's just where do they land in top 16 potentially, and can they make it in the top 8? But very exciting stuff, and definitely want to see how this continues to pan out.
Yeah, I am excited. Are we looking at a 3rd Adrian championship? Are we looking at Trishula finally taking one? I know that he has been going for it and getting so close every time. I'm such a big Jess fan, and I'm always rooting for her. And I mean, she always kills it. So
absolutely. Let's go ahead and let's see what our competitors are going for in terms of our prizing. These are all players that are in contention for top 16, top 8, etc. And so this is what it looks like. You know, those who are participating, you played in the event, you paid the $25 entry, you're walking home with a full art stained glass Leviathan organized play stamped card out of Shattered Stars Capricorn month, as well as a Shattered Stars booster pack and a Elestrals main set booster pack, 2 of them. These are all randomly selected from the relevant sets. If you're able to make it into our top 16, you walk away with all those participation prizes as with anyone else who places higher. But if you're able to make top 16, you also get the Atlantis full art, which I will infinitely envy you for as a water player. And also one piece of the brand new Moonrise starter decks. The tournament prize structure has been updated to the Moonrise stuff now that we are in Moonrise format. If you're able to make it a top 8, you get all that, plus the Shattered Stars Capricorn Caprigal Constellation full art with that gold stamp organized play. I love this card. We saw Water Reanimator on feature a little bit ago. I love this card. I was very sad that Kier wasn't playing Caprigal Constellation full art, because that card is sick. It's probably my favorite Constellation art.
I mean, hey, maybe after today, we will be seeing them bring that next time.
It's very possible.
Especially with that gold stamp.
If you get one of those, call me. Top 4. Those of these players that are able to make it the top 4 get all that. The starter decks get upgraded to a single Moonrise booster box. They also get the full art Coastalith. I know there's a lot of Coastalith enjoyers out there. Coastalith enjoyers rise up, and that's a sick organized play stamped card to be able to go home with. The runner-up of the tournament today gets all of that doubled, and our champion walks away with 3 of all of the different stamped cards, 2 Moonrise booster boxes, a Moonrise Hollow uncut sheet, and of course, what everyone cares about, the 1/1 Oystily Reverse Stellar Elestrals Champion gold stamped card, which that card's so sick. That's so sick.
What an incredible thing to have in your collection. I was envying that Mudlet so bad last time. I'm gonna call Adrian up. Is what's gonna happen.
You having 6 reverse stellar mudlets wasn't enough. You need the stamp one as well.
Some. Come on.
No, I get it. The eggplant art goes crazy. It goes crazy.
Go
I
ahead.
believe we do have 3 undefeated. Sunsea Jess able to take it down, ending round 5 undefeated versus Kryber. That's crazy. 3 undefeateds. 3 undefeated.
Amazing. And that means that those 3 are almost, if not guaranteed, to go into Top Cut. So we are starting to see Top Cut take form, take shape a little bit.
Yeah, it'd be very difficult for these 3 casters to not make Top Cut. I think that they would have to bomb really, really hard, and then the people they lose to would also have to bomb to ruin their opponent win percentage for tiebreakers.
They would have to actively try.
Yeah, you have to be like throwing. So our final clash for the round is still wrapping up. So let's go ahead and let's look at our next event, our next premier event coming up on February 23rd in just 15 days. Very exciting stuff. We still have some of the same pricing that we have for this event. However, participation, you get that sick, the tablet Pharaohgeist organized play stamp like that. I didn't expect this card to get a reprint. Honestly, this is a pre-order exclusive for Daybreak. So getting it printed again with the organized play stamp feels like such an insanely cool exclusive thing. There'll only be like 100 printed based off of participation in the next tournament. So it's a sick card to be able to pick up. And hey, by participating, you get one. You only need one. It's limited.
And of course, that reverse stellar Vandaloon Elestrals champion stamp. That is stunning.
What a little friend. I love him. What a little friend. He's just a little smile.
I'm always a big fan of little friend type guys.
Oh,
Gotta be my favorite kind of guy.
Gotta be my favorite gender, the little guy archetype. I'm starting a petition to A-Drive making an official Elestrals typing that's just little guy.
Yeah, what would that symbol look like at the bottom?
It would look like a little squished like blob with 2 little arms and a giant smile. I don't know if you're familiar with, Darth Nash, who's a good friend of mine, has these little gremlin photos he loves to use. There's one where he's like, that's exactly what it would be.
Just a friend. Incredible.
Just a friend. That would be so funny to see. But that is a wonderful prize card to be able to walk away with if you're able to take home that first place slot of the upcoming Premier Tournament. Very interesting to see how today's tournament ends up shaping out to see like what the metagame becomes. We've seen a decent amount of Thunder, surprisingly a decent amount of Lunar, and a handful of decks that are just like pretty rad, doing not too bad, like Water Reanimator. I love that deck.
I'm definitely taking notes and sort of observing all day today to let that inform what kinds of decks I'm going to be looking at moving forward, especially for Dallas. I'm kind of thinking about playing in the next one. We'll see, unless I am behind the mic again yapping at you. Who can say?
Who really is? Who can say? I mean, exactly Daniel A-Drive, but I mean, who among us can say? No, I'm right there with you. I absolutely will be playing in this one if I'm not here commentating, because I haven't played in one of these premier events in a long time, and I mean, playing for that Bandaloon. Bandaloon's crazy. It's a really cool format that's shaping up. I know that there's been whispers and concerns about Moonrise and the El Diablo BlueStacks, but like honestly, every single set that's happened today has seemed really solid. There's been a couple of blowouty games, but that more so came down to things like mulligan choices or just like deck choices overall. Nothing so far has seemed like too scary. It seems like a really, really solid, really fun format to be playing in.
Yeah, and even with, like you mentioned, the El Diablo, that BlueStacks, which did hit the field on stream, we were also able to see the drawbacks of that list and show that it really is a balanced game, because you take a risk when you play a deck like that.
It very much is a risk that you have to be willing to take when you're spending 12 spirits in one turn to land on a guy that loses to Kindleo. Or Boombat.
Which, speaking of, I honestly, going into today, really thought that we were going to see a reemergence of some of those key fire cards like Kindleo, like even Necra. I feel like in a lot of the practices that I've been doing, a lot of, even on the Elestrals channel, as we've been seeing some of these creators clashing against each other, I was seeing more of those fire guys coming back. So I was looking out for that today, but we haven't really seen it so far.
If fire is a really solid archetype element when it gets going, the issue is that like Kindleo is a 3, and that's very, very small. And Nobby says Kindleo explodes immediately. So if a Nobby hits the field, Kindleo evaporates.
You have to stoke those flames for sure to get it going. And you are right, with a lot of these new cards, Nobby, who we've seen quite a bit today, although I feel like everyone has had an answer to Nobby so far. We haven't really seen Nobby pop off like I think that it is fully capable of doing.
Yeah, there have been a couple of games where it seemed like Nobby could, and I think exactly round 1, sure, it had a turn where he Nobbied into Doppelganger to clear the board in set 2. But outside of that, and maybe it is, production's been doing a great job picking some very interesting matches. We might be seeing a lot more Lunar Aggro as we get into Top Cut. But who knows? We have to see how things turn out. And from what I know, a handful of people that are in Top Cut contention are not on Lunar Aggro. So be very curious to see what those percentages end up looking like for top 8 and top 16.
Yeah, it seems like we're in for a lot of different decks for the rest of the day, which is really fun. Not going to see sort of the Galaxy Eddy parade that we were looking at last time, which it has been fun to see them still have a place in the format now. We saw a Galaxy, we've seen an Eddy, but it has not been an overwhelming wash of them, so to speak.
Yeah, mashallah, we do not see Galaxy Eddy for the rest of my life. I was finding, Eddy swapped Lycanroc defense vision. That was pretty cool. I was a fan of that. That was kind of sick. I don't want to see it ever again though. And if Shuret pulls up with Eddy, I'm shutting the stream down. I don't know how, but I'm gaining access. I'm closing it down. It's over, and I'm going to Shuret's house.
Yes, I do have a note from production that Caleb is not actually going to do that for legal reasons.
Yeah,
I must clarify.
For legal reasons, a joke. Wait.
That it is just a bit. Do not worry about that.
Sure, it's a good friend of mine. I'm going to his house so we can have a nice slice of Chicago pizza.
Oh, there we go. I am excited because we should be getting here pretty soon the metadata for this whole day. We've talked about it a bit. I want to see the representation of cards. I want to see how many people are playing Voldusk.
I got bad news about that. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, don't say it. If you don't say it, it's not real.
Don't say it, it's not real. Was it a Fear is the Mind Killer?
Listen,
I will not fear.
I am thankful to production for letting us see a Fox deck. That was a highlight of my life for sure. And and again, we've seen such a good variety of other decks and people getting up to all kinds of fun stuff. And cooking to various levels of sinister, I would say, that we've seen today.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen anything that I'd say is decidedly sinister, but I wasn't here for the Volt Tempest match, so
it got a little bit.
I do have a friend who has nicknamed Volt Tempest Vile Tempest, and I don't entirely disagree with that sentiment.
No, I think that especially after that last clash, that is absolutely the case. And actually, as I was sort of studying, looking into how things were going to shape up in Moonrise, I did take a single note that said Divine Blessing parentheses sinister question mark.
That's perfectly accurate. Yep, it is a little sinister. Divine Blessing is a messed up card.
Yeah, I need to follow up on this, do some peer review, get some opinions, but I think that might be one.
Peer review academic journal on on the sinisterness of Divine Blessing.
Exactly.
The answer? Yes. It may surprise you. But yes, sinister.
And while we talk about Divine Blessing, I would love to see the sort of less sinister younger sister Divine Healing pop off at some point. I think that would be really cool to see, but currently it's hard to feel like it's justifiable in at least any of the lists that I've seen today.
Yeah, Divine Healing is a really interesting card where certain decks massively benefit from it. Decks like Wind that really want to load up Aeolus. Because what you can do is you can just spend 3 spirits of the type that you want to be enchanting to a Divine. Play the Divine with literally anything. You then play Divine Healing off of the spirit on that Divine and then just re-enchant from Underworld. And so the Divine doesn't leave the board. And that tends to work out quite well because, to my knowledge, the only thing that interacts with that is Divine Blessing, which is indeed very sinister.
So Divine Healing parentheses kind of sinister question mark? Who's to say?
Who's to say? Who's to say, really? Who's to say?
Yeah, but we are currently in a place where I think the tone is really being set for Moonrise, which is cool to see. And there's going to be a lot of changes, I think, after this, now that everyone is like, okay, so here's what people are playing. Here's how it performs. And here are sort of the answers that I've seen to it.
Yeah, and this is the format that we will be playing for the upcoming Dallas Open in just a little while, just 7 weeks at this point. So it's be very interesting to see how this informs the next event, and then that event will likely, I believe, be the last one before the Dallas Open. I don't know that for sure, but I'm just assuming that there'll only be a couple of weeks between the last event and the Dallas Open. So it's going to be shaping up very interestingly to see how this format is looking and all that that entails for the first ever gigantic in-person premiere event hosted by the Elestrals team.
Yeah, I am so excited about that. And just a heads up, we are getting very close to going into round 6 here. We've got our casters lined up. They're ready to go. So should be in no time that we're going to be hopping over to them.
I'm very excited that, as we've been waiting for these casters to set up, and they are set up and ready to go, so we can go and transition right on over to this game as we have Constellation Gaming, someone who was in contention for being undefeated and I believe lost that record last round. They will be going first for us here. But as we were setting this up, I noticed we've had a lot of people that have that organized play store champion Matt on feature. I think we've seen this 3 or 4 times at this point, and Constellation running out the Ass Rabbit.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got that Matt, you gotta play it. It is beautiful.
It's so sick, and it really is a crazy flex that you can just be like, yeah, I was the best player at my store for season 1.
Yeah, immediately you are sort of using your intimidate effect on your opponent, and they're like, okay, I'm dealing with someone serious. And we do see 2 set from Constellation Gaming here for the back row. And as you mentioned, they were previously undefeated. So this is actually a really important game for Constellation Gaming. This is going to be possibly the determiner for whether or not they are able to get into Top Cut.
The Earthquake's going to come down onto Ass Rabbit, which we were talking, you and Full Frontiers were talking about sitting and looking at an Astrabbit for many turns, and there's a reason that since day one of Elestrals, Earthquake Astrabbit's been a good play, and Ari is just saying, run it. We're doing that, and we're attacking with a Hydrake.
Yep, but not before we set 2. So we've got 2 possibly intimidating back rows going on with both of our casters here. And a Spectaris actually coming out, which is well, we're thinking about a PTA. There we go, on cast. And Ari is not playing games with this Hydrake.
Yeah, Spectaris is the perfect counter for Hydrake, and so the PTA is mandatory. If you don't have PTA, you lose the game most likely. I just feel like it runs away from you because this Hydrake, I think, needs to get as much value as possible.
But we do see 3 back row from Constellation, so one of those has got to be real, and whenever they do get going, whenever they get something to stick on the field here, is probably going to be big. I think that was an expend to draw from Ari.
Yeah, I mean, this just expend to draw, punch, pass, and Ari's just trying to ramp up hand advantage here and potentially set up to play through whatever this back row is from Constellation. And another Spectaris.
Yep.
No!
As we said, the perfect answer to a Hydrake, but it looks like the PTA is not going to come out here. Who knows if there's going to be an answer to this, or if Hydrake is simply going to go to the underworld, which it looks like that is the case.
That's tough. You really, if you're Ari, you need that other back row to be a Gorgon's Gaze to be able to make it crash. But that's a Cryoblast that's going to take out the Spectaris. And honestly, Ari, I think, feels probably to be in a good position. 2 Spectaris out of Constellation's deck means that it's very likely that the next Hydrake will connect and won't be stopped. And Astrabbit forces out a Poison-Tipped Arrow here.
Yeah, we talk about classic answers to Astrabbit. You've got Earthquake and you've got Poison-Tipped Arrow. So not only is that going to get the Astrabbit off the field, but it also ensures that it can't do any damage to Constellation this turn.
Yeah, and you certainly prefer the PTA over the Earthquake because it prevents the damage, costs the exact same, and, you know, it's not a one-of.
Yeah, that is one thing that we have been seeing people have to budget those one-of cards lately. And when they turn 1, leave your hand in your deck entirely, you could possibly get into some bad situations later in the game.
And I will note that Ari does go and declare an attack with Astrabbit for 0 damage, and then PTA pays out and pops.
You know what? I respect it. Like, I'm not going to do anything, but I'm still just know in spirit attack. Oh, well,
That's
we talk about those.
Ridiculous.
That's insane. All 3 Spectaris have been seen this game. Did Constellation open with all of them? Because the odds of seeing all of these is wild.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous to see all 3. But again, I think honestly, Ari is probably not too upset to see the 3rd here, especially with an Eddie in hand.
We were just talking about Eddie and how he still definitely has a place, and here he is. But to be met with a Gorgon's Gaze from Constellation Gaming, and therefore Eddie, unfortunately, is not able to do anything about this Spectaris.
That's a pretty high value Gorgon's Gaze there, and I think Constellation Gaming is expecting to draw here as Ari just passes on the failed use of Eddie. Couldn't even attempt to crash it if they wanted to.
No. However, we are going to attack with the Spectaris into Eddie, and we're looking at our spirits right now.
Counting out. 9/11. These casters do have a very close spirit differential here.
Yes. Although it looks
9 to
like we're
10.
actually at 9-10. Yeah.
And the Shield of Achilles is that's pretty big, honestly. That will give Ari an opening.
Yeah, with the knowledge that that Spectaris is still looming and is still haunting the hand. However, the ability to get a second guy on the field is massive, especially if that guy is that Hydrake. Yep.
Yeah.
Here comes another Hydrake.
It's my favorite football friend. Throw him against the wall and watch him turn into a bigger dragon.
We do not condone violence against your Elestrals. Must state that again for legal reasons, but
If you see a video of me throwing a Hydrake against a wall like a football, no, you didn't. It's not real. It didn't happen.
And it is not sponsored by the official Elestrals team.
The Hydrake and the Eddie here are going to get in for 2 points of damage, though. And now these players are both at 7 apiece. And an Earth Spirit. Is this a Laurels? It's an Ambrosia.
Okay.
I do want to point out, there's a lot of fire in Constellation Gaming's Underworld. This is we've returned an Earth of Fire and a Lunar off the Ambrosia. I'm very curious now as to what deck type Constellation Gaming is on. I think Ari just had Constellation Gaming count out the number of Earths in Underworld.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And that Spectaris does come back out. Are those fires maybe for a Lavalith somewhere in the list? Is it for something else maybe? There is a high saturation, but getting one of those fires back, it makes you wonder what that could be meant for.
Yeah, my best guess would be Lavalith, but maybe they're just prepping in case they draw it. Oh! No way! Galaxair!
Galaxair coming out. That is huge.
That's mental. Okay. So, Galaxair is a little interesting here. Effect will be Gorgon's Gazed by Constellation. I think you have to.
Oh, yeah.
And Ari, this set needs to be Shield of Achilles. This most recent set needs to be Shield of Achilles, and they run away with it.
Yeah, I wonder what that first one is, because that set has been sitting around for a good while now.
My best guess is it's a bluff set. Or, because if it was Tsunami, we would have used it. It could be something like a Divine Blessing that we're main decking, maybe, but I don't feel like that would be the case.
It's a mystery. We have had situations where the set has been a Cryoblast all along. But again, I think that's something that would have been used by now. And Constellation Gaming does Ambrosia. Once again, getting back, I see Earth, as well as not see the other
Earth.
Two. Yeah, two Earth and something else.
There's a Viserys.
To pay for that Viserys, that makes sense. And there's a smattering of different spirits and things going on in Constellation's deck that is very interesting.
I have a feeling that Constellation Gaming is on what I believe is colloquially referred to as Bug Box. Ardbud being a searcher for one-cost insectoids means that you can play things like the Hop-On duo Viserys and Spectaris. You can play things like the Warmite and Frostmite. Those are searchable ways to out things like Astrabbit or high attack stats. Looks like we're swinging in and a Gorgon's Gaze is going to get used.
Okay, so that was that most recent set from Ari, is this Gorgon's Gaze. And I think that they've got to be Gorgon's Gazing the Viserys. Maybe.
I believe Viserys was the declared attacker. Now Spectaris is going to go in to out the Galaxair.
And there goes Galaxair. Galaxair does in fact go down. And Ari now coming from behind a little bit, looking at this Hop-On duo here, as you mentioned, both Viserys and Spectaris putting up a pretty big front. But we do see the Ambrosia coming from Ari's side here, healing back 3 wind spirits.
Yeah, Ari really needs the wind heal back here because yeah, they need the second Ambro. Constellation Gaming's resolved 2 Ambro. It's only fair that Ari does the same.
Exactly. We are fair and even. And we see 2 wind, and going back and consulting between, trying to do quick maths and getting a water as well.
I wonder if just like really funny moment that sets a hurricane, they flip it and then they just like ascend Eddie, or they go for Hydrake here and they just guaranteed connect the attacks here.
Ooh. That could be interesting. We have seen all of the spirit puzzle pieces for Hurricane. We
It
see
looks like they're just
Hydrake,
swinging.
yeah, gonna come out, swing, get hit right in the face with that tsunami. And Ari's been really thinking about that one set that really hasn't been touched since towards the beginning of this game. So
the tsunami should have swapped the Vicers and Specteris to defense, and Eddie could have hit over one of them. I think that the failure to swap those may have just caused Ari to fall behind here, actually, because Eddie should have been able to hit over the Specteris.
yeah,
That's a little awkward. That might be a game-losing mistake here from Ari, not recognizing that the tsunami should also be swapping their opponent's Elestrals to defense position, and these players just continuing on with a very rapid pace of play here. And I think that this might just be it. Constellation Gaming has a massive field.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really big mistake.
Yeah, and that Warmite comes out, as you mentioned earlier, with the bug box, which it does seem like that is in fact what we are looking at here. But that was a, like you said, game-costing mistake, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is devastating because I mean, this is a lot to play through. Ari has gone through all of these Elestrals, and there's the third Ambro. That's what the set was from turn one.
Yeah, they were thinking about it last turn, figuring out if they wanted to do 3 in 1 turn, which would have been kind of funny to see. But keeping Ari in the game a little bit longer. But I think that we've seen all 3 Hydrake at this point, so I believe that engine is just done now, unless there is a Rise from the Ashes or something that can bring it back.
Yeah, there's not much more to be done, and just a couple cards in hand. Specteris could be the one to do it, though. I think you have to take out the Warmite here, because Warmite can crack back, take out Specteris, and nothing on Constellation Gaming's board outs the Specteris without trading, at least being exactly the other Specteris on board.
Right. This is a tough position, though. I mean, even if we get rid of that Warmite, Constellation has that one set card. But even with that, I'm not sure what Ari is going to be able to do sort of moving forward from this turn.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because I think Ari would be in a much better position if they had made sure to force their opponent to swap their Elestrals to defense. This is why I'm a very big fan of always fully resolving every single card, even if your opponent is able to just then stand back up all of their Elestrals that were swapped to defense position. Shortcutting can lead to small mistakes like this that can be ultimately game ending. And I think that might be what's happening here.
But we have paused the game just for information to you all watching. So we are looking at this and talking about a resolution here.
Yeah, it's good that the judges are being brought in. They do have ways of resolving potential issues in game state like this. There are remedies. It might be that this is too far gone. There's a lot of game actions that have occurred. Both these players are playing very, very fast. I don't know if there's as someone who could be providing a judge call in this instance, I don't even know how I would rule this. This is a pretty difficult call to make on whoever is making the call here. Likely Giant Skyhawk, one of our wonderful judge team members. This is a hard call to make because Constellation Gaming, I think, has accrued a massive advantage because of the missed tsunami, and it is his card he activated. It is his responsibility to correctly resolve his card effects, and in that instance, he generated a massive advantage for himself by not. And so it could just be an accepted game state. Who knows? It's up to the judge to determine what the correct remedy is and what can be done. And we just get to sit here and postulate. The wonder of being on the desk is we don't have to deal with the consequences of anything. We just get to sit here and watch.
That's true. And huge shout out to the judges who are doing the Lord's work here. They are making our jobs easier, making sure things run smoothly for everybody involved. And we actually just, this last game, I think it came up where there was a tsunami that was activated. And there was a moment where it was like one got moved into defense and then sort of immediately moved back. And like you said, it is worth going through those steps and not taking the shortcuts, even if it seems in the moment like, oh, this isn't really necessary because I'm just gonna move it back to attack. But that's how you avoid situations like this.
Yeah, the resolving every single card all the way through is very, very important. It's shortcutting. It makes sense. Everyone gets comfortable, especially these two players. Clearly, they're comfortable playing against each other in some capacity. They've gone back and forth, very quick, very rapid actions. It's still very important, though, despite playing comfortably, going fast. You want to make sure that you resolve your cards. Despite the simple effects on many Elestrals cards, it is important to make sure that you're playing correctly and all your cards are doing everything they're supposed to do, because sometimes you miss things. Like earlier on stream, we had a player cast Full Moon, or this Hunter Surge cast a Full Moon off their Werepup. Werepup's misenchanted at the point of the cast, so it cannot ascend any longer. And that was a devastating moment for Hunter Surge. That put them massively behind for that position.
And that is an interesting thing that going into it, I hadn't even thought about the effect of that. And when they used the Werepup to pay off of that, I was like, oh, that's actually kind of an interesting idea that I hadn't done before in all my testing that I've done for Lunar. But clearly there is an answer.
There's a reason not to do it.
Yep. We did figure that one out. And we do have information that we are proceeding, and we will confirm results here in just a moment and have that information for all of you.
Yeah, so it looks like Ari's just going to go ahead and swing over the Wormite Pass, and a Cryoblast is going to hit the Spectaris. And the Viserys goes to attack, and this is swinging for 3 here. This is a lot of damage hitting Ari directly.
Yeah, we're back into the situation where it's like, okay, we might be sort of in a game-ending state at this point. We already saw all 3 Ambrosias from Ari's side, so no more healing unless we have
that's
something very specific. Yep, there we go. That is the end of the game there. I guess we could have seen a Nemesil. We were looking at
Nemesil goes crazy. Nemesil goes crazy.
So going into game 2, I do wonder, clearly we're going to be resolving all of our tsunamis and cards fully. That is the biggest takeaway here. It was cool to see what you refer to as this bug box popping off. Unfortunately, we didn't see Ardbud, which would have been my favorite part of that personally, but
what's up, my cool. Ardbuds? Ardbud is very good friends with Viserys and Spectaris. I actually really like the ability to search the mites off of Ardbud. It's just like they're very solid. You can play them as one-ofs in your deck, where Ardbud in a pinch can get that card you need to out some Astrabbit or a Lavalith or something like that. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool little like tech option so that you have access to these very strong cards that really you don't want to see all the time, but being able to see them off a search is pretty good.
And then over on Ari's side, we saw sort of a lunar water combination. I wonder what changes we're going to see from their side going into this next game.
Yeah, so we have confirmation from the judges. Everything was resolved. Only a warning was provided. So the result of that game is Constellation going up 1 over Ari as a time extension, and we will move on from this position. And these casters will side. They'll figure out whatever they want to do. I don't really know what you could do if you're Ari into Bug Box. I guess you can if you're maybe citing a 3rd Tsunami because you're not maining 2, that's pretty solid. There's some counter runes like Tsunami, Shield of Achilles that people are citing the 3rd copies of, or all. Shield of Achilles isn't even in the main decks of everyone's decks, so those end up at the side sometimes. Those are all solid cards because you can pretty much make the assumption Constellation is only on a handful of Lunar, and so being able to bounce the Spectarises repeatedly is really important, especially because Ari wants to resolve Hydrake repeatedly.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Spectaris is a really good counter and option into that Hydrake. So getting those out of the way, which we really thought that we had after seeing all three of those Spectaris very quickly. But that third one really just stuck around until the end.
Yeah, it was crazy to see every single ISK in the deck. All the Spectarises, all the Viceruses, all of them, all 5 made it out of the deck. And we didn't even see an Ardbut. So they just made it out naturally. They were just excited, crawling out of the woodwork.
Exactly. The swarm.
The swarm.
It is happening again. But I think that had those initial turns gone slightly differently, Ari honestly could have gotten the Hydrake to pop off and to get that engine going. So like you said, maybe another Tsunami could be good here, something just to protect the Hydrake and get us into the 2-drops. But looks like we are all done siding and getting ready to go into game 2 here.
Yeah, will likely be Ari going first here after losing game 1. So they're hoping to be able to start off pretty strong here, and kind of the struggle with this wind Hydrake list is Spectaris does clear Hydrake and Twindra as a single body. It's kind of tough to try and make it through that.
We see, I believe, a mulligan from Constellation and getting rid of a fire and an earth, notably. Those fires that we've seen kind of floating around on Constellation's side of the field here.
I'd assume that Warmites get sided out into Hydrake because you don't want to hit over those. You don't want to hit over the Twindras, not without Spectaris at least.
Right.
I think it would make sense to want to side out of Warmite for some more effective Illustrious Blood potentially, but Ari's just going to expend a draw and likely maybe set a couple and pass.
I think you are exactly right. Although,
Actually,
well,
they're thinking about it. They went to step 2, didn't quite place them on the table, put them back in their hand.
they might have just not wanted to prove you right there.
They really didn't. They did not want me to be correct. Looks like Constellation banning their handout here.
We're having a little bit of a back and forth between our two casters, getting on the same page here.
It's important to communicate with the people that you are playing against and make sure that you have an understanding of the game state. I'm very curious as to what they could be discussing here, because it looks like maybe it's related to this 5th card in hand, but Constellation does only have 5 cards on board, so it's not like an accidental 6th card was drawn.
Well, we're talking it out, and we should find out here pretty soon.
It looks like they're continuing on. It may have been that Constellation only drew 4, didn't realize, and then said, hey, I only drew 4. Just want to make sure. All right, draw our 5th card, and we'll continue. Again, important to pay attention to everything you're doing. It's hard when you're playing through all these rounds. It's a long day. Round 6, especially playing at this kind of capacity the entire time. It's tough.
Yeah, and being on stream, the nerves really cannot be undersold. I know that when I play on camera, my hands are shaking. I'm making all kinds of mistakes, but we actually did see those 2 be eventually set by Ari. So you were in fact correct there.
It ended up happening. If you're ever playing in front of people in any capacity, it does make it a lot more difficult. And sometimes you make small mistakes that end up either things that, lose you a little bit of advantage and maybe loses the game ultimately, or little mistakes that end up winning the game and you don't know about it. I on Elestriad Season 3, Drakinged over Spectaris and then stole it because the effect of Spectaris was never declared. And so, it's a little oopsie. My opponent should have said it. And
Speaking of Spectaris.
It's the Cryoblast to out the Astrabbit. Ari started the last game with an Earthquake And this is a little bit preferable, I think, to using your one of Earthquake so soon. And we have a confirmation what happened. Looks like Constellation dropped a card on the floor from their opening hand. So they're just making sure that everything is above board with that. And move on that Tsunami, going to swap the Specteris to defense position here.
Yeah, the value there. Yeah, especially after that Cryoblast, Ari did invest a lot into trying to get rid of this Astrabbit, and only for that not to pan out, unfortunately.
The Viserys, though, from Constellation, and I mean, those back row have to be live from Ari here, because you do not want this Viserys running away, getting a second one.
No.
Attack's going to go through.
Absolutely not. And I think you're right. One of those has got to be real, especially after all the debate of setting them or not. Here we go.
Well, you know, the important thing is you could just declare Specteris effect, let it go through, and Viserys doesn't get a second one. That is a valid thing you could do here. But I think you would much rather prefer putting Specteris back in hand, so that your Viserys back in hand, so Specteris can go to attack position and threaten the Specteris again.
Yeah, being able to, like you said, threaten the Specteris from attack position and therefore not having to sort of trade there does feel much better, because then you actually do manage to get rid of the Viserys. And we see Elechick coming out, immediately being greeted by a lovely Gorgon's Gaze from Constellation Gaming. So we are not going to see a potential Zeus, a potential... Who's to say? I don't know. What Ari? Yeah, we haven't seen any divine runes from Ari so far, and we may never at this point.
So the great thing about Zeus here is it's back at 3, so you could just be playing 1 Elechick, 3 Zeus, and then this is where Constellation Gaming could find out that there's just a Zeus in hand already. But you know, you don't really ever feel too bad about Gorgon's gazing the 1 of Elechick, because there's only 1.
No, and like you said, if you're Ari, then possibly baiting out that Gorgon's Gaze on this Elechick that you don't really need to do anything for you, that doesn't feel too bad either. But we see Viserys come back out, possibly, I think, attacking into that Elechick would be my guess.
It'd have to be. If Viserys attacks into Specteris, Constellation Gaming loses their Viserys for nothing.
That's a bad day, for sure.
You definitely don't want that happening. So Ari... game plan is honestly, I think you go Gorgon's Gaze in battle step here.
And there it is.
We'll see if it's on attack step to prevent the attack, but I think that doing it battle step and losing your Elechick, you generate so much value out of this 1 Elechick. The Viserys is destroyed. I think that that's probably the right move, but it looks like it was on attack. So maybe Ari has something like a Cryoblast in hand, or they're assuming that that back row isn't live and Specteris can hit over on the next turn.
Yeah, definitely something they wanted to keep that Elechick around, so we will see going into this next turn for Ari what that was all about. We do see another... a Navi hitting the field.
Big here.
Yeah, Navi is great. We were talking about Navi just a little bit earlier, and here's a situation where he is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, this will make sure that Navi threatens Viserys, Specteris threatens Viserys. Elechick is now at 2 attack, but Constellation Gaming has to respond to this Navi, because a Doppelgator is way more threatening than Specteris hitting over Viserys, because Navi's a Doppelgator.
But it doesn't seem like there's going to be a response here. So here, in fact, comes that Doppelgator.
And that's really big. The issue, though, is it does not beat a 5 defense stat line.
No, this Elechick, or Astrabbit, as we talked about, if they stick around, they stick around.
Yeah, the sort of a big discussion a lot of people have had is, oh, Navi Doppelgator is just like Cryoling Cryovern, but better, because you can swing for damage. But then Doppelgator is only functionally a 7 for attack stat. It doesn't out a 5 defense stat. So it's like, well, in some instances it's better than a Cryover, in some instances it's not. And in this case, a Lavalith is going to come down and pop the Shield of Achilles. This is pretty big, but also this this Lavalith is only hitting over Elechick. That is the only Elestral this can attack over right now, because it is a 4 stat line.
Yes, and we did finally get some answers about those fire spirits, which I am very happy about personally to see. However, Cryoblast does come out and gets rid of that Spectaris. So now Constellation only has to deal with what is a big Doppelgator and a little Elechick.
Yeah, the little Elechick likely going to get absolutely shredded over by a Lavalith here. Really hoping that we're crashing. We're not crashing. I'm hoping that is corrected. It is not a crash here. The Lavalith should be on field still as a 4 attack line.
Yeah, they're
we're gonna
both
rewind here.
-2, I believe, with the Doppelgator effect.
Yes, and the Elechick should also be -2 as a result of the Doppelgator effect. So ultimately, the attack stat differential is the same of 2 between the two. So it looks like that was caught.
Yep, that was resolved in the moment. No
goodness.
harm, no foul, and we are able to simply just continue along with this clash.
Now Ari has the challenge of seeing if they can out this Lavalith through one back row. That back row is a shield, exactly, I believe, or a Gorgon's Gaze, but Gorgon's Gaze would have been used to hit over Doppelgator, likely. So I believe this back row has been set for a minute, so it needs to be a Shield of Achilles, but the Spectaris means that Ari can swing a little bit more comfortably into this Lavalith.
2 chances potentially to hit over it and not have to worry about that back row.
Yeah, the if Constellation really wants to out the Doppelgator, you just have to let your Lavalith go. Because if that set is a Gorgon's Gaze, is this an Earthquake on the Astrabbit? It's an Earthquake on Lavalith.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a way to out the Astrabbit though? Because we continue to not. Okay, interesting.
And it's just a pass back over to Constellation. This rabbit is the Great Rabbit Wall.
It's a second one. I wonder if Earthquaking Rabbit was the correct choice, because you had a guaranteed swing over Lavalith through the one back row, and so you could at least out the entire board from Constellation's side.
Right, unless that back row is exactly Tsunami, but then even going into next turn, you still have an answer there with that Doppelgator. Still being in effect.
Exactly, because Doppelgator is a 4 defense stat, and that's it's just big enough to not be destroyed by the Lavalith.
But instead, now we're looking at 2 great walls of rabbits that have been set up by Constellation Gaming, and those really might be their saving grace here.
Yeah, he is certainly building that wall right now with 2 5 stat lines and expecting to draw here. What does Ari do to out this? Like, they have to see like Temple of the Moon, I think, and that's the best option.
We did already see 1 Cryoblast attempt into the rabbit, only for that to be shut down, unfortunately. And here comes a Viscerus coming out, which unfortunately Viscerus really doesn't do it with either of these guys.
Yeah, Viscerus needs a backup Zeus here in order to do something.
And that would be it right there. Now this Viscerus can do something. And
this Viscerus, I believe, can hit over this Doppelgator. It should be able to hit a functional 6 attack stat. So this Viscerus is at 3 right now. Zeus minuses down the Doppelgator. Astrabbit to attack position. That is strange. We go
only one of them though.
Attack Doppelgator.
And so now Doppelgator is gone, but
okay.
Yeah, that rabbit isn't doing much in attack here, other than I guess looking mighty tempting. Like, hey, hit me, not this Viserys. Really not
They're very
sure.
threatening, but
Uh-huh.
no, unfortunately, I don't think Constellation Gaming decided to go Viserys effect, fail to find, but you know, it's a funny thing you can indeed do. Resting on your laurels is gigantic here.
Ooh.
To take out this Viserys, and that's like a majority of the attack threats in Constellation's deck that we've seen so far, right? Those are the Viseryses,
Mm-hmm.
the Spectaruses.
We
They've
did
got-
see the War Might, but again, as you said, those might have been sighted out going into this game.
This is very, very interesting game state from Ari's perspective. 5 apiece between these two casters, and Ari's got a bunch of cards in hand. Surely some of them do something other than the resting on your laurels they just played.
It looks like, yep, and Ambrosia is going to come down, so Ari is going to get some spirit advantage here, which you really need looking at Constellation Gaming's 2-set back row and Zeus, which even though they only have 2 little baby rabbits on field, with Zeus, those rabbits can conquer the world.
Yeah, you know, those are pretty big rabbits, and they're taking on the world here under the tutelage of their large muscled man.
Water, wind, and frost. Okay, so Cryoblast. Attempt number 2.
I don't know if Cryoblast is maybe Cryoblast is the right move, but you like hold it.
Right.
You have a way to out the attack position bunny right now. There's no reason to try and out one of them another way. Oh, that's a knobby.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Cryoblast is the right move here, because Cryoblasting the defense position Ass Rabbits. Okay, the Gorgon's Gaze is going to come through. So that will prevent just the effect to ascend. Only one of these rabbits is dying anyway. It's the attack position one.
Okay.
I believe we're declaring with the Spectaris, or maybe we're just fidgeting with our cards. We are declaring with the Spectaris.
Which then is going to be
shielded.
Yep, greeted by a shield, bounced back to hand. Even with that, Constellation Gaming is starting to run pretty low on spirits, but with 3 on board right now, there is the option, of course, to pay off of one of these things. But, now we're down 2-1, excuse me. These rabbits, again, they've stuck around, and here comes an Ambrosia. So that'll also do it. Extending this game.
Lunar Thunder.
Okay.
So we might re-enchant a rabbit here. We can go Zeus, the Nobby, and then rabbit is able to hit over and also swing for a damage. Or we got Spectaris. I see.
Okay, so
that clears the board. That does damage.
Yep. Spectaria is able to swing over that Navi, and unfortunately Ari has not seen back row in quite a few turns, so that is just free. And then those rabbits are now swinging for 2.
And this is a pretty close game here. Ari needs another Nabi here. Nabi would do a lot.
And if we do have that Cryoblast in hand, possibly that Frost Spirit, that would do a lot for... Sorlet.
Is massive.
Uh-huh.
We're swapping the Spectaris to defense position, likely.
Yep.
This doesn't do it, though, because Zeus the Sorlet will win the game.
Yep. But there is one set. So that if Constellation Gaming invests and goes all in on that Zeus, and Ari is able to stall for 1 turn, but we see an Ascension
and a Scoop.
And a Scoop. Fair enough. So that is game 2 going to Constellation Gaming. And that is the end of our round 6 clash.
That was certainly what felt like a quick one. You know, the bug box taking it down. Unfortunately, Hydrake being met with 3 Specteris. Sometimes you get matched up into your exact worst enemy, and it is what it is.
Yeah, though we did not see the return of Hydrate going into that second round, which fair enough. I think that makes a lot of sense. And Constellation able to get that win, and possibly that might have been locking in top cut for them as well.
It should, I believe, lock in top cut again, barring some nightmare scenario of throwing, I think. But X1, X2 with their opponent win percentage should be able to make at least top 16, probably top 8.
Definitely. And going into that game 2, that was a lot more of a back and forth. It was a great game to be able to see. Either side really could have taken it there. And congrats, GG's to Constellation.
Yeah. Going into the next round at 5-1, we've got a couple other. I want to do my little mid-tournament report here. We've got Shurit, our round 1 feature match winner, at 6-0 right now. I believe they dropped a single game the entire tournament, which is a little ridiculous. Sunsea Jess is still finishing out her undefeated match versus Dymax. Again, I got to concentrate really hard on this again. Garalus Servid is 5-1. And I'm hoping they'll be able to see them on the feature match maybe next round, hopefully in top cut if they make it. That's another person that is very likely locked for top cut. Dymax 5-0. We got Time Wizard, a name that I actually haven't seen before, sitting at 5-1 as well after their last round.
Ooh.
And we have a couple other results that have come in. Some of our 4-2s. Trishula still at 4-1, waiting for their round to finish. But big welcome Laura, sitting at 4-2 currently. Weathercaster was just on feature match, sitting at 4-2. Stella Kristoff also on feature match, sitting at 4-2. And then some other names like Hunter Surge sitting at 4-2. Adumadam, who is top, I believe, a couple events, sitting at 4-2. So there's some very big names still in contention for those last couple bubble spots. I think a handful might just be 3 actually of 4-2s will make it, or X2s will make it. So that they're it's fighting for tournament life here. Going into our final round, we're on some real win and in type stuff, and it'll be very exciting to see how this one pans out for our top cut.
Yep. And so be sure to stick around for that because it looks like it is going to be epic. And on that, we are going to take a quick break and start getting set up for a round 7 match.
Woo! We're almost there. See you after this. And we are back preparing for round 7. It's been a long day, and finally we are nearing the end of our Swiss rounds. I am Caleb, and I am here with my friend. Hold on, I'm gonna get to the right side. Full frontage, welcome back.
Hey, glad to be back. Glad to be back. The matches today have been something else. They've been really good.
They've been absolutely killer. It was very cool. We've seen a lot of very interesting decks. We saw Bug Box. We've seen Hydrake. I have no idea if Pantera was in there, but I'm really hoping there was. Commentators is just too strong. We've seen BlueStacks. What else have we seen? There's so much. It's been such a long. We saw Tyflint hand ripped turbo.
Yep.
We saw Volclips get hand ripped turbo.
Yep.
Voltempest.
Yep. More Frost. We've seen it all.
We've seen more Frost and we've seen less Frost. That's for sure. We are waiting for our final little games here to resolve. We have just a couple left to finish out. I believe the main one that we're waiting on is Doom Raider versus Adrian B. And there's one other lower table match we're waiting to finish out. I do have a little update on all of our standings, because I do not believe these are likely to change too much. We have Sunsea Jess and Shurit currently sitting undefeated 6-0 at the top of our bracket. We got Constellation Gaming, who's just on stream at 5-1, Dimax at 5-1, Justin T at 5-1, Giralu Servid at 5-1, Time Wizard 41 at 5-1, and then we have our 4-2s. We're waiting for that match that I mentioned, Adrian versus Doom Raider, to finish out. One of them will end up as our 8th place 5-1 or somewhere in there. We'll have 8 5 or X1s and XOs at the end of this round, and then it'll be down to see who remains at XO or X1 and who is fighting for those last couple of spots at X2.
Yeah, basically X2 will just be a coin toss. It's gonna be who.
Yeah.
Well, not an actual coin toss, like it obviously opponents win percentage and everything like that. But yeah, it's basically like from the player perspective, it's a coin toss because you're like, I did my best.
Yeah.
I have the record. Now, did my opponent just have a better record or worse record? I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta determine how tournaments run out no matter what. Like, you need tiebreakers, and the best way to do it is you look at, okay, how good were your opponents? What were their win percentages? Because if your opponents didn't win very much, then I mean, it sounds like you had an easy time getting to XO, right?
Yeah. I mean, Shirt and Jess are. We saw Shirt game 1. He played really well. Jess
out of his mind.
Always.
She always plays out of his mind.
Yeah. Always incredible. So, no. I'm not gonna say no surprise, but it's no surprise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see either of these players in XO. I'm not surprised to see a lot of the players that are currently X1 or X2 in there as well.
A lot of consistency.
These are consistent players. These are a lot of people that I know personally or test with in some capacity, and so it's always good to see them up here. I'm a little biased, what can I say? But it is also cool to see a lot of other common names up here that have really been making a name for themselves. Like, I mean, Adrian obviously has made a name for himself, obviously.
Yeah.
But there's players like Sean Y or Sylvie, who you see very frequently in the bubble and in top cuts. A Doomadam, who I believe top cutted events 2 events ago. Hunter Surge, who we've seen on stream prior, as another name that you see a lot. Weathercaster. Big Welcome Laura. There's like a bunch of these names that you're seeing time and time again. It's also very interesting to see new names like Time Wizard 41. I've never heard of before.
Yeah, I don't think
I've ever seen that name.
Yeah,
and here they are, X1.
And you know what? That's awesome to see. I love a good, like, I'm a new face here. I'm here to make a statement. And what better way to do it than the first Moonrise tournament?
Yeah. It's time to show up and show out. Like, that's for sure.
Yep. Yeah. So cool to see some new names up towards the top of the leaderboards. And don't forget that top 16 prize. Like, even if you don't make top cut, top 8, that top 16 prize is still pretty nice.
Yeah, it's just making it to X2, since I think almost all X2s make top 16, if not all. Just making X2, like, you walk away with something. and it certainly feels better than nothing. That's true.
Yeah. Nobody technically walks away with nothing in this tournament, which is
That's
awesome.
true. Entry prizing is crazy. I agree.
I love the entry prizing for it. It's like it makes it worthwhile to like enter into the tournament and everything, and and you get to play a fun game. So win-win.
Very much win-win. Very much. I do miss seeing playing these games. I miss playing in these tournaments. I really enjoy seeing them and commentating. But sometimes I'm like, wow, I really haven't played in one of these in a little while. I think the last one I played in, I like top 8'd with 5s in Frostfall or Daybreak format, and then haven't played in like 8 months.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, the few tournaments that I've played in, I just like round 7 hit X3, and I'm just like, dang, like missed that last game, but I've gotten better. I feel like I've learned a lot as I've been playing the game, which is like that's what card games do. Like when you start playing, you learn a lot as you're going through. I watch tournaments like this. I watch a bunch of different matches, and just kind of learn different interactions. And that's the key thing. And like read up on the rules and try to understand the different things, like the different phases in battle step. Like all that stuff is just something you learn from talking to other people and playing the game and watching these kinds of tournaments.
Yeah, there's a lot to be learned just from watching, honestly, and I feel like I learned something new every single tournament I spectate or commentate. So, it's always possible to keep improving, and watching or playing is how else are you gonna learn?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. So I'm trying to think, what are like expected meta decks that we haven't seen yet? We haven't seen Tornadian. I don't think.
Calling that an expected meta deck. That's certainly
I won with it. That means it's good.
Yeah.
If I can win with it, it's a good card.
No, that's valid. It would be cool to see Winjin, Tornadian. Haven't seen that. Haven't really seen any Solar, and it'd be cool to see more of that. I think there was one matches I didn't see was a Drake Array, but we didn't see a whole lot of their Solar stuff, right? I think they just kind of got beaten to the ground by Volt Tempest.
Yeah, we saw Calfmel and Drake Array once, and then it got shielded. So that is the way of the world sometimes. Yeah. We haven't seen Anti-Titan yet. We kind of saw like a bug variation, but I don't think it was running Anti-Titan.
Yeah, that
And if it did, they just didn't need it.
Yeah, I mean, Anti-Titan, who needs Anti-Titan? Come on. You don't need Anti-Titan. Anti-Titan's cool, but Bug Box is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's fun to see. Like, I think it's interesting that like you could push like 2 and 3 drops into your deck. Like if you want to play that, you could make it work.
Yeah,
but you can also, if you don't want to do that and you want to just play more basic, you can also work with a bunch of 1-drops, and it's still just as effective. Doesn't mean you're going to win 100% of the time, but it's still just as effective. So I like that the current meta is seemingly going to be that you can kind of cater to your play style, and you can kind of play whatever style right now, it seems, and that's what's really cool, especially entering a new set.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting to see the breadth of diversity of decks in this format. Yep. And looks like we're prepping our round 7 for you here. These are going to both be X1s. The winner, I believe, is guaranteed to make top cut. The loser potentially could make top cut, but don't know that for certain.
It's
always a die roll.
Yep, always. Maybe we'll see a foretold. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see who foretells us.
It looks like we are ready to go ahead and hop into our round 7 feature match, though. So let's go ahead and let's hop on into it. And we've got Garulos Servid versus Justin.
And I'm excited to see what these casters bring in. This is going to be. I hope one of them has something we haven't seen today yet.
I have a feeling that we're going to see something that we've seen before. It does look like Garulos did just mulligan with a Frost and I think a Water Spirit?
Yeah, I think that's Stained Glass Leviathan.
The recent Stained Glass Spirit full arts have been very hard for me to discern, but the more that I commentate these, the more I get used to seeing them.
Yeah. Yeah, the like alternate arts. I mean, I guess there's like all alternate, but like the alt arts of like the Constellation and the Stained Glass have been really, really well done.
Yeah, they are sick. They are very sick.
Yeah, like on webcam, sometimes it's a little bit hard, like because you have the sleeve and then sometimes the light, so that way you can see the cards. It kind of hits a certain way and it's hard to tell. But in person, here we go.
It's El Diablo!
Here we go.
Let's go.
Oh,
those are some rough mills.
That's a rough mill. 2 Snowlets and an Harpoon.
An Avalanche might save it though.
Huh?
Both players are gonna mill here.
Let's see.
We get to see what Justin is on.
Ambrosia and Frostix. Oh, Gorgons.
Oh,
look at that! Look at that blue Eddy.
I will point out Justin milled a Stellar Elichick there.
Oh, I did not catch that.
Yeah, that's a little crazy. Those are some pretty rough mills for Garulos here. But you know, not too much invested turn 1. Strange for a BlueStacks player, but maybe it'll pay off for them here.
Well, Justin now knows what he's up against. So, like, as soon as that comes down, he's like, okay, I know what I'm playing against. I know what I need to prepare for. So let's see what he's going to do. And we have a Spectaris coming out. That'll definitely take care of Snowlet, but there's a back row live.
Yeah, that back row could be massive here. And the swing is going to come through, and it will be met with a Shield of Achilles.
Sending it back, keeping the Snowlet alive.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to keep the Snowlet here because they can just re-enchant to Snowlet and then go gambling. Just simply go gambling.
There it is.
And that's what they're going to do.
Let's roll the dice.
It's going to get a Gorgon's Gaze. That's brutal.
You know, I think that's a really good play because Justin, that was Justin's only back row. So even if Garu didn't get any of the mills, you're going to be spending 2 spirits anyway. So you might as well prevent the effect and stop an attack from coming through.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Garu maybe counting the number of Elestrals in Underworld there. Potentially a Morolith for the next turn. It looks like a Rise from the Ashes. Maybe actually they weren't counting. They were going for
one of the other 2
here.
Snowlets.
Yeah, there are 2 Snowlets in there, and one of them's coming back.
Oh, here we go.
Keep milling. Hurricane Cedar Soar is real. Whoa!
Oh.
That's huge. This is about to be a massive turn from Garulo.
Oh, wow. That's going to be 5 spirits of damage.
That's killer, and that's going to be so hard for Justin to deal with. They got Spectaris in hand, but like, what's he going to do with just a Spectaris?
Yeah.
I think Garulos may have just declared with a Snowlet, which can attack. So we'll make sure they need to make sure that only 5 spirits of damage are dealt. It is one of these cannot attack because it was Gorgon's Gazed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm counting. I want to make sure. You'd hate to see an extra spirit expended change an outcome of a game. Yeah, 3. Justin considering his options.
Consulting his hand, being like, what spirits do I need?
It looks like a lot of Thunder's coming out, so it's potential that
I think a Wind and 3 Thunder, and then a
there
Water.
There we go. All right, that's 5, and I mean, this is horrifying. I think if you're Justin, I don't even know how you begin to pick apart this. I guess
one turn, play Volclips, get all your lunar phases in the underworld, and just return the field.
Nabi is going to be a massive way to get into this, actually. That's ridiculous.
No back row live, so Nabi over Snowlet, Doppelgator over one of the Cedasaurs. That clears 2.
Yeah, I wonder, I think you probably have to clear both the Cedasaurs because it's the highest quantity of spirits removed from board. And Garulos, they would have to invest spirits to get Snowlet into something. versus the Cedar Swords are threatening damage and can just ascend into a BlueStacks.
And there we go. Effect going through.
It's doppelganger time.
Let's see the doppel.
It's doppin time, as many people. This is something that people are saying frequently. Everyone's saying it.
All the cool kids say it. So now doppelganger over the other Sword.
Yep, I approve. This is a 100% Caleb approved gameplay here. Garulo's going to be in a tough spot here to try and come back from this. It looks like we're in a hard ascend at BlueStacks. We opened it. We're going for it. Now the question is there anything on the cast? It looks like there isn't, and those Cedar Swords are going back to the bottom of the deck to non-targeting Pop and Elestral, as well as Infrostics going back in. You love to see it.
Now, if Justin has shield, you probably have to play it, right?
Maybe. I think Garulos may just be passing here, which I agree with. I think you don't want to be playing into shield if you're Garulos. You want to just sit, pick apart the back row. Justin doesn't have a way to out likely a 12 attack, especially if that back row is live from Garulos. So you do not mind just picking apart back row, and unless Justin hits exactly Earthquake or Laurels on the next turn, on this exact turn, you're totally fine.
Yeah. Or New Moon. That's also another removal.
It is possible. I'd be curious to see if he is running it. I don't dislike New Moon in Thunder Lunar Aggro, which is what I'm assuming he's on at this point, having seen Elichick.
Nope.
That's an earthquake coming down. That's pretty rough.
Yep, that's where Divine Blessing is like huge. But you still have to disenchant, so it would still go away.
If there was something else on board, Catarant is killer. It's absolutely killer. Gonna start to get Garulos back into this.
Those slow heals and pass turnover. Justin, I want to draw here. That Earthquake was massive to be able to get.
Yeah. It was exactly what Justin needed to be able to maintain this. And a Eddie, maybe? We see a Leviathan come down. That's a Water Spectaris. I'm a fan of that.
Yep, to potentially avoid that tsunami back row.
And that
does BlueStacks normally run a tsunami?
Not that I know of. I'm gonna assume that back row is not live based off of that. The Narpoon though is pretty big.
Yep.
Narpoon into
Frostix probably.
Frostix would be very big.
Yep.
I don't know what you're going. I guess you're getting back Snowlet and just praying you mill well.
Yep.
Garulos only on 4, Justin on, I think that 6 is correct.
Looks 6, yep.
Garulos would go down to 2, 1 for Snowlet, and then you just pray that Aspral gets you there. I don't know if that will be enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, because then there's no Spirit to expend for Aspral's effect.
Yeah. So you just need the 7 attacker to get you there, which it might. I mean, those back row. Oh, no, we're going Catarant.
Okay. To heal 2 back. Get an extra body down. Heal 2. Narpoon probably crashing with the Spectaris.
It would lose out. Oh, no, yeah, you're right. It is water.
Right. Yeah. Shield.
Shield is tough.
At this point, that's not bad because Garulos only has 2 spirits left. So they're in a tough spot already, and Justin knows he has spirit advantage. So he could ascend here and potentially win. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, there's 3.
Spirits. 3 spirits from Garulos. It was there's 1 in spirit.
Oh, the Catarant.
The cast of Catarant. Catarant healed 2. And Tsunami. I mean, that's the kitchen sink from Justin. He can put Garulos to 1 spirit, which probably is enough unless that set from Garulos is also Tsunami, in which case it's put them to 1 or maybe maybe 2.
Oh, did he switch the rabbit to attack and then tsunami? Did he do that backwards? I think Justin did that backwards.
You know, it is what it is. We get the Werepup. But maybe that Grulos reminded Justin to swap the Astro Rabbit to defense position.
Yeah.
And then he still has the opportunity to swap it back. He just didn't resolve it fully.
Oh, I thought it was in
as we
defense
saw
first.
prior.
I thought it was in defense first. He switched it to attack and then tsunami, and I was like, well.
No, the tsunami was on his opponent's turn. Yeah. And that's going to be a scoop there. That was very unfortunate mills from Grulos. And the earthquake from Justin. That was killer. You needed
Game
to see
changer.
that. He saw it. And that it is what it is.
Yeah, and if you're wondering how to beat BlueStacks, there you go.
There you go.
Earthquake.
Just open Earthquake. It's just that easy.
Just draw
easy.
Earthquake.
Open Earthquake and have them not mill well.
Yeah, just draw Earthquake. It's easy.
It really is just that easy. So it'd be very interesting to see how Justin decides to side into BlueStacks, because there's a handful of like pretty straightforward decisions I think that you can make.
Mm-hmm.
Playing things like Boombat, just like more removal in main, is pretty big. I don't know if Spectaris is all that great, since the suppression doesn't really matter, but having more 5 stat lines maybe is just what you're looking for. There's a lot of different options that you can go for to really make sure that you have the best opportunity possible into this deck.
Yeah. Now, this is something that I just thought of. If Justin runs Spoiled Fruit inside, is that worth taking a slot in your deck just to prevent Catarant from kind of letting you build that Spirit Bath back for BlueStacks?
I don't think you care enough, because it is 2 cards in the deck that do that. It's the 1 or 2 of Catarant and then Ambrosia. So I think that would be siding too hard for a very specific interaction where like Grulos goes Catarant and then Spoiled Fruit is activated. But like you may just lose with a Spoiled Fruit on your field and never seeing a Catarant. So I think you prefer to have cards that will be live in more instances.
Yeah. And that's what's cool about having a now Moonrise set, is like that's a very possible play that you have to consider when you're theory crafting your deck, is like, do I run Spoiled Fruit side? Do I prevent my opponent from healing? What situations is this most impactful? And being able to kind of make that decision in the midst of a match is super important and can be game changing if you've dropped game 1.
Yeah, the pressure very much is going to be on Grulos here now. You know, they went first, they milled poorly. Justin saw Earthquake, which is pretty rough. And, it's just like, you're kind of on the back foot, but Grulos could absolutely go bazonkers here, take a game 2, push it to game 3, and BlueStacks is no slouch going second, I'll be very honest.
Yeah, the game in round 2 that Kay and I saw BlueStacks, it was out first turn.
It's not that hard to get there. Sometimes it's just being a little lucky, but it's not that hard to get there.
Yeah, it was just like first turn, like, okay, well, now I'm ready to, like, how do I prepare myself to beat this BlueStacks, because out on the field turn 1.
Well, it looks like our casters have finished their sighting, and they are hopping right into game 2. And I believe it looked like Justin may have been mulliganing. Or no, he's just sorting out his Spirit deck. Grulos starting us off here with the Snowlet. You love to see it. Going to go ahead and mill 3. Is there an Asprowl? There's a Morolith, a Cedar which is big, and a Catarant.
Yep, so Cedar coming out to play on turn 1.
Yeah, the defense position Cedar like that's a big stat line. That's a big defensive stat line.
Yep, that is a 6 body.
And this threatens BlueStacks next turn if Grulos was able to open the BlueStacks in hand. Justin going to have to not only out the Snowlet this turn, but really consider if it's worth investing a lot to try and out the Cedar Soar. But Nobby single-handedly does it with Nobby does it with like the field or the stadium or Zeus.
Yeah, and did we see Zeus from Justin last game? I don't think we did.
We saw Elechick, which I think is
true.
a safe assumption.
Yeah, unless a Kione pops out again.
Well, Spectaris will be the one that gets run out here. And that's just going to kill the Snowlet.
Yep.
And, set 1. And if Justin was paying attention, he did see Garulos mill a Hurricane last game. So he will be playing around that from here, assuming that will be an option for Garulos.
Yeah. And one of the cards that Garulos milled with Snowlet was Morlith, but
Ooh,
there's another Morlith in hand, so it's
that is
not
killer.
gonna...
And another Cedar Soar. And Blistrix. You don't really want to see that, but if there is a Rise from the Ashes in hand,
you do
Garulos
want to
could
see
just
that.
Go insane. Put to attack position here, and Morlith Declare.
Yep.
That back row is real. This is pretty... ooh, you're happy to see that for your Garulos. Tsunami, totally fine. Shield of Achilles, brutal. That would have been very, very bad.
Yeah.
A Gorgon's Gaze even would be very, very bad.
Yeah, so now Specteris can switch back to attack and then swing it over Morlith.
That's pretty big, and this might be a second. There's a Werepup here. Werepup gonna go ahead and get that full moon.
That's a big future play for Justin, being able to set himself up for success there. But I would expect to see Specteris go back to attack mode here and then swing over that Morlith just to remove that removal threat of Specteris.
Yeah, the Morlith having a 6 stat line is absolutely massive for Garulos. And Justin go and set 2 cards here, one of which we can assume is full moon. And gonna go ahead and declare with the Specteris, use the effect to suppress the Morlith.
Use that effect.
Yeah, you gotta use the effect. And Hurricane is going to come down. Justin definitely had the presence of mind about it.
You have to
the full moon.
Yeah, you have to imagine the full moon chain comes out here.
The thing is, if you do that, like you could lose really hard to a Hard Ascent Blistrix. Tsunami Full Moon are just gonna go to the Underworld, and there's the Hard Ascent Blistrix.
Yep.
That's
so
the exact
even though
thing
one
that you
was
lose
milled,
to if you go full moon.
They had one in hand.
So you probably go Blistrix, put back your Cedar Soar, you put back your Morlith, put back a Snowlet maybe.
Or one, I think an Improstix, yeah. I think an Improstix
if you
one.
milled one. Oh, Blistrix.
Oh, Blistrix, yep. That's even better.
You pop the Specteris, and then you go swinging for 4 damage here.
Oof.
And a set 1, too. This is the thing that has been hotly debated, I think, about Blistrix, is there's some decks that want to be pure gas, versions of this deck that want to be pure gas, and just set up insane boards that are hard to break. And there's some that are more like this, where you play it a little bit slower, you pop off regardless, but just not as insane as you could, but you have back row to protect it, and I think that is massive. Like, Divine Blessing could be massive here, because you just pay off of the Cedar Soar, and all of a sudden, Earthquake does nothing to you.
Yep. And that, if Garulos did have Divine Blessing either in main or inside, and you saw the Earthquake, you're definitely siding in Divine Blessing if that's what you had. Because it keeps that Blistrix safe from Earthquakes.
Yeah, and I mean, you need to keep yourself safe from Earthquakes. That is what wins the match.
Especially
and Justin's in a bad spot.
Yeah, especially if your whole strategy relies on this one 3-drop.
You said this right near the start of the cast, but 3-drop strategies are still pretty rough. It is a lot of commitment, and in the case of Blistrix, it works out. This is an Astrabbit. Yeah, if you're Justin, you just gotta dig. But next turn, Garulos could just pop this, swing 5 minimum. It's assuming there's nothing else major they have in hand that could put up significant pressure.
Snowlet.
Avalanche, yeah, I mean,
mill more.
Yeah, hit Asprowl, Rise from the Ashes, bring back a good card. There's lots of options here.
Oh, there's the Earthquake. And no
Yeah.
divine blessing. That's tough. Well, not for
Yeah,
Justin. That's great for Justin.
Oh, yeah, Justin's having a great time. Gorillos is like, are you serious? 2 times?
2 games in a row?
And that's an Ascension. With a water into Asprowl. And we're going to go
Expend
milling.
to mill.
I don't know if it's, honestly, if it's worth milling here. Because you know that your BlueStacks is at the bottom of the deck, right?
They have to be running 3 then.
If they're running 3, maybe go Avalanche here too. Maybe they're digging for a good Rise from the Ashes target. Or a good Frostix target.
Oh, there's the divine blessing.
That
There's
is
the
divine.
blizz.
Oh, they hit.
Oh,
Wow, that's crazy.
Wow. The blizz
That's ridiculous.
and the cedar soar.
That is, I'm blown away.
That was the biggest value avalanche that has ever been played in Elestrals.
It is a misenchanted BlizzTrix of note.
Oh, no more wind. No more Lycris.
Yeah, no more Lycaris is unfortunate. And we're just going to be swinging for 2 damage here. We're at a very low spirit total here.
3 spirits left from Garrulus. And Justin, 9.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard board to break, though.
Let's see. What is Justin going to get? 2 Aloons. Okay.
Well, if you're Justin, you're looking for... I mean, Earthquake is gone. I think Garrulus might be feeling kind of confident here at this position. A Specteris outs the Cedar Soar, and that's about it. A Hurricane to out Divine Blessing.
Justin
Okay.
has to have something. Does he have New Moon in hand?
Maybe Nobby? Okay.
Oh. Sanabi effect will swing over Cedasaur, get the Doppelgator out. I wonder why the Hurricane, though. Maybe to just make sure the Nabi attack gets through.
Yeah, I mean, if that's like a shield or a Gorgons or anything like that, or even a poison-tipped arrow, you do just lose the game on the spot, probably.
Ooh, Ambrosia's huge right there.
And that'll put Justin up to 7 spirits in Spirit deck.
Trying to decide the 3rd spirit.
Double Thunder, maybe Zeus?
Yeah, set aside 2 Zap. Yeah. Elichick or just Zeus in hand. So 2 Thunder and no Lunar.
So the combination of cards that does it is Temple the Moon, I think, Zeus gets you to crash with BlizzStrix. So you Zeus down BlizzStrix, you play Temple of the Moon.
Because right now Blizz is at 7.
Oh yeah, actually you don't even need Temple of the Moon. Yeah,
because then when Doppelgator comes out, it's going to bring it down to 5, and then then Doppelgator will crash.
Justin will be taking 2 points of damage here, though.
Yeah, I'll lose 2 because it's a 2 into a 4.
They have 2 5/7 decrease. It's a 5 and a 5.
Yeah.
And that's a crash.
I think they're trying to figure out the
they're doing the math here.
The stats, yeah. Because
be...
Nabi on cast brings it down 2, so that'd be 10.
Yep.
Then Zeus -3, that's 7. And then and Nabi's effect is until the end phase. So it's still the -2, even though it's off field. And then Doppelgator brings it down 2, which puts it at 5, so it's a crash. Yep.
And that's the 2 taken.
This is tight. This is tight.
Expend to draw is not great.
That's not. Oh.
Ambrosia's really good though.
If that's your expense to draw, it's great.
Yeah. So there's a world where you just like Enfrostix back Catarant, heal 2, swing for 1, and you just play Catarant control here.
Set 1 and pass.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Justin only 1 card in hand as well, actually. So this needs to have been an Elestral to put up pressure.
Have to wonder what Justin is thinking right now.
Yeah, he's thinking Astrobot attack with Misenchant.
Oh man, so just 3 spirits left for Garrulus, and Justin with only 1 left.
The Narpoon, that's killer. Narpoon gets back Enfrostix, and Frostix gets back Catarant. That's game.
Yep.
Oh, we're just going Snowlet. Okay, I guess we're just setting up for follow up. We don't want to overcommit, maybe.
Oh, is there no Enfrostix left in deck?
There might not be. Well, we put one back off of a BlueStacks. There should be one at the bottom.
Oh, true.
Maybe Rulos is. Maybe they're at 2 actually, not 3. Yeah, it looks like they're at 2 actually.
Oh, they're at 2. Yeah. So I wouldn't be able to play Cat. Oh yeah, because it went from 3. They play Narpoon, brings it out to 2. And that's a scoop.
It looks like that's a scoop. Wow, taking it to game 3. Oh my lord.
Wow.
That's insane. What a crazy set that this has been. We got another game.
That's wild. This is.
I'm stressing.
Yeah, yeah. We're not even playing, and I'm like, oh gosh.
Yeah. This has definitely been very. This has been a game of all time in a very good way.
Yeah, and this is the final round. Whoever wins
final
this,
round, final game of Swiss.
Yeah, basically guaranteed top 8, and whoever loses this, right on the bubble. Like,
yeah, tournament live at stake here. Ugh. What could you possibly be citing?
There could potentially, unless there's like cards that like, okay, that I sided this in, didn't really work for me. Let's side it back out.
Yeah, maybe the Divine Blessing, you take it out, just assuming that the Earthquake surely statistically shouldn't be seen a 3rd time here.
Yeah, I'll take out my Divine Blessing. No way he gets Earthquake 3 times.
Yeah, no, he surely can't get Earthquake 3 times.
Yeah, no, absolutely
that's not possible.
Yeah, this is when Justin sides in like 3 new moons and has more removal.
Yeah.
New moon, Waning Crescent, you know, all the heals and removal that you need.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. I'd love to see BlueStacks win because I love BlueStacks, but also I'd love to see another fellow member of the Yu-Gi-Oh Refugee Club make a top cut.
Yep.
And see Justin make it out. That'd be very cool.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the better card game over here. What?
It's true. I remember talking with Justin about Elestrals a long time ago, and it's cool to see him finally playing a tournament. I think he's only played maybe 1 or 2 other tournaments. I feel like I haven't seen him play a whole ton, so it was very cool to see that he was playing today and to see that he was doing very well. But also like, wow, I love BlueStacks. So. Man,
Has
I
Justin
love
played
BlueStacks.
in Premier tournaments before?
I feel like he's played in 1 or 2 before, but he has certainly not had a run like this before. That I'm pretty confident about.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that like these players coming in are like, especially with the new Moonrise meta, being able to come out, show their stuff. And speaking of showing stuff, we're going to game 3.
Yeah, we're going in.
Let's see it. Is it going to be BlueStacks coming out, or is it going to be the Lunar Aggro? I feel like this is just.
Yeah, this is definitely Lunar Aggro here.
Yeah.
That's what I'd call it. We'll see. Likely, Justin gonna be the first. Be going first here. I did just really quickly go and check. I don't think Justin has played any events before.
Interesting.
I went and I checked the season records, and I don't see his name in here.
And we have a mulligan from Garrulus.
That's kind of tough. You don't really want to see that ideally. It's the Water and Frost is an interesting choice there. Normally I'd say like, oh, Frost doesn't care too much, but we're not playing Cryoling. Like that's the wrong deck.
Yep. You need other cards in the underworld, not spirits.
Yeah, not just spirits, unfortunately. And we're doing the classic webcam top. We're cutting the top like 11 to the bottom, drawing our opener of 5 here.
Let's see what Garrulus has. Will they keep?
I feel like you got to have a pretty strong opener here, knowing that this is it's gonna be a tough matchup. It has been pretty tough so far. Down to the wire, 16 minutes left in the round, and Justin starts with the Elechic, the stellar Elechic.
That's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. We're gonna go get that full art Zeus, I assume. There it is. Oh,
we love seeing stellars.
how you love to see it. We play with our stellars in this house.
Yep, absolutely. Double sleeved, of course.
Justin looks like he's single sleeve unless he's got those inners there. So, but set one pass.
Yeah. Hey, great minds think alike.
Snowlet, Mill 3, Snowlet, Morlith, Narpoon.
That's what you want to see if you're Justin, but not if you're Garrulus.
That's Narp very good. But the Avalanche to follow is pretty good as well. Hurricane, Blizzstrix, Gorgons, Gorgons.
Wow.
You know, sometimes Zeus is too powerful, and we're just gonna go for a crash here. Try and force out that back row, I guess. I think Justin doesn't care. I think that Justin is totally fine losing the Elechic if it means Snowlet's going to Underworld.
Oh wow.
That's
those
bad.
mills were tough. Those mills were tough.
Spectaris, punch for 1. You know, that's not too shabby.
That's a nice play.
Rise from the Ashes, I feel like, is the only saving grace. Maybe we Rise from the Ashes, Blizzstrix, shuffle
still
back.
Have one more Blizzstrix, so if you get it properly enchanted, you could just put 2 right back in.
That is true.
If the third one goes, then yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is.
You better hope you don't mill your Rise from the Ashes.
We're going Narpoon here, defense position, and just try and probably get a Snowlet to keep milling in our deck a little bit.
Ooh, and Frostix.
Oh, okay. Frostix brings back Snowlet. We're trying to do it this turn. We don't want to wait, set up for next turn. We're doing it now.
All right. You just want to go in and you want to make sure you're getting this down as quickly as possible, especially Justin only having 1 backer right now. But no, it's going to be a pass.
Okay, interesting. So we're setting up for a future turn where we can combo big, deal a lot of damage ideally. Justin looking probably for a Nobby here to push up a lot of damage. Justin did mill a Nobby off of that Avalanche, which is pretty big. I think Nobby is probably one of the most important cards in this deck, being able to deal a lot of damage out of nowhere. And a Lunar comes out. Is it a Nobby? It's a Werepup to go and search the full moon.
Yeah, and no back row for Garrulus, so that is completely wide open. Now Justin just needs to hope that when he plays this full moon, there's no Hurricane draw. We did see a Hurricane get milled though. So.
That is true. That is true. Depends on how many Hurricanes Garrulus is playing. We're setting the likely full moon.
And now we're going over and poking.
This is certainly a slower Blizzstrix game if I've ever seen one. Garrulus does have a lot of cards in hand, but so does Justin. And that's the Hurricane. You spoke it into existence. I think Kay said this in the last round. The Commentators curse returns again.
But now, if you're do you just play the full moon? Yep.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to rip it here. You play it for just 1, and then you can Werepup up. The shield going away is pretty big too. And then Werepup ascends, probably with water or with frost to play around Cryoblast makes sense. I don't know if we've seen any milled.
That's smart. I mean, yeah, I don't know if Gorillas is. I don't think we've seen any Cryoblast.
And there's the pre-order Stellar Like a Void, insane looking card.
Love it. Stellars are too good.
I think what Gorillas might be going for is maybe there's a BlueStacks in hand, and they're just praying that they mill either Asprowl with Snowlet on board, or they mill Cedar Soar, because probabilistically, I think we've gone through, like 10 cards in deck. You should statistically hit 1 in 3, but unfortunately, you're just hitting Invoke Runes, and that does not feel very good here. There's still a normal cast.
You just hit Ambrosia and 2 Avalanche. That's...
This is the best deck that, you probably never want to take to a tournament, because you can't just have this happen. Maybe Asprowl in hand will solve the issues.
Yep.
One Blizz left in deck.
Well, let's go one more.
Yeah, what's another mill? Catarant. Tsunami. Morolith. That feels so rough. To get this far, swing over Like a Void, surely, is the correct move. No damage dealt. Like a Void had 3 spirits under it.
Yep.
But Justin definitely can get over a Asprowl here with Zeus in hand, not played yet, searched off of Elechick.
Yep.
One back row, though, could be Tsunami, could be Shield of Achilles. Those are pretty big into this. Water Enchanted Eddy, though, means that none of those do it.
Well, you could play Zeus. Yep. And
you
then
definitely still play Zeus, because now you guarantee
then Eddy can swing over if it's Tsunami.
Yeah, this I think this might be the point in the game where Garula says, yeah, you know what? The wheels fell off. It happens. It's hard to have a deck that is dedicated on milling perform well for 7 whole rounds. They made it this far, and that's insane. But this might be the point where it comes to a close for them. As Eddy swings over Asprowl, and Spectarison for 1 likely here, and it doesn't look like there's a response from Garulos. And this will be the funny part, where we've been saying their name a certain way the whole time, and then we find out we've been messing it up the whole time. I found out that I misspelled Kier on a stream once, and I was like, oh, that sucks. Morolith goes pretty big.
Yep. Justin does have a face down. If it's shield, that's got to be game.
Cedar Soar is the last mill. I don't know if you want to play it, though, honestly. I think you just let that limbo trigger pass, and you attempt over the Spectaris, I guess. The Zeus means that maybe it's Eddy if that back row is a Tsunami. But Zeus, I think, means that you probably lose. And
there's shield. That's game.
Are we going to scoop here? We're going to scoop here. Oh, that's tough. Asprowl, Cedar Soar, and Royal in hand is very, very difficult. And just milling so poorly in that game 3. It's hard to think of worse mills than entirely invokes. You got to feel for Garulos, though. Like, that's just how this deck goes. It's tough. When it hits, and you kill so quick. When it doesn't, though, it can feel really, really rough.
Yeah, you get rid of... They sent Gorgon's Gaze, Hurricane, Ambrosia's, Avalanche, anything but what you needed.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but, hey, they made it very far. There's a potential that they could still top 8, depending on breakers, I believe. They are probably guaranteed, though, to top 16, which congrats for that. I mean, that is no small feat. And shout out to a fellow they, them. It's cool to see that on stream.
Yes.
And it definitely does suck. It might be that they end up right on the bubble. I'm looking at how results are panning out. I think this is one of the last games to finish. And ending 5-2, they might be the highest ended 5-2 of the tournament at 9th place. Or sorry, outside of there are three others. There are three other 5/2s. They'll end up being one of the highest 5/2s.
Oh, like in
the highest to not make it is what I'm trying.
The highest to not make it. Yeah.
It looks like they're gonna be 9th. I just said that in the worst way possible. It's been a long day. 7 hours. It is what it is.
Yeah. So I mean, we just got some data in from the back end with top card representations. So this is fun.
Very
the number 1 card. I'm sure it's no surprise. Ambrosia.
What? What do you mean Ambrosia was played in 100% of decks? What do you mean?
Right?
Average 3 per player? No way.
Wild. And it's pretty much the same kind of towards the top. Gorgon's Gaze, no surprise. Laurels hasn't been played, it seems, a ton.
Well, but, it's you only can play one
limited,
of it anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's down there at the bottom. But Specteris, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think compared to previous tournaments, this is the first time we're seeing Specteris on this top card representation.
Yeah, Specteris has I don't believe ever made it onto one of these charts. It's maybe floated around near the end of the last Fives format, but I don't think it was ever this high up on the chart.
Yeah, and has Alter been in there too? I feel like Alter's new. Also.
It has before, I believe.
Okay.
In the Earth Nexus format, before the December 1st ban list or December 2nd ban list, whichever it was.
Yeah.
That was around then. Ultra Stars was average like 2 per deck.
Yeah. So everything else pretty much the same. It's cool to see Eddie still getting some love here in the Moonrise meta. I'm sure yeah. Eddie fan favorite. Love the guy.
I love Eddie. Shout out to Edward. Big fan of Edward personally.
Yeah, but Specteris coming out. That's pretty cool.
It definitely, I think, is a marker of what the format looks like. I think I'd actually be really interested to see what the 11th through 20th cards look like compared to the other formats, because I think that a lot of these cards obviously are going to be the same across most. There's some that'll change, like Poison Tip versus Shield versus Tsunami will be different depending on the format and what's good.
The rankings, yeah.
But what is outside of that is where you're going to see a lot of differing meta calls and just kind of get a better understanding of what the metagame looks like.
Yeah, I'd probably be willing to bet some mills that the 11th through 20th cards, there's probably about 5 different cards there compared to previous metas.
Yeah, the good thing is there are good just staple cards, and so they will continue to be played in every metagame. They are just good cards.
Yeah, which is a good thing. It's good to have like staples that are widely accessible and widely usable, that even across different metas you still have a general idea of like what you're mostly building a deck around. And some of these cards are also, with the new meta potentially coming in, they're in side decks. Like you might only be running 1 PTA, but you have 2-sided or 2 PTAs and 1-sided. So it's really cool to see the different like variety compared to main deck versus side deck with these runes. But obviously, most of them you don't side deck Ambrosia, you just run 3.
Yeah,
that's the only one.
So with that, I would like to look through what our likely top 8 is going to look like. It's not 100% locked. I believe there is 1 or 2 more X2 games left to be decided, which maybe could end up affecting the opponent win percentages and standings.
Yep.
But our pending current top 8 looks like this. We have Shurit, undefeated the entire day, 7-0 at number 1. We have Constellation Gaming, who we saw earlier on the cast, at 6-1. Sunseed Jess sitting at 6-1. Adrian B, who lost round 1 on feature and reverse swept 6-0 from there.
Hey, you called it. You called it.
Yep. Justin T, who was just on our feature match, 6-1. I believe the first event that he has ever played in. I might be wrong about that. Crazy to see.
Huge.
There's Trishla sitting at the top of X2s for 6th place. Big welcome Laura at 5-2 as well. And Dimax closing out top 8 temporarily. We're waiting on results still at 5-2. It is really interesting to see. So the reason that it's very important to say this is pending is Dymax and the person who's just on stream, Garulos, are within 0.6% opponent win rate of each other.
Oh.
So if these remaining 2 or 3 clashes between X2s change that win percentage, one could end up edging out the other. So currently, we don't know what top 8 is going to look like at these bottom end, but it is very likely that all the X1s are locked, and then a couple of X2s are probably I think it's unlikely someone's win percentage is going to jump above 64% to edge out Big Welcome Laura.
That's impressive. The amount of 5-2s and how 0.6, that is insanely close.
It is very, very tight. And it's the difference between potentially BlueStacks making top cut and BlueStacks not making top cut, because I don't believe anyone else in top cut is currently on BlueStacks.
Well, with the way the mills were going in that last game, you might end up ending up on the bubble.
That is unfortunately just how the cookie crumbles with this deck. I keep saying it all day. It is the best deck that you should never play in tournament, because it's not about your skill level. And that's something that Garulos can take home. It's not about your skill level. It's not about how you played. Sometimes you just mill horribly, and there's nothing you can do about it. And sometimes it's on feature match game 3, the last round of Swiss, and you end up bubbling at 9. Like, it just happens, and it sucks horribly. And my heart goes out to you, because God knows I've had that happen to me before as well in tournament, where you just draw really poorly. But in this case, it's you mill poorly.
Yep, that's a risk you run when you're playing a deck like BlueStacks. But while we're waiting for these final results to come in, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back in showcasing our top 8.
And we are back and we're ready to get in to Top Cut. And I am so excited. Hello. I am back.
Yes, and our top cut shaped out to be very interesting. It was a nail biter in terms of results, and this goes to show the true power of the Swiss format, right? So we're going to take a look at the bracket and see what our top cut looks like for the very first Moonrise tournament. And here we go. We could see on the left-hand side of the bracket, we have Shirt versus Gorillas, Adrian versus Justin, and then on the right-hand side, we have Constellation versus Dymax, and Jess versus Trishula.
Yeah, we see a lot of familiar names here and a few completely new ones, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, very exciting to see. I mean, this is going to be some good clashes, right? We've seen a couple of these players already on main stage. We've seen Shirt on main stage. We've seen Gorillas on main stage. We actually saw the entire left-hand side on main stage. We had Shirt versus Adrian in the very first round. And then in round 7, we just had Gorillas versus Justin. So that left-hand side of the bracket we have seen on main stage already, and now they've just kind of switched. And who knows, we might have a rematch of one of these two in the semifinals. That would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be really, really cool to see. And of course, our previous champion of the last 2 tournaments, Adrian, is over there in the West, taking on Justin this first round. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on him, see how that goes. Of course, we have Jess, who is a previous champion as well, and Trishula, who is very frequently gotten to that runner-up spot. And, you know, this may be the day that he takes it.
Yeah, and I mean, PK just said it in chat, Jess versus Trish, the age-old match. I mean, there was just a clash on the Elestrals on the channel here. And they had a clash, and you know, so they just tend to go head to head at certain points, you know, and it's very fun to watch.
Yeah, I always love. I got to commentate a Trish versus Jess game in the Elestriad, and I remember just being on the edge of my seat that entire time. Both of those are insane players, and every single time I feel like I not only learned things that I previously did not know about this game, ways that you can play cards that are just clever and fun and different, and you know, it's never a disappointment, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Caleb and I were actually talking about that earlier, is like watching these kinds of matches, right? Like tournament matches that go on the Elestrals channel for the Elestriad, all those kinds of things. You definitely see different plays that you might not necessarily have thought of or fully the biggest mind-blowing thing that I learned throughout playing in tournaments and seeing things was like using Gorgon's Gaze on specifically battle step, not attack declaration. It's like, oh my goodness, that's something that you just don't really think of until you see these high-level players do it consistently. And it's those kinds of interactions that could be completely game-changing. And we even saw something that you have to pay attention to, like we've seen a couple interactions today where it's like casting Full Moon off of a Werepup. Once Full Moon starts the cast, Werepup is misenchanted, therefore it cannot activate its effect because it's not properly enchanted. So it's like those kinds of small things that you just learn from watching these kinds of events and taking part in them yourself.
Yeah, that one I was taking some personal notes as someone who definitely intends to play a lot of Lunar. That was a learning experience, and I really love that about casting and being behind the mic is we're kind of able to be like, oh well, if I was in that situation, maybe this is what I would do. But of course, when you are these players, you're in it.
Yeah.
It's a very different experience.
Yeah, it's a whole, like, being on both sides, like having play, now being on the it's very, very different. Especially in Elestra. It's fun. It's fun to be on both sides, be able to have that opportunity. And I hope you guys watching at home are enjoying the show as well, because these clashes have been absolutely incredible.
And speaking of, we are ready to get into our first round of Top Cut. So let's see this incredible clash.
And it's PK called it. It's a battle of the ages, the age-old matchup.
We had to show you the Sunseed Jess versus Trishula. I am so excited to see both of these casters and to see what they've brought for this new Moonrise meta.
Ooh, mulligan to kick things off from Jess here. Not a big fan of the hand, but 2 Lunar coming out, so could potentially be seeing a Lunar aggro. We haven't seen Jess, so I'm not sure what she's playing specifically, but this will be very, very interesting to see.
Yes, I don't think either of these casters have been on at all today. So both of these decks are mysteries to us. Of course, those 2 Lunar, maybe that's going to tell us something. Maybe Jess is on some kind of Lunar list.
Yeah.
But maybe that will be revealed. Maybe she's on Volt Clips.
And now Trish, I think mulligan as well. And that looks like a Zaptor and an Aloon.
Okay, so this, again, not telling us too much, but if your opponent mulligans, it always feels okay to mulligan too, or it's like, okay, I wasn't totally happy with my hand, but now that you've done it, I feel like I can take that chance.
Yeah, so we'll see what Trish is going to draw in this. And if you guys didn't know, you can mulligan as many times as you want. You could mulligan yourself down to 2 spirits if you wanted to, if you really didn't like the hands that you were getting. And if you're doing that, you probably need to change your deck up a little bit.
That is probably a sign, yes.
Unless you get really unlucky and draw the same 5 cards 9 times in a row. But
well, at that point, that would be statistically incredible.
An anomaly.
Yes. But I'm thinking that these players are just going to mulligan the one time, and I think that is us getting ready to go here. And just starting us out, casting out the classic Elestrals turn 1 play, Ask Rabbit in defense to draw 3 from the top of your deck. Look at them, put 1 into your hand.
Yep, Ask Rabbit set 2 pass. That is the like bread and butter first turn in Elestrals. So we'll see if the set 2 comes out. Although lately it's been set 1 because Hurricane and Gloombat now exist. So
yes, this is a meta where your back row is not safe. We were for a while feeling quite luxurious with Equilinks being limited, but now we are back to that fear.
That is an Eddy.
We do have an Eddy coming out from Trishula's side, and that is a very effective way to deal with an Ask Rabbit. Unless there is an answer here, Eddy is going to be moving that Ask Rabbit into attack position. There we go.
Ask Rabbit. Now, we've seen an aggressive bunny before, but I don't, unless Jess has a response here, I don't think this bunny will be long, and it is not.
No, and Jess does have that 1 back row set, but it's not always great to prioritize the bunny, especially if you have Eddy in hand and you can come back and deal with this other Eddy, depending on these 2 back row that Trishula has set here.
Now the question, that is a Gorgons.
Mm-hmm. It seems like Trishula does value this Eddy. Now, whether that be because he just wants to maintain board presence or, I'm always dreaming of an Ascension, who can say? But regardless, Gorgon's Gaze is coming out.
Yeah, I feel like Gorgon's Gaze is a very expensive response to keep a 1-drop on the field. So it has to be that Trishula has some play in his hand that he is fully ready to do, or he just wants to out the Eddy and, like you said, keep board presence.
Yeah, and Jess didn't prioritize saving that Ask Rabbit last time, so Trishula is not sure what this back row is. And is that
Nobby.
Nobby? Yeah. We see a Nobby come out, which means that not only is Jess's Eddie affected, oh, well, there might be no effect at all because that Gorgon's Gaze from Jess's side is coming out.
Yep, the beautiful full art Gorgon's Gaze from Daybreak.
Mm-hmm. And in response, Trishula said, I'm getting rid of your Eddie one way or another.
Fine, you won't let me attack it? I'll just Earthquake it.
Exactly. And sets a second back row and goes ahead and hits for 1.
Yep, Nobby was not able to attack because of the Gorgon's Gaze, so seems like we're tied in spirits yet again.
Trishula, of course, with the board presence here, with not only the 2 Elestrals out, but the 2 back row, so it seems spirit-wise that we're pretty equal here, but Jess is a bit on the back foot. Although if you have your own Earthquake to answer that, get rid of the Nobby, then that'll help for sure. Oh. And another Eddie. Oh, I feel like I'm in Daybreak again.
Yeah, we're seeing Nobbies and Eddies and Earthquakes and Gorgon's Gaze. All the stuff we're used to seeing. The staples in the decks have not changed.
Yes, the comforts of home. It's almost refreshingly familiar. And Trishula is going to be answering
the shield.
Yep. Bouncing Jess's Eddie back to hand. But Eddie is one of those cards that if you have it shielded, it's honestly not that bad because you just get a second Eddie effect out of that.
Yeah, and if you happen to draw something the next turn, then you can keep that Eddie in your hand and use it for an opportunity to respond at a later point.
Exactly, which means that, again, Trishula is really prioritizing keeping this Eddie on board. And I don't know if, again, that's just for board presence, if there's a plan here. We do see a second back row set again.
It would be wild if Trish was holding on to this Eddie because he has Rock on a Hard Place. And he just wants to play it.
And I would respect that a lot, but instead we're just going to see a swing and Jess takes 1 spirit in damage. And here comes that Eddie again that was bounced back previously. But but Trishula just keeps setting these back row, and it seems that this is finally the turn that Trishula's Eddie goes down.
Jess was very determined to defeat Trishula's Eddie with her Eddie.
And you know what? This just goes to show that persistence does pay off.
As Trish deciding what he wants to do, and it looks like we're going to be seeing an Ass Rabbit in defense.
That
and no
is
response.
Nope. Especially, I mean, hey, Trishula knows that even though Jess had that Eddie in hand, that's been played. So Ass Rabbit at least seems safe from an Eddie play for now. So Jess will have to have another response for this rabbit, or we're going to have another situation where a bunny simply hangs around.
Yep, and it is very possible that a bunny hangs around for probably more often than you would like to see it if you're on the other side of it. At least it's cute and fun to look at.
Exactly, and we do see a third back row set and passed back over to Jess.
Yeah, if Jess throws a hurricane down, that is going to be devastating for Trishula.
Trishula is not playing scared of hurricane, and that is an excellent point, although we're talking about it. So now the curse of the day, which has been that every time we mention it, it happens.
Yeah, last time I said it, it happened, so.
But instead we see Zeus come out, which will in fact allow Eddie to hit over Ass Rabbit if one of those back row doesn't intend to stop it.
And the Spectaris is going to be coming out here. The Zeus Disenchant. This will allow Spectaris or Eddie to swing over.
Yep, that Ass Rabbit is very much vulnerable right now. And even if there's, like a tsunami, of course, Eddie isn't affected by that. This will either be a turn where Trishula has to let this rabbit go down, or the answer is going to be very expensive.
Yeah, and this is something that I've noticed a lot of players doing, and something you don't really click with as you're going through. And now the tsunami comes out, but if you do have a water enchanted Elestral, you swing with that first with back row live to kind of play around Tsunami. And it's not something that you would intuitively think of if you're just kind of about, oh, I have a better target, I'm just going to go for an attack here. But the attacking with the order is really, really important, as we see Werepup and a Full Moon being added to hand from Trish.
Excellent. Man, I love Werepup. He is just so cute, especially that stellar promo one from the pack.
Blister.
Yeah.
So good. So set card, can only imagine that it's the Full Moon, but we've been duped before on
I
on main
wonder
stage.
what it is. That's true. And as we know from earlier, Trishula do not pay off of the Werepup, but we see a Full Moon come out. Looks like that was already one that was set.
Interesting.
And like a Void coming out.
Yep. And it looks like there's a Thunder Spirit.
And that is a Zaptor, which is interesting. And we do have the Werepups howling to the moon here. The Lycovoids being very vocal about it, and looks like we are possibly talking about what is going on here and what the current plan is. And we're fanning out those energies.
Yeah,
and
are they trying to find out how much damage? Maybe.
It is hard to say right now, but it's good to talk things through. We're figuring this out. We see, I guess that is the damage being taken from Jess. There we go. So I think we were just counting that out.
Yep.
And
three spirits left.
Yeah, this game is quickly coming to an end. However, with that Zeus, Jess still absolutely has the ability to hit over that Lycovoid, although we are going to see an Ambrosia being paid for off of Zeus. So Zeus is going to be going to the Underworld, and a Water and 2 Thunders going back to the Spirit deck.
Yeah, and that's something a lot of players do as well with the Divine, is you take the Spirit off to play something like an Ambrosia to kind of beef your Spirit deck back up, and we're seeing a Galaxy come out from Trishula.
That another old familiar friend whose face we are seeing this go around. And Jess, with only one back row set, even if that's Tsunami, there's not much that's going to prevent her from taking 4 damage right now, unless this is a shield to bounce that Lycovoid back, possibly.
Yeah. Curious to see. I think Jess trying to decide. Maybe she's deciding if she wants to scoop here.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because obviously Jess does have the Spirit advantage by just 1 Spirit right now. But yeah, Trishula's board state is.
Yep, she's gonna take the 4, and
Yeah.
so that'll leave with 2.
We are at 2 and 2, although now the damage from the Galaxy. Yep. And Trishula.
Oh, the Full Moon play in Battle Step to add the Spirit. So Trish was trying to see, do you have a response to the attack?
Mm-hmm.
And if there's no response to the attack, then Trish is like, okay, I'm going to play my Full Moon, enchant more, and take you out completely. So, wow, very intense game 1 there to kick our top cut off.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about just a little bit ago, about the order of things, making sure that you're doing them at the right time. Yep. And like you said, at the right step, because if Trishula had invested all of those spirits before checking to see if Jess was going to respond, then that would have been a wasted investment. But because Trishula held that back and waited, that was a game-winning move.
Yeah, so that, because if a declaration, if there's a shield there, then, you know, you don't play full moon. If there's not a shield there, then and the attack goes through, that's when you say, all right, in battle step, I'm going to do this. So very, very heads up play from Trish as he takes game 1. And the players are going to be siding out here. We'll see if anything changes in game 2. Seemed pretty cookie cutter from both players. Like nothing too outstanding in terms of strategy there. It seems like everything is what we're used to seeing: the eddies, the tsunami, the galaxy, all that good stuff.
Yeah, and good stuff is exactly what I think colloquially we've been referring to it as, these good stuff piles. And that just goes to show how strong these cards are, even going into a new meta. Obviously, Trishula playing with some of the new lunar stuff, like the Leica Void, the Werepup, which was so fun to see. But a lot of our familiar faces. We were seeing a lot of Eddie. We saw Galaxy, of course, and interesting to see what Jess will be doing into game 2, if anything, to change it up. If Trishula is going to be citing anything in, Jess is someone who I really love to see going into a game 2 specifically, because she often plays these decks where she has the ability to completely change the identity of it from round to round, which is really, really cool. Yeah,
and the kind of analytical mind that Jess has. I remember specifically one of the Elestriad matches when she was, I don't remember who she was playing against, but she was going against somebody in the Water Pantheon, and she played a side Curvus. So that way, if she knew her opponent had Eddie and Rock in a hard place, she was like, I'll side in Curvus, and I'll be able to special ascend my Eddie also. And I was like, that's just something that you don't think of unless you're thinking like 3 steps ahead of your opponent, which really goes to show how deep Elestrals actually goes in terms of strategy.
Exactly. So this will be very exciting going into game 2. Again, this is just such a storied rivalry here, the Jess versus Trishula. And I would love to see this go to a game 3, partially because I selfishly want to see these casters play more. And also because I always love to see things go to game 3. I like them to be very back and forth. I love them to feel equal and sort of evenly matched.
Yeah, the high tense situation. That's what you live for in competition, right? You live for those high intensity moments, the nail biting moments that keep you on the edge of your seat, and that's what we want to see here. Just being on the edge of your seat. So get your popcorn, get your drinks, because this top cut is going to be very entertaining. And we'll be heading to Trish and Jess for game 2 very shortly. Seems like they're getting ready to pick things up for game 2. And I'm very curious to see what they've sided in, because like we said, Jess, very, very analytical when it comes to picking apart opponent strategies and being able to side in the right cards at the right time. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I have a feeling with how dominant of a board state Trishula was able to achieve that first game, that Jess is making some major changes, and we are about to get into this game 2. So let's see what changes were made here.
Yeah, let's see it. So we'll see who ends up going first in this second game.
I feel like probably Jess. That would what I assume would be what she would decide. But we need actually one more second here. So while we wait, I am just going to simply talk about how excited I am about these. We have a camera issue, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's the nature of online play, which is why soon we'll be in person at Dallas, which is going to be very exciting. First in-person event for Elestrals. Honestly, it's going to be so cool. There's a lot of people that I've seen in the community who are going to it, which is going to be awesome, right? Like, especially this is the first in-person event. You're going to be seeing people who you've been talking to online for a long time, being able to, go and meet people who you're finally ready to see. But we have the cameras are back, so we're going to be jumping into game 2. But yeah, very excited for Dallas.
Yep, getting ready for game 2 here. Again, I'm thinking Jess is probably going to be starting us off.
I would assume so.
Yep, and we will see. Last time we had a double mulligan. Both of our players mulliganed. And it looks like Jess is going to be continuing that and mulliganing, and so is Trishula. So we are having a bit of a Groundhog Day moment here.
Yep. And I think now Jess put out I think Leviathan. Last time she put out 2.
It was double lunar. Yeah. But Trishula is doing the same thing here as last time with that lunar thunder.
So the shuffle's coming through. I mean, you gotta make sure you shuffle it up. You don't like that first hand, you gotta shuffle it up real nice.
Oh yeah, because you don't want to see those cards again.
Oh. But I have heard if you shuffle too much, it's not good.
Yeah, there's a whole shuffle theory out there, and personally, I'm just lucky if I don't drop the cards. But that's just me.
I'm the same way. I just try to keep all the cards, in the deck.
And it seems like both players are looking at these new hands. Hopefully, they're happy with them, and we can get into this game.
Yeah, let's see. And an expend to draw from Jess here. So no Elestral going to be coming out here. We'll see a set and set 1 pass.
Okay.
Yep.
Very interesting. And here comes Elichik, which if that set card is a Gorgon's Gaze, now is the time. But nope, Elichik is going to be able to go in, search for Zeus, and last game when Trishul was able to get Zeus up, that was sort of when things started to go downhill. So getting Zeus out this soon is huge.
Yeah, Elichik first turn, a wonderful play to have to kind of set your strategy up, right? Like even if you don't play the Zeus immediately or whatever divine you end up searching for, it really just sets you up for success and sets you up for future turns, and gives you the opportunity to build your strategy and put your pieces together to be able to execute. So Trish swings in for damage, and we have Eddie coming back to the field.
Okay, here comes Eddie. There we go. And just taking a look at that back row, setting another and attempting to swing over Elichik, which Trishula is simply going to let go down, which makes sense. Elichik has done its job. It got the divine rune and is free to rest in the underworld for now.
And that is a Astrabbit. We'll see if a response is going to come through. Or is that a Titanostrike?
It's looking like the Stellar Astrabbit. It's a bit hard to tell, but
It is the
based
Astrabbit,
on what Trishul is doing right now, looking at the top 3 of his deck, gonna choose one, put it in his hand. I'm thinking it is Astrabbit.
Yeah. I was like, wait a second, is that Titanostrike? That'd be interesting to see. I don't think we've seen a Titanostrike today, so.
I don't think I've seen a Titanostrike ever, and I really like Titanostrike, so my heart did get a bit of a flutter in it whenever you said that. It was like, I don't think so. But
yeah, I mean, that would have been the time to play it, You have Titanostrike, Thunder, and Thunderstorm, but Cryoblast going to be coming out to out the Eddie, and Rabbit going to swing for 1.
And we've seen a lot of these attack rabbits today as well. And
some aggressive bunnies.
Again, that informs us that maybe one of those set cards is, I don't know, a tsunami. So that Trishula feels pretty safe sitting at that rabbit. And here comes a Spectaris, that gorgeous stained glass art.
Yep. And you had mentioned it, like maybe there's a tsunami. Jess misenchanted the Spectaris with the water.
Jess, as you mentioned, always thinking ahead, able to say, well, if I was leaving a bunny in attack, it would be because I had a tsunami.
Yep. So now, Trish, if it was a tsunami, hope you have something else. If not, Bunny's going to the underworld. And it's going to be a shield. Okay. So that Spectaris is being bounced back to hand, and Bunny lives to see another turn. Yeah. Trish has been in the first game too. He did shield, he did Gorgons. He was keeping his Eddie alive. Now he's keeping the Bunny alive.
And here comes Werepup, and I'm wondering if that set card is a full moon. Because last time Trishula didn't play Werepup until so the search was for full moon. We do see that search go off, and Again, last time the same thing happened, but that set card was still a full moon.
Yep. And it makes you wonder, was the bunny just bait to misenchant Specteris?
But it seems that no, Trishula does set one, which, again, educated guess, maybe that full moon. And I'm thinking that other back row is something that can at least protect the werepup and keep it safe for next turn.
Yeah, logically speaking, he probably has Full Moon and Tsunami set, as we see Viserys coming down to the field.
I feel like it's never a true Jess deck unless she can get in some kind of plant card. So here is
100%.
Here is that Viserys, and going to be attempting to swing. Trishula really thinking about it here. I don't know if maybe the full moon activation just to bring out the Leica Void, or if, like you said, maybe a tsunami, something like that.
The other thing you could potentially do, not ideal, but you could activate Full Moon during battle step, make the attack illegal, and then let Viserys not be able to go over anything, so that way it can't special cast. But
that might be happening.
Yeah. So enchants the bunny. Interesting.
And Jess is going to Gorgon's Gaze.
The werepup.
Oh, to prevent that ascension. Oh. Wow. Okay. And we know that that's probably the only full moon that Trishula has. So that was a very valuable Gorgon's Gaze from Jess. And werepup is gone now to the underworld.
Yep.
Here comes that second Viserys as well.
Yeah, so even if Trish did make that big brain play with the full moon and battle step, I mean, Jess could have still responded with the Gorgon's Gaze, not allowing it to ascend, and then the attack still would have continued. So,
but you know what? By gosh, this rabbit is still
the rabbit's
hanging
still
around
on the field. He's still there. He's not in attack mode anymore, though. So.
No, and unfortunately, that was a lot of investment from Trishula, only for it to be immediately shut down. Going into this next turn, Trishula is going to have to reevaluate, decide where to go from here. Of course, 2 Viserys is quite intimidating. Yes, and we see a Navi come down, a battle of the bugs.
Now, this is interesting because Viserys has 6. Nabi's going to reduce it 2, so it's going to be 4/4. So Nabi still cannot swing over. He could just swing over the defense position Viserys.
Mm-hmm.
And still pop the effect, and then that would bring Viserys down to be able to have Doppelganger swing over. So we'll see what Trishula is going to go through with the strategy, and Jess still does have 2 back row.
Yeah, so depending on how this goes, I have a feeling that Jess probably has an answer here to protect these Viserys, but who is to say? We're looking at our underworld, seeing what we're working with there.
Wonder if he's trying to see like what his potential future plays are. Like, what have I already played? What's no longer in my deck? Like, we've seen 2 werepups come down. We're gonna see an Ambrosia coming off. Interesting. He takes the Thunder off the rabbit to play Ambrosia and leaves the rabbit misenchanted.
Okay.
Oh, it's to keep because it's lunar enchanted, so
Navi.
Nabi's effect will not impact the rabbit.
Yeah, which was a very smart play from Trishula. I did have a dream whenever he was looking in the underworld that we were going to see maybe a waxing crescent, that he was checking to see how many lunar phases were in there. I would love to see some sort of less conventional, less played lunar phases come out, but that's okay. A girl can dream.
Yep. Well, hey, one day we'll see Volclip's top 8, maybe.
Thank you for that. I really needed that, actually.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
We've been doing a lot of thinking this particular round.
Yeah, so Rabbit staying Lunar Enchanted, and the Zeus going to come out.
Well, that will make sure you don't have to crash. That will do it.
That will take the attack position Viserys down. I'm gonna put it to 1 attack. So, and I think that's what they're like. Yeah, so I did this. It has -2 because of Navi. So I think they're just trying to figure out like how much, what the exact stats are. So yep. So now Astrabbit will go to attack because now it can go 2/1. So I think Astrabbit is going to attack that Viserys in attack position. So we'll see what Jess responds with here.
And notably, attacking with the Astrabbit first is smart because that Navi is more valuable to keep around here. And so if there was going to be an answer, then Astrabbit is the one who would get shielded or whatever it may be.
Yeah, or like we see here, the Vis goes, and now maybe Jess will respond. But in that sense, oh, nope, no response. So Navi effect is going to trigger here. And we will see a Doppelganger potentially swing for 2.
And thank you, Lunar Spirit under Astrabbit. Astrabbit is part of the Lunar Gang, is not being negatively affected by this Doppelganger right now.
Yep. So it keeps the attack up. That was really smart. Trish using the board, but also recognizing the board state, knowing that Nabi had potentially impacted. Oh, and the shield sending the Doppelganger back to hand. It's expensive though. That's 3 spirits.
Yeah, but that's a really cool play from Jess to wait until Trishula had gotten the Ascension off and then shielding back the more valuable Doppelganger. Unfortunately, she did sacrifice both of her Viserys, but we do see Spectaris come out again, Water Enchanted, just to make sure that we're not playing around a Tsunami here, and passing back over to Trishula.
Yeah, and it's thinking about those kinds of plays, that is a properly enchanted Spectaris.
And there goes Spectaris.
Yeah, and it's just thinking about those kinds of plays, right? Like, does my opponent have Tsunami? Okay, I'll play my Elestral Water Enchanted to play around it. So that way I know I can win with just outright attack. So that's what I'll do. And a Quackle.
Quackle and a Tackle. Gonna heal us back for 3 Thunder. Excuse me. And unfortunately, unless Jess has... Okay, we have Ambrosia. Maybe Jess has a Zeus or something that's going to allow us to power down that Spectaris and hit over it.
Yeah, just looking at the hand, seeing what she wants to... The Cryoblast is interesting, or the Fleur Mine is interesting. Could potentially be a Cryoblast.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking ahead.
Yeah, your brain was just saying, "Oh gosh, Cryoblast, Cryoblast, Cryoblast."
I see. Yeah, okay, there it is.
That would get rid of it. You were totally right there. And now Quackle is free to, in fact, a tackle.
Quackle going to a tackle, burning the 1 spirit. Trish down to 9. Really good turn there from Jess, being able to heal essentially 4 from net 4 from the Quackle and the Ambrosia, and then getting rid of the Spectaris with the Cryoblast.
Yeah, and in that turn where she lost 2 Viserys, immediately followed by losing a Spectaris, it's like, this is seeming not great, but then this was a huge turn, and Jess has really turned the tables here.
Yeah.
The tides have changed.
And not from a Tsunami.
No, because she's playing around that.
Yep. Trish deciding what he wants to do here. Looks like we're going to see another Spectaris. I think this is the 3rd Spectaris, if I'm not mistaken, that we've seen from Trish.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know at least the 2, but then we've seen Jess had the same one come out twice. So there's been a lot of Spectaris action happening here. But it does take down that poor little baby Quackle, and we go over to Sunseed Jess.
Yeah, Quackle no longer in a tackle.
That's okay. We got to see it for a beautiful, shining moment there.
Jess deciding what she wants to do here.
Yeah, this is
what's in hand?
We're pretty evenly matched at this point. The 7/7 spirit count. Of course, Trishula does have the Spectaris on board, but they both have the 2 set runes total, and the beautiful stained glass art Spectaris from Jess comes out. And are we going to be
In battle step. Yep, there it is. In the battle
There
step,
we
suppress
go.
the Spectaris. That way Jess's Spectaris will stay alive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love watching Jess play Elestrals.
It's so calculated. It's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but even with all of that, that was an expensive turn. Trishula is still ahead in spirits. So it is not too late for a comeback.
You have to wonder if Jess potentially has another Ambrosia in hand and only just played one and knows that this is going to be expensive, but I can afford to do it right now.
I wouldn't be surprised, but we see an Eddie come down from Trishula and going to be moving that Spectaris into defense, and it simply goes down. Jess is going to draw for turn here.
Are we going to see an Eddie in response to the Eddie? No, it's a Quackle.
Another Quackle. Okay, healing us back once more.
The net to gain, tying the spirit count.
Mm-hmm. So no matter, it's like these are one of those back and forth games that we talked about.
The Mount Olympus coming down.
Ooh.
So now Eddie cannot swing over Quackle unless Trish has a Thunder Spirit and enchants the Eddie with the Thunder Spirit so that it could swing over.
Okay, yeah, we're the ones who are like, we're trying to think ahead of them. How are they going to get around this?
Think like a player. Let's see.
Oh, but we do see Ambrosia paid for off of that Eddie, which I'm thinking means we're not going to see a Thunder Enchanted Eddie. He has done his job. He has served his time.
Yep, Eddie has served well. Bringing Trish back up.
Oh, that's why we saw the payoff of the Eddie, so that Trishula could get that spirit off the board to play that Laurels. Oh my gosh.
Wow. And a Werepup comes down. No response from Jess. So it looks like we're going to be seeing, that's probably a full moon.
It looks like full moon, which means that because that other full moon we know is in the underworld, that set is not a full moon. We're not going to see an ascension right now this turn, but that set is probably a full moon.
Probably a full moon.
But as we know from last time, that even if that's activated, Jess is not afraid to Gorgon's Gaze and prevent it from having any ascension effect.
Yeah, ooh, the expend to draw, and that is going to do it. She calls it there. Top 8. Trishula moving on, getting a 2-0 victory over Jess. That was a very, very good clash.
Those were both beautifully played games. I love all of the different interactions that we were able to see, like what we were talking about, that Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the ascension into like a void.
Yep.
This is, even if it was a 2-0 game, it didn't feel that way. It felt very back and forth and even. And I am so excited. Congrats to Trish. Again, we've had multiple times where Trishula has been the runner-up. And I think that he is in it for the championship spot this go round.
Yeah, he is. He's hungry for the first place. He's fully prepped, and honestly, really great plays from both players. We saw very big brain plays coming out, and that's what Elestrals is about, being able to utilize your board state to your advantage. Like a perfect example of that. If someone asks you, how do you utilize board state in Elestrals? Show them that clip. You pay off the Eddie to get an Ambrosia, and then resting to be able to remove because your opponent has 2 more spirits than you. Like, that's a play that most people would not think of doing unless you know the strategies and know the ins and outs of the game. So really, really great plays from both of these players.
Yeah, and I am excited to see how Trishula does moving on. I'm excited to see the results of the other top 8 clashes. I don't know if we have that information yet, but we have all of our other big names duking it out at the moment.
Yeah, matches still seems like a couple matches are still going on, so we'll see what the results are in a bit here. But man, this has been an incredible day of clashes so far, and we still have the semifinals and the finals to get through. We still have 2 more clashes to showcase here on main stage, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I am very, very excited. It seems like the final clash is taking place at this moment, and whenever that ends up, we're going to be looking at our top 4, which is, I cannot wait. I can't wait to see who makes it.
Yeah, and if you missed out on participating in today's event, don't worry. There's another one coming on February 23rd. And I got to say, that tournament, look at the participation. Organized to play gold stamped Farrageist tablet. That right there is like, I have to play in this tournament. Like that just getting that as a participation award is incredible. And then the Reverse Stellar Bandaloon as the champion card. And of course we have the beautiful Capricorn Shattered Stars full arts with Atlantis Capricorn in the constellation art, and then the full art Coastalith. The artwork is just incredible. And this lineup of cards that you're seeing that you have the potential to win is great. So make sure you get your practice in, because this tournament is going to be one you're going to want to show up for.
Yep, and that is right around the corner. So start preparing now is what we are saying.
Yeah, and you can prepare by playing in our casual tournaments as well. There are casual tournaments every Tuesday and Thursday, and they're webcam only tournaments. Great way to get some games in, get some practice in. There is going to be a starter deck only format on the 11th and the 20th. So if you're new to Elestrals, kind of deciding, I want to pick up I only have a starter deck. Well, those are great nights to play in, because everybody else will be playing starter decks as well. It gets really good practice in for you, for your games, able to learn the game a bit more. And the casual turns are a fantastic way to get that practice in, and you receive 10 catcher coins just for participating in all the Swiss rounds, and you can get a free booster pack by participating in as few as 3 events.
Yes, and we would love to see you there. But on that note, we are going to start getting ready for our top 4. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back from that, we will go over who has made it.
Right. And here we are. We're back. What's up? Hi, everyone. I'm back.
Hi again, Caleb.
Hello. Well, it looks like Trish finally was able to win a set versus Jess in Top Cut. It's hasn't happened so far, so this is a first.
You know, he's a little disappointed it wasn't the finals.
Yeah.
But at least it happened.
It did happen, and that means that he has the potential here to go ahead and make another finals finish. The question is, will that finish be winning or not?
You know what? I am rooting for him. Okay, I'm ready for him to be the bride and not the bridesmaid.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's his time. He's due. What other gambling terminology can I use here? No, it's cool to see him making it into top 4 here, and I believe we have our top 4 standings as our last game has finished out.
It seems we need just a couple more seconds to get that all ready for you all, but we will be showing that to you very soon.
I'm just trying to keep you on your toes here, trying to keep the production staff on their toes here as well. Want to everyone get excited. You know, we're nearing the end of the tournament. 4 players left. 83 went in, I believe. 86 went in. 4 currently remain, and within the just next couple hours, we will be crowning our first ever Moonrise champion for the new set, and that's very, very exciting.
And we are ready to see this top 4 bracket. Okay, and Dimax did win their game against Constellation Gaming, and over on the West, we see Garulus. So BlueStacks is in semifinals right now, and Justin T also. That means Adrian B has been eliminated, and we are not looking at a 3-tournament sweep right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy to see. Seeing Garulos take it over Shurit. I saw that result. It was a very quick 2-0, unfortunately. And I immediately messaged her. I was like, "What happened, man?" Like, BlueStacks did BlueStacks things. Like, yeah, no, that sounds about right.
I mean, this was the round for Garulus to have that happen, and now they just have to lock in and have that happen another 2 times, and we have our BlueStacks on top champion. So very exciting to see.
Very, very exciting to see. I mean, top 4 here. These are all incredible players from what we've seen. I mean, Rulos is a brand new name that I have not heard before, but just from that one set that we saw in round 7, they clearly are very competent. And on the other side of the bracket, Dimax versus Trish, like, these are all people that these are people that know each other. These people that test together. Trish and Dimax, they're part of a testing group that I'm in. Like, these are people that know the decks that each other are on. They've played versus each other before. So it'll be very interesting to see how their side of the bracket turns out.
Yeah, there is always friendly fire when it comes to these sorts of things. And I think that you mentioned that Justin T was newer to Elestrals as well.
Yeah, he's someone I remember talking about Elestrals months and months and months ago when we played some historic Yu-Gi-Oh together. And I was like, man, you got to try it out. And eventually he's like, all right, getting some cards, and was getting into the game, but didn't really play a whole ton, and then picked it up and was learning Daybreak for a format for a while, and then kind of vanished, and then popped up out of nowhere again recently, and finally playing an event. Like I said, I think it's his first, but I'm not super confident about it. We'll have to ask him. Maybe we'll ask him in the winner's interview if he makes it there.
That would be amazing to see. I mean, if so, he's already taken down the previous champion.
But it looks like we're actually ready to go and hop into our top 4. And speak of the Devil and El Diablo, we have Justin T versus Garulos. And I mean, this is shaping up to be a very interesting match. This is a rematch, I believe, actually.
Ooh, okay. Bringing it back, seeing how it goes this round, seeing if BlueStacks can do BlueStacks things.
And it looks like Garulos is going to mulligan this opening hand here. Justin is going first. He is the higher seed, so he does get the opportunity to choose. I mean, in this match before, it came down to Garulos really just not having the greatest of mills on in game 3, and so maybe they can hit better here. Maybe they can gamble better, win more, and it looks like these casters are fine with their hands. And Justin's going to start us off.
We are ready to go. And clearly, based on results, Garulos has had more good gambling than not today. So we are in for what is going to be a very interesting clash. And we see Astrabbit coming out on Justin's side. Turn 1, possibly an Astrabbit set 2 and pass. The classic turn 1.
My favorite thing to see. You love to see it. Seen it all throughout the tournament. I'm waiting with bated breath. Will there be 2 sets from Justin? Just 1? Justin should remember here that Hurricane is in Garulos' deck, but set 2 and pass.
Set 2 and pass.
Can't not do it.
Mm-hmm. And the piercing red eyes.
El Diablo has hit the field, and so has a Cedar Soar.
Okay, that is a big hit for sure. And Cedar Soar is going to come out double Frost Enchanted.
I'm curious to see if maybe Garulos has an Avalanche in hand, some other further form of extension to try and push through this board. or if this is maybe a set 2 and pass.
Yeah, definitely wanted to see that Asprowl, but unfortunately it seems that we are going to set 2 and pass.
It's very interesting because I remember trying to think back to that feature, Garulos, the mills that they hit and the cards they set. I don't remember them playing a whole ton of back row, but they definitely did play some. So opening 2 back row here is definitely very interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if they were looking at that opening hand, had already mulliganed once and maybe just had to go along with it. Although I don't know, the back row could be good here depending on how these next few turns go.
You probably don't feel too bad about opening 2 back row. It's more so like, wow, that seems lower probability because they probably aren't playing too many. But the Earthquake ripped immediately from Justin, not wanting like the Cedar Soar to make it into a BlueStacks next turn. Not long for this world.
And you know what, Justin, I have to agree with you there. I wouldn't want to see that either. So fair enough.
Very reasonable play here, and I'm assuming a Nobby or a Spectaris are going to be what's follow. Oh, a Rare Pup will be what follow.
That stellar, beautiful, beautiful puppy, and going to go into the deck, search for what I'm assuming is Full Moon.
I'd be surprised if he was playing any other lunar phases, quite frankly.
There it is. The actual moon on all of those cards has been like the only thing that I've been able to use to determine what they actually are.
You know, I'm gonna be so honest. I hadn't thought about that, but Full Moon is gonna actually get activated here. Already had one in hand, and Like a Void is going to hit the board here likely. Yeah, it's resolving. Wow.
Yep. We saw Like a Void before we saw Asprowl. That's crazy.
Garulos probably has to have a Shield of Achilles here. I think that's what they want this back row to be. They pay 3 to get 3 spirits off the board. It's a reasonable trade. The Like a Void goes to hand. Justin definitely has to Water Enchant here, I think. He's probably considering Water or Frost Enchanting. I feel like you have to go for the Water to play around Tsunami. Or a Lunar!
Instead, okay, just a full Lunar Like a Void.
That's a purist Like a Void there. Don't want to have Tsunami protection, Cryoblast protection. Want to make it a 9, I guess, under the stadium. We're swinging in. And it's connecting for 2 damage.
So no shield or anything there. And Garulos, they are going to pay 3 spirits of damage.
Yeah, that is a tough beat there. Surely they rip Hurricane here, and then they hit every single mill they could ever want, and you know that's how it goes.
As it was foretold.
As it was foretold. I don't know. I'm trying to wish into existence here, but I guess Rise of the Ashes does hit here.
That will also do it.
That does get there. I don't know what Elestrals are in Underworld that this could be targeting.
Yeah, we have
Snowlit.
Yeah. Going for that mill again.
We're milling 3, Narpoon,
Dup.
Avalanche.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's looking a lot like Game 3 of Swiss round 7. But we did special cast this, so we do get to just go into Asprowl here from hand.
And we're going to go milling again and see what we can get here. The Morlith, Gorgons.
Asprowl, Rise from the Ashes.
Asprowl, Rise? Okay.
That's unlucky here. Really need to see this BlueStacks.
And I think that we know from the last game, I believe we know they're running 3. Is that?
I
don't know if you remember.
2. I don't know if we saw a 3rd. I mean, I think
there was a point where it was, where it was maybe at the bottom of the deck, and then it was seen, and so presumably, but I'm not sure.
I would assume they were playing 3. Yeah.
We see shield. Okay. Asprowl is going to be bounced back to hand, which is not where Asprowl likes to be at all.
No, ideally, Aspro wants to be on board or in Underworld after BlueStacks showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what's happening here. And Justin's about to run away with it, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, that many unfortunate mills is hard to come back from.
I really am curious what those two back row from Grulus are, because it's not a Cryoblast. They would have used that. It's not probably not resting. I feel like they would have maybe ripped that. They're not on Earthquake. We can say that with confidence.
Yeah, and I think that if it was a Tsunami, that we would have seen that also. But
Ambrosia, Justin's
Okay.
own in response. That's the classic reenchant Astrabbit, heal 3 with Ambro using that same spirit, letting that Thunder Spirit do double time. No overtime pay, no benefits.
no, and Justin is simply increasing this gap between him and Garrulus as every minute passes.
And that's going to be a swing for 2 damage.
Are we gonna finally see? Oh,
There's the Tsunami. That confuses me, because I believe that card has been set, and there was an instance where they could have Tsunami'd the Lake of Void earlier.
Yeah, I think that turn where Like a Void walked over the Snowlands.
Oh, this is actually killer here.
What?
So we're going Tsunami, chaining Full Moon so that Lake of Void will be unaffected when the Tsunami resolves. And then Shield of Achilles is then chained such that the Lake of Void is going to hand regardless.
Really? Okay. Oh, this is an expensive turn from Garrulus, though.
It will be a Forest Spirit turn here. Well, actually, sorry, much more than that, because Justin can enchant Astrabbit with 3 spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that this is going to cost 3 for the shield. Oh, sorry, Astrabbit goes to defense, so you're fine with that, actually.
Yeah, with the Tsunami. Yeah.
And Justin may just not enchant at all, actually, and just say,
Save the spirits.
Yeah, because it is up to 2, so you can just choose to do 0.
Okay. Very interesting.
It ends up being an expensive turn, putting them to, I think, 4 spirits on Garulus's end. And, that is not what you want to see. That is double BlueStacks Asprowl in hand.
Ooh.
That's pretty rough. That is. I don't think it gets much worse than that. I'll be really, really honest.
No, that explains where BlueStacks has been hiding all this time.
Yeah, BlueStacks has very much been hiding. That is. That feels very rough. Very, very rough for Garrulus.
Yeah. And so we are going to be going into a game 2, and again, you never know with these BlueStacks decks how the luck is going to pan out. You never know if, just like with Garrulus, they ended up having 2 of them in hand, and so they just weren't able to see it in any of the mills.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to mill like that, because a handful of minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, in top 4 or top 8, they were milling like crazy, apparently. To have 2-0'd a undefeated in Swiss player in such a quick pace. But then turn around and that game, the mills were not on their side. And that is the struggle of the BlueStacks deck. It is, once again, regardless of how this goes for Garrulus, they can be happy that they made this far with BlueStacks, first of all. Second of all, they can be confident that if they lose this set somehow, God forbid, it wasn't in their control, because their deck just didn't mill. It's not a gameplay thing. It's not a skill level thing. Sometimes you just don't hit what you need to hit.
Yeah, and clearly they've been playing very well all day. And I do like that, where you're playing lists that it's like, well, it's not even my fault.
Yeah, I mean, if I hit, I would have won every single game.
yeah, I could have won, but
it's not my fault. I mean, if you really think about it.
And as our players are diving into their side decks, I doubt Garrulus will be making too many changes. Instead, simply just be hoping for fewer BlueStacks in hand going into this game too.
Yeah, the BlueStacks in hand problem is something that some people theorize playing like drops of lead for or something like that.
Hmm.
Bad idea. Do not play that card in BlueStacks. I'm just gonna say it. Don't. It will not go well for you. I mean, actually, if you're playing against me on BlueStacks, please, by all means, play drops of lead. I'll happily watch you activate.
Yeah, actually, in fact.
Yeah. Actually, for everyone that's playing, go ahead.
Perfect. And
with that, I think we're done with signing.
I think we're ready to get into game 2 here.
I'm assuming Gorillas is going to want to go first here, set up their board. Hopefully, they are not going to have to mulligan here.
I think that was sort of the start of the bad luck.
Oh,
well.
My bad. Commentators curse.
You've got to stop manifesting these things for people.
It's actually, this is why they did so well in a top 8, is I wasn't there to curse them.
Yeah, I think you might have some merit to that theory there.
I mean, look, I've never seen a game where they've won, and yet here they are anyway. So it's got to be me that's the problem.
Yeah, clearly it's been happening somewhere along the line, and Grulla's going to be drawing this second hand, hopefully happy with this one this time. No BlueStacks in hand, manifesting that.
No BlueStacks, no Cedar Soar is what you want to go for here. Ideally, like Narpoon, Snowlet, Moralith. Narpoon to start. There it is.
Okay, there you go. Using your powers for good, Caleb. I'm proud of you.
If we add Enfrostix here, that means we have Snowlet in hand already, probably. If we're adding Snowlet, then we don't. Maybe we have Enfrostix already. Or maybe we have nothing in hand. But it looks like Snowlet is the add here. Go ahead and set up our milling for future shenanigans.
There he is. Again, those eyes, they really
El Diablo.
peer into your soul.
And set one pass. Justin drawing for a turn. If you're Justin, I wonder if you want to go Werepup here just to put up like a Void Threat. Spectaris just to clear board, but maybe you side out of that, honestly. Astrabbit is always good.
Yeah, we did see that turn 1 Astrabbit set 2 and pass from Justin. So, might run it back. Obviously, it went well for him last game.
Well,
Yes?
Thunder, Ella Chick. Okay.
The Stellar Chick.
The Stella Chick, as they say.
Yeah.
It is a sick Stellar, I'll be honest. There's not a lot of Elestrals cards that have this exact kind of art style, I feel like, that make it pop the way that this card pops. Like, it is kind of ridiculous how good it looks.
It is beautiful. And Zeus was grabbed from hand, is going to be coming out already so that Elichit can hit over Narpoon.
I'm actually curious if Justin really even cares that much about this Elichit. I guess it's just about board presence here to prevent Gorillas from running away with a lot of damage. But
we know that Snowlet's incoming, so...
Snowlet is in hand, but a Narpoon is going to be coming in here. And that's gonna put Gorillas in a position to get this Enfrostix in rotation. So this is... I think Gorillas actually... Gorillas just crashes with Elichik here. Yeah, declares the attack.
And now we know that going into next turn, they have their full engine here, and we just have to hope for luck with these mills.
And there's a lot that Gorillas could hit that could get them going. If they go Snowlet, it hits another Snowlet. We can get a Snowlet back. All of a sudden, we're milling 6. Potentially, there's an Avalanche in hand that's been held because Gorillas isn't too worried about taking a lot of damage early here. Eddie, no effect. It's the blue word.
Yeah, it is a very blue Eddie coming out. And going to be swinging for 1, which Gorillas just takes, and that makes sense to me.
Yeah, no reason to Shield of Achilles this or Gorgons it. It's just a damage. And the Snoutlet could be a lot more than just a damage unless Justin goes for a Gorgon's Gaze here. Hurricane Shield Catarant off the top is not going to be enough likely. We're just going to try and crash with the Eddy, which will happen.
And we do have that Infrostix in hand, so I think we know what the plan is for next turn from Garrulus, at least.
Yeah, we can just go for it again next turn. And it makes sense to crash here because Justin can just out the Snoutlet for free anyway with the Zeus. So may as well take down his Elestral along the way. Definitely. This is very much a game of board state, I think, of not letting Justin establish too wide of a board for Garrulus to deal with.
And so far, they've done a really good job of ensuring that. And we're still, I mean, we're a few turns in, but it still feels like we're at the beginning. We're both waiting for them to get started with what they're both trying to do. And hopefully we see something start to pop off here pretty soon.
And it looks like that was just an expended draw from Justin. So, I mean, Garrulus is feeling pretty good here.
Especially with that Infrostix being imminent. But Justin does set an additional back row and pass over to Garrulus.
Garrulus reveals that Infrostix.
There it is. Probably going for that Snowlet.
Yeah, we want a mill 3 here. That's not going to do it. Infrostix, Narpoon, and an Avalanche. But we have a Morolith.
Okay. And we're going to be milling again.
That was a Aspral and a Blistrix.
Ooh.
Divine Blessing. I think it was a Rise from, and I didn't catch the last. There's another rune in there.
Yeah, I think maybe it was a shield. The glare was a bit
Yeah, it was a shield.
rough.
Right.
And so Astral, yep, that has come out at this point, and we are going to go milling once more. We did see that one Blistrix, but hopefully,
But maybe they just swing here. Honestly, this is two big fellas coming in, and the Tsunami is going to put them to defense position. So Garrulus needs these back row to be live here.
But they have been saving them, so I imagine that they've been saving them up for something just like this, where you have Elestrals that you really want to protect and prioritize.
Justin has a lot of opportunity to clear this board here. A Nobby would go a long way, but these two set runes from Garrulus are surely live. Something like a shield, something like a Tsunami. There's a lot that does it for them here. And if I'm Justin, I'm sweating a little bit because I'm staring down two Elestrals that can start doing a lot of damage very quickly.
I mean, we're in resting range. Obviously, the one of, we could see that. We have Zeus on field still, so that's at least going to allow Justin to more easily deal with these big threats.
And there it is. Justin has seen one of the removal evoke runes in every single game they've played, I believe, across now 5 games across 2 sets.
And they opt to go for the Aspral, which does make sense to me.
That checks out.
I concur for sure. And they are thinking on this cast here.
It's a tough choice. Probably a Spectaris or a Nobby. Nobby. This is kind of a make or break moment for Justin, I think.
Yeah, it all comes down to those back row for Garrulus.
If that back row is a shield, if it's a Tsunami,
Oh,
it's a shield.
It's a shield.
And the door is open. Justin has to have this set be a tsunami. Otherwise, I think Garrulus might run away with it here. Unless they have nothing in hand. They could have nothing in hand.
That's fair. I mean, even then, though, this Morolith is a big body. We've already seen that resting. You're going to simply ascend into Asprowl.
Yep. Now they have Garrulus hasn't seen any Cedar Sores yet, I believe. So they could just start punching for a lot of damage here. That's probably they're doing the math here on the BlueStacks in Underworld, the number of Cedar Sores in deck. There's probably like 5 hits in deck that are all valid, and that is not a single one of them.
No. Unfortunately, but this is still going to be a big damage turn here.
And
Unless...
Shield of Achilles will be the thing that takes the threat off the board.
Okay.
Ooh.
Every time it seems like Garrulus is starting to run away with it, Justin has the answer. This is... I couldn't guess where this is about to go.
Yeah, the Shield of Achilles is the exact card necessary when you hit nothing off of Asprowl.
Justin and we see another Nobby come out.
Oh, well, it was bounced back to hand off of Shield of Achilles, so we knew that one was waiting. And punching for 1, putting Garrulus down to 3 here. I don't know what in the game could get Garrulus back from this position.
Yeah, I'm
unless
not
they're
sure.
playing Ambrosia is a start.
That does help.
That's not nothing.
You are so water pilled at this point with with all of these. Morolith coming back out, hoping to hit again. We haven't seen a Cedar Sore, so
Cedar Sore 1 time. There's the BlueStacks, 2 mills too late. A Snout and a Divine Blessing. There's a full art Gorgon's Gaze at the top, and swinging over. If Justin has shield, this might be curtains.
Yeah, unfortunately, none of these mills on camera have been. Yep, and there is shield.
Oh,
the Cedar Sore in hand. I think this is a scoop. Oh my goodness.
That's brutal. That is absolutely brutal. You gotta feel for Garrulus there. That is, it doesn't get much worse than that. And it's likely that those Cedar Sores and Asprals are just draws for turn. So you're milling all these good cards you want to be drawing, and then you're drawing the cards you want to be milling. And it, sometimes Keone was asleep at the wheel. Let's blame Keone.
I think that she did have a hand in that, and some games it's like we've been talking about all day. BlueStacks is one of those decks that it's like either you're gonna 2-0 your opponent and it's gonna go crazy, or you're going to have everything that you want in your Underworld in your hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Justin did indeed just have the right responses at the right moments pretty consistently, having shield into shield when Garrulus hits no Cedar Sore, hits nothing to start putting up a wider board and put up damage, no BlueStacks. Like, they hit BlueStacks there, and, the back row does nothing. And all of a sudden, board's clear, you're swinging consistently, you're shuffling back your cards that you want back in deck. That's just the way that BlueStacks goes, but God, is it heartbreaking to see.
Oh yeah, but Justin is now in the finals, which is incredibly exciting.
First ever event, finals conversion rate 100%. It's kind of crazy.
This is like Adrian 2.0. I feel like he also came in and immediately was winning everything. And it was like, okay.
And Justin is a very good player. Very good player. I've played a lot of other card games with him. Played a little bit of Elestrals with him. He's a, while Justin's not someone that I see, has made it to worlds of other card games or anything like that, I still see him as a very competent overall card game player that can pick up basically any game, any format, and have a pretty good read and a good handle on how the game functions.
I mean, clearly that's exactly what we've seen today. You have direct evidence for that claim, actually.
Yeah, actually, I have a sample size of one that proves it. So that's a statistic, and I've got a degree for that.
Dr. Caleb.
Not yet. You got to give me a little
Incoming.
bit longer.
Incoming,
Yeah,
Dr. Caleb.
2 years and a couple of months. Surely.
Yeah, and really that's nothing. I'm getting very excited about these finals. I don't know if we have the results from the other top
Not
4
yet.
match yet, but
Not yet.
it is shaping up to be a very, very exciting time.
Yeah, it will be Justin versus Dimax or Trishula. Whoever between the two is able to come out on top.
Mhm.
And oh boy, I am very excited to see who it is. Trishula could attempt to make another finals run back. Dimax, I don't believe, has ever had a finals appearance in a Premier tournament. I believe he's made top 4s, but hasn't made a finals yet. So, I mean, this could be a very big moment for Dimax if he is able to make it to final.
Yeah, either way, this will be really cool to see. These are 2 casters that, as you've mentioned, have been prominent names in Top Cut over time, and they've been putting in the work, they've been putting in the time, and I would love to see how either of them do, to be honest.
I would very much like to see, personally, Dimax make it, mostly because I know what deck he is on, and it would be interesting to see a little bit of a variation instead of a pure mirror in the finals.
Sure.
Because I believe that it will be a mirror if it is Justin versus Trish. If Dimax makes the finals, he's playing at least a little bit of a different Lunar deck as opposed to Lunar Thunder aggro or just pure Lunar aggro.
Yeah, we keep seeing these good stuff piles pop up, and there's a reason for it, clearly.
They're good. It's in the name.
Mhm. Aptly named.
Very aptly named. Very aptly named. Very exciting stuff. I can't believe how quickly that went down for our top 4 here. Lincoln, you miss it, and that is the life of a BlueStacks. Despite being a Frost Celestial, it burns hot and burns out quick.
I would have loved to have seen it happen just one of these rounds. Even if the result was the same, I would have loved for it to have been a game 3 situation at the very least.
You were receiving word that the final clash or other clash of top 4 is currently in game 2, could go to game 3.
Ooh.
As it's a very close one. We got 20 minutes left in the round. So you just have to sit here with us as we meander on about talking about how sick this tournament has been so far and waiting for our clashers to finish out the remainder of semifinal.
It's been a long day. We've seen a lot of Moonrise showcased. We've seen Foxes on stream. That did happen.
Yeah, it technically did happen. By a very strong technicality.
Yeah. But you know what? That is enough for me, and I will take that. Been cool to see multiple BlueStacks players throughout the day as well. Some getting less lucky than others, unfortunately.
Yeah, only one in finals. But or in the top cut rather, semifinals. But it is cool that BlueStacks was able to convert to a top cut, as it's been a deck to beat, at least in the public eye, I believe. But has not had, well, there hasn't been a Moonrise Premier event, but at the Poison Nectar Monthly, which is just not a premiere, but as close as they can get to it, BlueStacks didn't convert at all at that event. But I don't think very many people were playing it there either.
Yeah, it's still a very new deck conceptually, and I'm hoping, mostly because I did pull a full art BlueStacks, that those stocks go up. So this is a selfish desire here.
Of course.
But on that note, we are about to jump into a break while we get ready for finals. And this is, in fact, my last round of the day. So thank you all so much. This has been so fun. Caleb, Full Frontage, thank you all. And thank you so much to the team. Y'all have been killing it today. And I will be sitting along with all of you watching these finals on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, thanks for casting, and we'll go and hop to a break. Bye, Kay.
Bye.
Everyone say bye, Kay. Welcome back, casters. We are here, and it is time. We have our finals determined. We have our final 2 players, our final 2 casters that have clashed it out all day long. It's been what, 9 hours since the start of the day?
Yep.
Ooh, it's been a long day. These casters have been absolutely killing it, and we got ourselves a final on our hands.
Yeah, this is a good one. I mean, Dimax has been playing pretty well, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting one to watch. Justin, newcomer. We'll see.
I mean, not to give it away too early, but we saw Justin win on feature match just a little bit ago, and we were waiting to see who the winner was between Trishula and Dimax. And actually, just shortly after we went to break, I hear, oh, is that the word of who won? It was also a 2-0. Oh goodness, we have Dimax versus Justin in the finals.
Oh baby, it's gonna be a good one.
So it's very interesting because we have not seen Dimax on feature at all yet. Somehow he has completely dodged the feature match, despite being someone that we know as a very competent player, someone that had a feature, I think, at the last event where he cast Ignector.
Hey, with Ardbud kind of seeing play, Ignector might not be too bad.
I don't even think it. I don't think, to be honest, I think Ardbud was in that deck.
Well, not in that deck, but with the bug swarm, like you just possible speed turbo ascension into Antitan.
You do just do a lot of damage. You do just kind of go crazy with the Ardbud, with the Ignector. It's a little interesting, but it is worth noting. Now that these players have ever made it to a finals before, there's a lot of other players that we've seen in finals. There's a lot of other winners that we've seen playing in this event doing well, but Adrian did not make top cut. Jess lost in top 8 to Trishula. I don't know if there are any other previous champions that participated in our event today. There's a handful of people that have made top cuts. Shurit has made a top cut before. Adrian did make top cut. Adrian lost in top 8, I believe. So I getting my stories mixed up. Yeah, Adrian lost to Justin.
To Justin,
oh.
yeah.
Oh, that's crazy because Justin, a complete new player to the scene, and here he is in a finals in his first ever tournament. Like, we're just seeing Adrian, but again for Moonrise.
Yeah, it's good. Moonrise really shaking things up a bit. Like, we have 2 new faces to the final stage coming up here, which is awesome to see. Has Dimax made a Premier finals before?
Not a finals. Dimax has made
he's made top 8,
top 4s and top 8s. I think.
Yeah.
But never final.
Well, today could be the day.
It could be the day. He's made finals. Can he take it home and end up the Elestrals champion for today's Premier event? We got a little bracket to show you, and it's going to show you exactly how our top cut went to get here. Grulis taking it down over Shurit, ultimately losing to Justin, who took down Adrian in top 8. It's very interesting to note that every single set in top 8, except for Dimax's versus Constellation, was a 2-0. Even Trishula versus Sunsea Jess and Dimax versus Trishula, all 2-0s. These were all, even if they were close, these were 2-0s with the ultimate winners here into finals being Justin and Dimax.
Yeah, and typically when you see 2-0s, you're like, wow, they stopped them. It's not necessarily the case that we've seen today. We've seen 2-0s that have been insanely close, like within 1 to 3 spirits close.
Yeah, absolute nail biters between a lot of these players. Even the Gorillas versus JT set that we just had on feature, there was a lot of bad mills from Grulos, but they still kept it very competitive to the very end. And it seemed like it could come out either way up until the last couple of cards hit the table, and it became clear who was going to be winning each game of the clash. But it's really cool to see. We've made it to top cut. We made it to finals. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Yep, and we can say for the first Moonrise tournament, BlueStacks made top 4.
Hey, BlueStacks made top 4. That's pretty big. That's all I'm saying. Uh, we've got our finalists going ahead and setting up for their match. We're just waiting for them to be ready and for our production to be ready to go and hop on in. But I'm very excited, Justin, bringing this Thunder Lunar aggro strategy. And we don't know what Dimax is on. Well, I know what Dimax is on, but we haven't seen him on stream yet. We don't really know what he's on.
That's
I've
true.
not actually seen the cards at the table yet.
Yeah, and knowing Dimax, he plays with some fun things, right? Like he likes to experiment, he likes to dabble around. So I'm very excited. Maybe he just went completely cookie cutter, but we'll find out. We're getting ready to go into the first game of the grand finals. Let's see what Dimax is gonna bring here, and this is gonna be a fantastic clash to watch.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this. I'm assuming that Justin is going to go first. As with all Elestrals top cuts, there is no necessitation of a die roll, because whoever has the highest seed is allowed to choose if they want to go first or second. It looks like Dimax might be shipping back this hand with a Thunder and a Lunar. Is Dimax on Thunder Lunar aggro?
Potential mirror match with like a few different cards here and there.
Yeah, not to spoil it too much, but I believe that is exactly what's about to happen. We're about to have what is close to a mirror match, but not exactly a mirror match. And it'll be very interesting to see how different Dimax's list is to Justin's, if there are any critical differences that lead maybe Dimax to take an edge over Justin, or maybe Justin sticking with a more standard strategy will end up edging him out the win at the end. Who knows? We'll have to just wait and find out, as it looks like Justin has picked up his Spirit Tech to go ahead and play his first card of this finals.
And it's a bunny.
I couldn't have asked for anything else but Justin starting with an Astrabbit in defense position. Will he set 2 and pass, though? That's the critical question from me.
Yeah. I feel like with Moonrise, it's switched from set 2 pass to set 1 pass.
You know, you say that, but I have been seeing a handful of set 2 passes from Justin regardless, because why would you ever respect a Hurricane, right?
Yeah. Did somebody, I can't remember who it was, but we saw Hurricane go against someone twice already, so.
That is true. That is true. And I know for a fact that Dimax has very explicitly said to me that he would never respect a Hurricane because they're not real.
That's a Zeus.
Yeah, that's a very... So this is a very interesting play that absolutely is going to read to Dimax that set is an Altar of Stars, because why else would you run out the Zeus to start here?
Yeah, that was my first thought immediately, and Dimax will respond with a rabbit of his own. I imagine no response here, because our best guess is that face down is an altar, because like you said, that would be my first guess. Why would my opponent do this first turn?
Yeah, the only time that I've ever seen someone play a Zeus first turn is either they are a very inexperienced player or they have an Altar of Stars set. Those are the only 2 options.
Yeah. There's no other option. Just those 2.
Yeah, those are the only 2 options. I legitimately could not think of a different one. But set 1 from Dimax and pass back to Justin.
Yep, rabbit set 1 pass. So Justin coming up here, deciding what he wants to do.
Yeah, he's got to consider his options very carefully. But the reality is he can always just fall on Reenchant Rabbit. I mean, you never feel bad about that.
Yep. If you don't want to show anything, you just reenchant the rabbit. You could go Nobby, disenchant Zeus, try to put some pressure if he's got it in hand.
Yeah, you know, surely there is an Elestral in hand from Justin that puts up pressure, deals with that back row. I imagine that's the game plan, and that looks like a Water Spirit can hit the board. Eddie, is it time? It's Specteris with a water under it.
And it's a misenchanted Specteris. So you have to think Zeus disenchant, the swing over.
Yeah, this all does check out. The back row being altered does mean that Astrabbit going to attack position doesn't feel too bad. Specteris can hit over, and the rabbit can punch in for 1 damage. And that back row from Dimax, probably not Tsunami. Well, actually, Tsunami doesn't matter. It's a Hurricane. It's a bluff set Hurricane.
That's why you only set one.
You know,
but Zeus is going away too. So
yeah, and you definitely chain. Well, no, Zeus stays on board. The Altar of
Oh, it's
Stars
face
is going to
down.
be responded to
Yeah.
to change Astro Rabbit to defense position and also trigger the Astro Rabbit effect here, getting just up to 2 Rabbit activations this turn, or this game.
that turned out to be a very expensive nothing for Dimax.
Yeah, but also if you're Dimax,
It did force Alter out.
it forces Altar, and also Nabi can connect here, guaranteed. So Nabi can hit over the Spectaris, and then now you have a Doppelganger that is pressuring a lot. And if
Mhm.
you've got a Zeus, you're getting over the Rabbit too.
Yep. So we'll see.
And there's the Nabi.
Yep.
And we're just going to go ahead and swing over the Spectaris and use the Nabi effect to go to Doppelganger.
Yep. Very smart play, because that usually you're probably thinking, why did Spectaris go down? Well, it was misenchanted. So Nabi -2 swings over.
Yeah, the count, you're playing around Tsunami with Spectaris does lead to then losing to the Nabi effect here, which has ended up being a very prevalent thing. A lot of people have been talking about Nabi, at least before the recent Moonrise, we're talking about Nabi not being great because of the quantity of lunar enchanted Elestrals that were likely to be seen. But you still want to be playing around your Tsunamis. There still are Elestrals that need effects that aren't lunar cards. So you do want to misenchant frequently. I got to point out, Dimax is a healthy 5 in hand right here. And he's got a commanding board presence.
Yeah, that Doppelganger looking mighty strong right now. Justin's going to need to pull something out. He does still have the Zeus, so the disenchant plays there if it is needed. And a Galaxy is going to be coming down here. So that 5 attacker Galaxy is now going to be threatening.
Yeah, and the Galaxy can minus this Doppelganger, or the Zeus can minus the Doppelganger, and then Galaxy can hit over.
Mhm.
And Shield of Achilles be used from Dimax.
Pops the Galaxy back to hand, leaves Doppelganger on the field to fight another day. See what Dimax is going to come out with here.
That's another Nabi. But neither of these out an Astro Rabbit unless a Zeus hits the board, and now this is a lot of damage that's being threatened.
Are we gonna see double Doppelganger on the board?
It's likely that is not a Tsunami from Justin. The Water Misenchant from Dimax playing into the Galaxy that's known in hand is very interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was a I'm gonna play around Tsunami, but forgot about Galaxy type play.
Potentially, but I think that Dimax also knows he doesn't need to play around
That's true.
Tsunami here because he's still punching in for a pretty meaningful amount of damage. And he's setting up 2 very large Elestrals if he does get Tsunami'd. And the
Yep.
Tsunami would have landed on the Nabi if it was going to get used.
Yeah. All right. Dimax running low on spirits though. Looks like he's got 4 left.
Yeah, not a whole lot versus Justin should be at something like 10, I believe. But Dimax is pressuring a lot of damage every single turn and has no back row. So Justin very much, something like Laurels to get rid of the Doppelganger correctly enchanted, and then Galaxy gets there. Also, Werepup does get there because Zeus can't be used to out the Leica Void that's inevitable.
Yep.
So this does just threaten that next turn, guaranteed Justin can out at least one of these Doppelgangers, and likely the second because of the Galaxy in hand. Or this turn, because we have a full moon set already.
Wow. What a play.
And it looks like we're going to go ahead and just double enchant to it, so we're swinging for 2 damage over either of these Doppelgangers.
Let's see. So the enchant, because he still needs to pay for the ascension, right? Or was that the Did he only enchant one from the full moon?
I believe he has not played for the Ascension yet.
So we went for the enchant 2 on the full moon.
Just push out a whole lot of damage here.
Yeah.
Another lunar under it makes sense. Surely we set at least a back row or 2 here, because otherwise Zeus does just clear this Leica Void pretty hard.
Yeah, you have to be able to protect this Leica Void, because even if you take one Doppelganger down, the other one still lives.
Yeah, and it does threaten, and the Ambrosia off of the Leica Void, you know, that's gonna start doing some recovery here, figuring out which spirits we want to add back to our spirit deck.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty helpful to have. Those extra spirits going into the final turns of this game.
Yeah, we are really coming down to the wire for both of these casters. Justin really taking his time here, making sure that he's picking the right spirits, adding back a Thunder there. Thunder, Lunar, potentially, I'd assume maybe a Water because of the Galaxy in hand.
Yeah, maybe Water.
Looks like
No,
double
Thunder. Going back up to 7. There's the 1 set. There's the 2 set. There you go.
That's what he needs. He needs that so bad.
We know one of them is likely the full moon.
Yeah, that is true. Leica Void just swings over the correctly enchanted Doppelganger likely. I guess we're heading over the water enchanted one. Maybe likely because that back row is a tsunami then. That would explain it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Dimek's down to 3 spirits here. Just gonna disenchant to minus the Leica Void. Play an Eddy as well.
Ooh.
That's brutal.
Yep. So even if Tsunami exists, Leica Void going to defense here.
But also, I think that if Justin has 2 water spirits in Spirit deck, he's probably fine because he can Galaxy hit over. If he Tsunamis, you can go Galaxy hit over the Doppelganger, then hit over the Eddy as well.
Yep. The
And
Leica
this is
Void
probably
just
where the
crumbles.
Tsunami comes down. Yep. Save a life and then let this Galaxy do its work next turn. I think that's only 2 cards in hand. But a lot more spirits in Spirit deck than Dimax has. This is a very, very tense point of this game. It very much could go either way at the moment.
Does Dimax have... I think Dimax has 2 spirits left.
It does look like only 2.
We know that potentially Justin's face down is full moon, which
Yeah.
could enchant 2, and he could dish out a little bit of damage there.
You know, I think that there is an argument to just going for a close to game shot here. However, if he does that, he loses to Gorgon's Gaze really bad.
Yeah, you have to go for the kill shot. It's a PTA.
So this is where I think actually you do have to go for the full moon play over Eddy because it puts Dimax at 0. So you declare into the Eddy, and you put Dimax to 0 in the process. I think Justin's organizing his spirits potentially for this exact type of play. Then declare the attack. Gonna go for full moon. Put 2 under it. And now Dimax cannot pay out the poison tipped arrow.
Yep.
And
so now Galaxy stays a threat at a 5. Wow.
Yeah. It's an Ambrosia. He's so quick with it. He knows what he's going for here. He has an opportunity to take this back here. 2 looters and a water.
Does he have a Spectaris in hand?
It's got to be a Spectaris in hand. There it is. The Ambrosia off the top swing. It takes out the Galaxy.
Oh, wow. This is so back and forth.
I think that's 3 Spirits in Spirit deck for Justin, 2 cards in hand.
Yep. Dimax 2 spirits, Justin with 3 spirits. Ooh,
This is
intense.
a horrible position for Justin.
Yeah, you have 2 cards in hand. If you expend to draw, and Dimax has a second Elestral, or he just re-enchants Specteris,
That's
I don't
lights
think
out.
I don't think you can expend to draw here unless you draw a counter room, but I don't think it matters.
No, you would never expend a draw here unless
Yeah, you
both the
can't.
cards in your hand are nothing.
Yeah.
This has got to be like some sort of Elestral that can, like an Astrabbit is
Like I
a
was
massive saving
Astrabbit.
grace here. Justin's really got to think hard about this. This is
there
this
any
is not
other
an easy
5
decision.
a Voldusk? A Voldusk will survive also.
It's an expended draw.
Oh, wow.
Set face down and a pass. Second Specteris with a water under it means that if this is Tsunami, that's a
Yep.
scoop from Justin. Yeah, that's gonna... The Ambro off the top from Dimax is ridiculous. What an insane rip.
That was game changing 100%. That one Dimax that first game.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
This literally changes everything. That's crazy.
That was probably, yeah, I'm just gonna say that was probably one of the best games I've watched. Like that was very good back and forth.
That was ridiculous. There's some very high level play, some very good in the moment decision making. Like that, I mean, the full moon play won the game, if not for exactly Ambrosia sack your Elestral to then have Specteris in hand to out the Galaxy. Like ridiculous series of events.
You
Both played
almost
so
have to
well.
wonder because like I was thinking, why did Dimax PTA the Galaxy outside of the threat of removal? Like there's no other reason, because I feel like Dimax wanted to threaten the removal to force the full moon out from Justin, and knowing, well, he didn't know, but he had Specteris in hand, so if he top deck Ambrosia, which he did, then that won him the game. So
Yeah,
I wonder if he was just like, well, I hope I top deck Ambrosia here.
Yeah, if Dimax is the one to win this, it's certainly something I'll have to ask him in the post-game interview. But not to get too ahead of myself here, we still have at least
That's
one
true.
more game of Elestrals to be played here. But I mean,
We should ask him either way.
yeah, I'm asking him either way. It's just, will it be on stream or not?
Yeah. Yeah, so it was either the Specteris that he top decked or the Ambrosia that he top decked. I think it was the Ambrosia that he top decked. That's just based on his reaction to like playing the card. It was very quick. It was like immediate decision.
Yeah, you could see in his hands as he grabbed the Ambrosia, like, oh my god, this does exactly what I needed to do, and I think I can win from this position. Like, that's ridiculous.
Fantastic plays right there. I hope I'm sure game 2 will be just as good as that first game. And maybe this will go to game 3. It's
Maybe.
really close. It's honestly anybody's game at this point, and game 3s are just exciting to watch. So we'll see.
That's true. That very much is, I mentioned this earlier on cast, but Dimax is the one who told me, you just got to draw like you're the main character and you'll just see exactly what you need to. And if that wasn't a main character draw moment, I don't know what is. Like, that is it. If there's ever a Elestrals show or, extension of the narrative universe, they should remake that exact moment of Specteris hit over the Galaxy. Like, that's crazy.
That is wild, but it looks like the players are ready. We're going to be jumping into game 2, the potential last game of the grand finals, where we could be going to game 3. Let's see what Justin has in store. It looks like he will be going first, unless he's going to mulligan here. We'll see.
Yeah, it might just be he's organizing. No, he is.
Nope,
He is.
nope, he's going to mulligan. We've seen a few mulligans today.
Yeah, there certainly was a handful. Certainly have been a handful.
I feel like this is just personal. really mulligan a ton unless my hand is like absolutely terrible. Like if I'm like, this could work, then I'll keep it, but then I regret it because I don't draw into the right combo. But it's one of those things where it's like, well, time to roll the dice, and I'm not playing BlueStacks.
Yeah, I think a very important skill in the game of Elestrals is getting more comfortable mulliganing.
Yeah.
Because it feels bad to do a lot of the time, but then, you know, it makes your hand better, so you should do it. But Justin mulligan into a much better hand. Elechick Zeus, like, saw one of. What do you want? And what more could you ask for?
Yep, that's a good opening hand. So.
How many back row though?
You set one pass. I'm telling you, Moonrise meta set one pass. No, mirror. We have the Elechick.
That's kind of crazy, but hey, you know, Dimax wins this because that Elechick can't attack.
Yep.
That,
could potentially see the Zeus play. I mean, does he just go Zeus immediately and disenchant? I guess it depends on. Yep, there it is.
You probably do. You want the board presence really bad here, and you don't mind just going in this turn, setting two, especially because now Justin knows that Dimax is playing Hurricane main, and will be bluff setting Hurricane to then rip it if Justin gets too comfortable.
Yep.
So Dimax can set all the back row in the world, and Justin has to respect it because Dimax could just pull the kill button out of nowhere.
Yeah, and last game, Dimax used the Hurricane to kind of just force the Altar of Stars out, and not let Justin use it for when he necessarily wanted to. So I feel like Dimax knows the right time and play to activate the card. So
he is a very good player, and it looks like Justin going to be playing out a Lunar Lustral. I'm imagining Specteris here. Werepup. Werepup, go get Full Moon is pretty strong. Zeus in combination does out this Elechick and allow Justin to now control the board state.
And the hope would be, I mean, we think the only counter I see Dimax playing here is probably Tsunami if he goes in for a Zeus play.
Yeah.
And there's the Zeus.
The Zeus is definitely the right choice from Justin here.
Now the question is, does he have a Tsunami face down to keep the Elechick alive?
I don't know if you care too much.
Or I was gonna say, Elechick did its job and got Zeus.
Yeah,
that was a lunar phase.
Yeah, so that is the lunar phase.
Target.
Unless
target.
you change Oh!
Yep.
Full moon!
He had the full moon set from the previous turn.
He just always has it set. It's crazy. He can't keep getting away with it.
Oh, man. I think Justin's deciding if he wants to enchant 2 or just the 1.
I think he's going to
enchant just the 1. Oh!
And it looks like the Gorgon's Gates to prevent the Ascension. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yep. Man. So it was almost a tsunami. It was the lunar tsunami.
It is Lunar Tsunami, yeah. And Specteris from Dimax. Set 2! Only one card left in hand, and the Elechick attacking in. Justin needs this to be a set Tsunami here.
Or did he set the other full moon?
It is. Oh, that's right. It is the other full moon, and we can cast this one off Werepup and not have it become misenchanted. And Dimax does not have another Gorgon's Gaze here.
Not live, at least, because he just set them. But yeah, so the Leica Void going to be coming out to play here. I would guess a water enchant here to play around Tsunami potentially, because it's already
a good choice.
Because it's already got the double lunar, so it's still unaffected by counter. Well, just the turn it's cast. Not that it really matters right now.
Yeah, those counters can't be cast anyway, but that is 2 full moons out of Justin's side. I don't know if he'd be playing a third, honestly. So like those shenanigans of dealing a lot of damage, Dimax doesn't have to worry about. But Dimax will just pass here.
Getting the spirit count from both players.
It looks like they are evenly matched.
Yeah.
12 on in spirit deck, 4 on board.
Actually dead even.
Literally dead even. That's a
And
Spectaris.
That is a Spectaris.
This does clear full board here. If
Yep.
Justin so desires. But he is playing into 2 set runes.
Do you risk the Leica Void attack right now, potentially running into a shield?
I don't think you mind because your opponent's spending 3 spirits.
That's true. They have to spend.
And you
3.
you can pay the Ambro off the Leica Void as well. So
Yep.
you're not going negative in spirit advantage.
Yeah. So that's a really good play for Justin right now, is to be able to do that, get the 3 spirits back to put him back forward, and then he can Leica Void in. Still water enchanted so he can play around Tsunami, but if it's shield, like you said, then it forces Dimax to pay 3 out. Really, really smart plays there.
And this is probably just like a double Lunar Thunder. Yep. So just like that, Justin is up on spirit advantage here.
Yep, so now we'll probably see Leica Void on a set 1, and then we'll see Leica Void over Spectaris.
I believe Justin's here at I should be 14, I think. He was at 12, played Spectaris. Ambro off of Leica Void adds 3, and Tsunami will prevent the Spectaris attack into the Elechick.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess the Leica Void hits over the Spectaris.
Yep, and there's the
Dimax expends to
payout.
draw.
The Zeus.
Zeus is
Going-
gonna go down the Leica Void.
He's gonna take it.
Ooh, that's a little ridiculous here.
Wow.
That's the main beater from Justin, I think. Unless he's got Nabi in hand. That's probably an Eddie or a Galaxy here. It's a Galaxy.
Yep. Getting that 5.
And this is pretty much 2 guaranteed ways to out the Elechick. We're going to poison-tipped arrow the Galaxy to prevent it from sticking around for too long. We did see Eddie out of Dimax, so it makes sense that he does not want this Galaxy to stick around for long.
Mm-hmm. Still has that 5 attack.
A common question is, what happens when you PTA a Galaxy? The answer is it is a 5-0.
Yep.
Or another way of asking, you could say, Whale Arrow and Terrobang? I believe Trish was on stream earlier, and that is his username on Discord. You can see it briefly pop up. But the attack's going to come in, and Gorgon's Gaze is ridiculous on the Galaxy. So it's going to die in the battle step. And then Spectaris is going to attack over the Elechick here. And we just go for Astrabbit. If you're Dimax, I think, actually isn't feeling too bad. Astrabbit runs out. The Zeus will allow Astrabbit to crash with the Spectaris. The attack position rabbit is a little curious to me. There must be something else in hand here that would lead Dimax to make this play. We're setting 2, and we're crashing. Maybe he was hoping that Justin would forget to use Spectaris. But the reality is you need to declare your Spectaris, particularly for effects that matter. But if if one of the players assumes a crash is happening, that is clear intent to use the effect. So be careful, everyone out there, if you're trying to call out Miss Spectera's activations, because a judge would likely rule against you if intent is clear. So just keep that in mind. Whether you are the one failing to use Spectera's effect or not, always call a judge. Ask them to help you figure it out. They're wonderful people that are there to help you. Looks like Justin's just going to go ahead and expend to draw here. And Justin going to set a card and pass here. And Dimax with another rabbit in attack position. Looking at the top 3 cards, picking his favorite. This is, this is everything for Dimax right now. Justin only with 1 or 2 cards in hand, it looks like. And another set. And Dimax might be running away with it from this position. There goes another Earth Spirit from Justin. That Earthquake out of the question now. Was the card he drew what he needed? It's a water Elestral. It's an Eddy, no effect. We don't want that effect. Are we poison tipping it is the question. Dimax looked like he was about to flip up a card. Maybe a poison tipped arrow, maybe not. No reason to here because the Zeus means that PTA only is outing the Eddy here. Two sets an Eddy, and we will Zeus down the Astrabbit just in case it ends up going to defense position via a defensive Tsunami. And a Cryoblast means that it's going down no matter what. That's a guaranteed connection. And it looks like Full Frontage has rejoined us after a brief dropout here.
Yeah, I came just in time to see an Astrabbit get Cryoblast and taken down by Eddy.
It was Zeus, so actually it exploded via the Cryoblast.
Oh, so -3 and then,
yeah,
okay.
Even better.
Even better.
And Galaxy! Oh, God. And
You
there's
have
Ambrosia.
to wonder, did Dimax side that?
I think Dimax is maining it. I'm going to be honest.
Probably.
I think Dimax is maining it. Especially as we see 2 water spirits going back to main deck. I believe this is Dimax's variation on the Lunar Aggro list, is not playing some of the cards that might be seen as bricks like Full Moon, and instead just playing good cards that always do something like Galaxy, like Eddy. Given Justin is also playing those cards.
Yep.
Galaxy to go ahead and attack into the Eddy, using the Zeus to make sure that Gorgon's Gaze will not work here.
Yeah. Honestly, that's a pretty good play with Zeus. Bringing the Eddy down to 1, so that way even if Justin were to Gorgon's Gaze in battle step, it's still able to swing over with that 2 attack.
Yeah, it's actually pretty critical, I think, to make sure that you go for the Zeus there.
Again, one of those plays you just don't commonly think about.
And we're adding the was it Waxing Gibbous, I believe? I gotta go look it up to make sure.
Is that I think that's a Waxing Gibbous. That big, I recognize that big purple cloud.
Yeah, it's the pseudo Waxing Gibbous. Target a lunar enchanted Celestial changes position. Looks like both of these casters are on this as a little tech into the Lunar Aggro mirror.
Yeah, Zeus coming down here for Justin.
That's killer.
That it'll kill the killer whale.
And that is the goal here. And a Shield of Achilles might seal the deal here, honestly.
Did Justin search with the Werepup for Lunar Phase?
Yeah, it was for Waxing Gibbous.
Oh, right, yeah. That slipped my mind.
Dimax down to 2 spirits here, going to re-enchant Galaxy.
He wants that damage.
Takes 2, passes. These casters are at 1 apiece here. Yeah, both at 1. Justin needs this next card to be absolutely critical, but Gorgon's Gaze doesn't do it.
No.
Spectaris does it. Spectaris doesn't do it if any of Dimex's back row are live, though.
Yeah, because he could take 1 off Galaxy and then the 1 in Spirit deck.
Yeah, Shield of Achilles gets you there. Tsunami gets you there if Justin doesn't have a Water Enchanted Elestral, but a Water Enchanted Elestral loses to Galaxy.
Mm-hmm. It's got to be it's the Werepup.
Werepup? Oh, I guess Justin did have 2 spirits left in Spirit deck.
Does Justin have Full Moon?
I don't believe so, and he wouldn't be able to activate
He wouldn't be able to
it
play
anyway.
He could
Not
activate it
meaningfully.
and then not enchant. He could activate it with the Spirit off Zeus, or cast it with the Spirit off Zeus.
Yeah. That would get him there. However, I believe he's already gone through his Lyca Void. I don't think he's playing 2.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
It's been a long game, but I'm pretty sure that this might be it here for Justin. Because the assumption here is that those back row are live for Dimax. Because if there was no back row, you Zeus, you swing over with Werepup. Or you at least crash with Werepup. But that's not going to be enough. Oh, no, it does swing over. I can't do math. It's been a long day.
Yep, and that's he's gonna go for it. He's gonna go.
It's the
for
only game plan you
disenchant
have.
over.
Swing.
He's like, let's see what happens.
Tsunami does it.
Yep.
Does Dimax have another Elestral in hand? Because I believe if he does, this will be... He might have a hand, actually.
He doesn't have a hand.
We're going to use the effect of the Waxing Gibbous to swap and put it back to attack position. Oh, no! Wow, we're going to game 3. We're going to Waxing Gibbous came up. That's ridiculous.
Wow. So he got a second Waxing Gibbous and already had 1 set.
He had searched the first one. He searched 2 there. There were 2 Werepups that both searched Waxing Gibbuses.
Yeah,
And
he had 1 set. Oh my goodness.
that's crazy. Game 3. What an insane back and forth. I cannot believe these casters are playing at the level they've been playing at for this entire day. This is ridiculous.
Lunar Tsunami is really good because it can switch him back to attack mode.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's crazy. That's crazy. What a set this has been so far.
This has been
out of words.
Yeah, like the back and forth play, the high level strategy that both of these casters have brought to this finals has been absolutely incredible. It's the small plays that count. It's those small interactions. It's knowing when to siphon off to play your invoke and counter runes. It's knowing when to disenchant your divines to get the most effect out of them in terms of swinging over your opponent's Elestra. It's all those little things that add up to make these games so close.
Yeah, this might be one of the best sets that has been played the entire day, and I feel like I've said that repeatedly, actually.
We've said it multiple times today.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous set so far, and I think both of these casters can walk away feeling like, damn, I played my heart out. I put it all out on the table. Like, it, you're happy to have made it to finals.
Yeah.
I think you're happy no matter what, though, because I mean, these casters are incredible, and they're showing their prowess, their capacity, their deck building. Both these players worked with other players a lot to build these decks, test them, make them ready for this exact event, and they are ready for the final clash of our last game of the day in finals. Dimax versus Justin, and Dimax likely choosing to go first here with an Ass Rabbit in defense position. We couldn't have it any other way.
Yep, nothing better than El Clasico. Rabbit set 1 pass.
This is it doesn't get better than this. High level gameplay, Ass Rabbit in defense. Dimax setting 2, probably one of them's assumed to be a Hurricane. There's 1. Is there a second?
Nope.
No, he's making a liar out of me. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I can't believe this. I'm pissed.
Just give him a good talking to after the stream.
I will. This is surely an Eddie. Yep. Eduardo. Wonderful animation.
That's a blue Eddie.
I think Justin was actually searching for those, and yeah, he certainly found them. Those are some blue Eddies. And Astrabbit's dead. And there's an Eddie in response. Wait, is this Daybreak format? What happened? I thought I was watching Moonrise.
I thought this was February, not December.
I wouldn't blame you if you told me it was September.
We're still in 2024.
Yeah, it's actually 2023, and we're play testing a set that comes out in a year.
Yeah. That is the year of Elestrals Part 2, so.
It is true. It is true. I will note that Dymax does have a blue Eddie of himself, not quite as blue as the blue Eddie on Justin's end.
Yeah.
I believe I got Dymax to send me some blue Eddies that he had found, and he sent me a wonderful Nimbug that said "What's up" on it. It was a very sweet little gift from him, but unfortunately that blue Eddie of his is getting bounced back to hand with Shield of Achilles.
Yep. Justin wants to keep his blue Eddie on the field a little bit longer.
Justin really considering his options of what spirit is going into the underworld for the effect here. And I mean, surely it's just like a lunar and a thunder, right?
He's okay. There's part one.
There's a lunar. And there's the thunder. All right. Sometimes you gotta think really hard. It's the finals. I get it. The nerves are getting to you. It's game 3.
Yep. Been a long
make sure
day.
you're making the right decisions.
Yeah, make sure your spirit math is mathing. You don't want to get to the end and be like, I should have used a Leviathan on that shield back in turn 3.
No.
Oh, yep.
And there's the hurricane from Justin taking out the tsunami.
Ooh.
That's got to be the best thunderstorm I've ever seen in my entire life. And there's
The
Werepup.
Ooh, the search has to be full moon. Yeah.
Yeah. No wax and gibbous this time.
No wax and gibbous right now.
Not right now.
That's a later search.
Yeah, that's a turn 7 type Werepup effect.
Yeah. So,
Justin he's committed a lot of spirits though.
Yeah, committing a lot. He will be able to dish out 2 damage. But yeah, that hurricane, expensive, but probably worth it.
Yeah, the hurricane for one feels bad most of the time, but you're guaranteeing that this goes through. And resting on your laurels is not going to work out well for Dymax here, I believe, as we are likely targeting the Werepup. Werepup gets spirits put under it and will not be destroyed by resting on your laurels and will get to ascend into Leica Void.
Yeah, that's
an interesting little interaction here. Laurels checks on the cast and the resolution that the Elestral is a legal target, and in this case, it is not, because Werepup is no longer one of the lowest enchanted Elestrals on board, since Eddie is now the lowest. So Dymax, likely knowing this, likely is attempting to force out the Leica Void to try and out it some other way, like with this Eddie that we knew was in hand from Justin's Shield of Achilles. But if that back row from Justin is a Gorgon's Gaze, none of it matters.
Yeah, you kind of have to play that.
And the swing going to come out here. Shield of Achilles Part 2, Gorgon's Gaze will do it.
Yep. And I noticed that Justin enchanted the Leica Void on Ascension with a Frost to avoid the potential Cryoblast.
Which is a very heads-up play because Dymax likely is sighting into Cryoblast.
Yep.
As Justin probably is as well.
Yep. In before we see Like Voids everywhere being enchanted with water and frost instead of lunar.
Instead of lunar.
Or just in addition to lunar because full moon.
That is true. That is true. There's another werepup. That feels pretty good if you're Justin.
Yep. That feels really good if you're Justin.
This is probably where we search out the waxing gibbous.
Yeah, I think it's actually turn 7, so that's what we talked about earlier. That's a turn 7 play. Yep.
I was right. Yeah, it was turn 7. This has been an expensive turn, or 2 turns for Justin, but he's about to pay it back in full as he's got 5 spirits on board ready to swing over Eddie.
Yep.
There goes the Lycovoid for 2, and then 2 more with Eddie and the werepup, and the Earthquake spirits already being expended from Dimax. Either letting it go or knowing that there's an Ambro in deck, or in hand. There's certainly a Ambro in deck.
Or it's face down.
It could be face down. Quackle! I'm gonna quackle!
Quackle and a tackle.
The attackle. Gonna heal back 3 spirits. And those are being immediately used for the Zeus. And we can threaten out the werepup here, likely. The Eddie.
He targeted the Eddie.
guy.
Okay. Okay.
1 set from Dimax. I believe that was set prior turn.
Mm-hmm. Rabbit? Nope.
Elechick. A good call. It was one of the 2.
Yeah.
Frankly, it was one of the 2.
I mean, those are the only 2, 2.5 that exist. Because Quackle's sometimes in there.
Yeah, sometimes Quackle. It'd be interesting to see if Justin is playing Quackle, because in this matchup, it is going to matter a lot.
Yeah.
Justin 2 cards in hand, Dimax 1 card in hand. About even spirits in Spirit deck. And the Lycovoid going to swing for 2 damage here. And then 2 more from the werepup and the Elechick. That's going to put Dimax a lot lower here.
What does Dimax need to swing this around? Because this is a tough board state.
He needs the Spectaris. What I was about to actually say. Zeus lets it get over the Lycovoid.
Yeah, brings it down to 3.
And if Justin's back row isn't live, it's not. And
Ooh.
that's a big swing. We made a handful of big swings. The pendulum's going back and forth.
Wow. What a play. You have to wonder, is Justin's face down a tsunami and it just Dimax with the heads up play to misenchant with water to play around it?
There's a expend to draw? Whoa.
I thought a Galaxy was about to drop and switch the attack stats of Spectaris.
That would be ridiculous, but expend a draw into an Ambrosia from Justin. So Elechick will be able to threaten out Spectaris. That's meaningful. But, I mean, Justin has a Zeus in hand, so we don't have to crash. If Dimax has a Tsunami that he just set, he gets around the entire board.
Thunder, water, frost.
Cryoblast does it for Justin too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's going for here. Dimax doesn't even need to see the card.
He's like, you see the frost sphere coming in. He's like, yeah, okay.
Dimax, a little frustrated hands here. He has not drawn nearly as well as Justin has, that's for sure. Expending to draw is not great. Ambrosia is what you need, though.
It's great when it's an Ambrosia.
Water back indicates that maybe Dimax ran out of waters for Tsunami. Another water back to the Spirit deck. And another Ambrosia is going to come down.
Let's see the third one.
It's fair is fair. Justin activated one. Dimax is allowed to activate two. And I believe that'll put Dimax up to 6 here.
I think so. It went from 1 to 6.
That's a pretty solid turn. But he's gonna go down to 3 pretty quickly. Full Moon could seal the deal here too if Justin has a Full Moon set.
Yeah, last Werepup Search did have the Waxing Gibbous.
Expend to draw. Ambrosia from Justin.
It's played in 100% of decks for a reason.
Yeah, it is 100% average of 3. I think the only decks I've seen not playing it at 3 ever are like BlueStacks, because you need space for mills.
You can't afford to run Ambrosia and BlueStacks.
Unironically, like I'm not even joking. I don't think you can.
That's a waste of 1 spirit.
No, it's a waste of a card. Milled,
yeah. Waste of a potential mill, yeah.
Yeah, it could be live versus not being live. And this is swinging for 2 here, putting Dimax down to 4. Draw for turn. There's the Eddie. But we needed to see that to out this Elechick.
That is a big play.
3 spirits for Dimax. Justin, Shield of Achilles might seal the deal. And that is the card. Dimax has not been able to see the cards he needs to be seeing. Just has faded so many draws for normal casts here. And unless he's got the 3rd Ambro, he's going to 2 spirit. He's going to 1 spirit next turn. Justin can just re-enchant a water onto one of these Elestrals and guarantee put Dimax down to 1 spirit.
Yep.
And potentially swing to close out this game.
Oh my gosh, this is so intense. I'm like waiting to see what Justin's move is. It's either a 3rd Elestral or a re-enchant to put pressure.
Yeah, if you don't have an Elestral in hand, you just re-enchant here. We go for a water for sure here to guarantee some damage in. I think that, wow, all right, the hand is shown from Dimax. The virtual handshake comes through. Eddie Galaxy Waxing is not going to do it for Dimax here. And just like that, Justin, his very first Elestrals Premier event, to my knowledge at least, he's going to walk home the champion in an absolutely ridiculous turn of events.
Wow, this was incredible. Justin dropped game 1, I think.
He did drop game 1 and then came back 2-0 from there.
That is very, very impressive. And yeah, I gotta say, for a first run, potentially first run from Justin, that is going to be huge with the Lunar Aggro. Is the winner, taking a 2-1 over Dimax.
Yeah, and obviously massive congratulations to Justin, but congratulations to Dimax as well for making it to his first finals and absolutely crushing it all the way through. Both of these players played their minds out, played their hearts out. Justin, I believe, ending X1 on the day in Swiss, and Dimax being able to make it in that 7th place, still making it to finals in a ridiculous turn of events. This is just a crazy day for both of these casters, playing incredibly well. That might be one of the best finals I've seen ever in this game. Like, that was just really, really tight, well played from both players. I cannot sing the praises of both of these casters enough. They're both wonderful players, wonderful people.
Yeah, I mean, the back and forth, the skill and knowledge to be able to know those small interactions when to be able to play cards off field versus Spirit deck, and it's those things that lead these two players into the amazing grand finals that we had, and eventually leading Justin to being the champion, the first champion of Moonrise also.
Yeah, the very first Moonrise champion, and we can't wait to get him on stream in a little bit for an interview. Yeah. It's ridiculous. What an incredible day, incredible tournament. Lunar Aggro went crazy. They put in insane work. I think it was like half of Top Cut was Lunar Aggro. Maybe it might have been like close to 3/4. Good deck. Good deck.
Yeah, very good. And it makes you wonder, like, I could almost bet a lot of people are going to be watching some of these games back and be like, all right, where's the weakness?
It's somewhere in there.
Where can I counter this?
It's somewhere in there. You know, the reality, I think, is that BlueStacks is really good into Lunar Aggro, because if you hit well, they have a hard time outing it, but then they start to play more removal in the side, and it becomes a cyclical thing of you adjust to beat their deck, they adjust to beat yours. I think Water Reanimator can also play pretty well into this deck, but also loses really to Spectaris. So there's a bunch of little micro interactions, and it'll take some people really labbing out the format to try and figure out if there's some other options outside.
Yeah, unless you just get continuous Typhlance, and then they just don't have a hand to play anyway.
You know, that is true. That is true. You know, just Typhlin hand loop. It's just that simple. Just that simple.
Can't play if you don't have a hand.
It is true. It is true. And with that, I'm going to start advocating for Sparkit to come back off. Ridiculous.
Imagine we have a tournament one day where it's just like everything's open.
Sorry, I will be showing up with an FTK that's even better than the last one. I will.
It's just all Waspire FTK.
It is just Waspire FTK. I will make it better. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Want to see me do it again?
Yep.
Well, incredible games for both these players.
So good.
They really crushed it. They really crushed it today, and I'm looking forward to chatting with Justin just a little bit, hearing from his perspective and how he feels about winning his first ever event. Absolutely ridiculous stuff.
Yep.
And hearing some thoughts on deck building process, testing process, all that stuff. I want to pick his brain. Even though I know the people that he was testing with. I want you all to know. What's up?
The people at home watching, the casters at home wanting to know, how did you come to play this, and what was your thought? Yeah. Really good. And for those of you at home saying, wow, I wish that was me. Well, you have that opportunity on February 23rd when we have the next Premier Tournament. And also, I'm gonna beat this home. The Stone Tablet organized play Farrageist for participation is just incredible.
It's ridiculous.
It's so good. And then we have the top 16, top 8, and top 4 prizes, which is what we saw today. Beautiful Capricorn Shattered Stars full arts. And then the big prize, the Elestral Champion stamped Reverse Stellar Bandaloon. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first Reverse Stellar with the stamp that wasn't in Shattered Stars.
There's a Stellar Galaxy, I believe. Or was that a participation prize?
That was the participation one, yeah.
Ooh. Then yeah, I think actually it is.
Because I think the first one was Jilton.
Yep.
Then we had Draking, which was Shattered Stars Lunar.
And
then we had Mudlet. And then this one we had Oistillery.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Wow. Very interesting.
Yeah, so starter deck Reverse Stellar stamped Bandaloon as the champion prize. That is very cool. I'm gonna try super hard.
Be sweating it out. Flashing it up.
I need to add it. I already missed out on the Draking. I need to add it to my Lunar Stellar collection that I'm working on.
That's right. You got the Stellar Spectaris. You got. I imagine that this set is hard on the wallet. Oh, okay. All right. Chill out. Okay.
These are
okay. Let me flex the cards I've been hand shuffling the entire tournament.
Although
how scuffed up they are on the back.
I will say you do have the X of 10 Draking, so
not anymore.
Oh.
They found a new home.
Okay. Okay. I can't afford Exciton.
Yeah. No, that was why it moved. Someone could afford it. I was like, yeah, go for it.
I'm just hoping to pull the Exciton Tornadian when my Shattered Stars comes in next week. I got the 12 bundles. I upped it. I got 12 bundles, so I'm hoping for it.
Oh, actually, I mentioned it earlier. This is the What's Up My Nimbugs that Dymax sent me. I was fishing over here for my stack of sellers that I keep on my desk. Specifically to my boy.
Oh, the Zephyrog.
And of course his buddy, Zipad.
Ooh, the Proto.
Nimbug. I too have a stack of Stellars on my desk and all high rarity cards.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're triple. I have a couple of these like triple sleeved, so because I play with my Stellars, so.
That's real. That's real. I haven't played with a Zephyrog yet because I haven't figured out a Zephyrog list yet.
I'll work with you on one because I was cooking on one for a little bit and then Moonrise came out and I was like I gotta start cooking Moonrise. But now that Moonrise is out and I've been like marinating in the kitchen a little bit, it's like I think Zephyrog has potential. I think there's a sleeper on Zephyrog. There's something there. There's something there.
Water Reanimator with Tower of Winds. All I'm saying.
Water Reanimator Tornadian. No. Into a Chronodile. No.
And they're actually, I think I saw someone today that was playing Water Reanimator Chronodile, and I was like, that's kind of sick, actually. That's kind of silly. I want to see that. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the fun thing with Elestrals right now is like, there's a bunch of different things you can just have fun with, cook with, and really just have a good time. Playing, and that's the casual tournaments. That's like what they're there for. I love playing in the casual tournaments and being able to test decks out. But yeah, I think this is it's a fun time. It's a fun time to be able to play in casual tournaments and kind of no stress. Just bring a fun deck, test it. If there's like this is like a half-baked deck, that's where you run it.
Yeah, and there's a lot for this format to be testing out, casual or competitive. There are some really insane different things that have come out of this set that people are trying out. Clearly, Thunder Lunar Aggro is a massive standout for the deck or for the format. And BlueStacks, BlueStacks top. That's crazy.
Yep.
We love to see it. It's I think that the biggest thing that holds back BlueStacks is the fact that you could just whiff a mill and lose a tournament run. Lunar Aggro is going to just end up being a more consistent, less concerning option. But the reality is that BlueStacks does tend to be a little bit more powerful, as we saw with how some of the games went, where Brulis didn't completely whiff versus Justin.
Yep. Now I have to pick your brain for a sec on this because as you were just saying that point, that it brought my head to this thought. If Zeus was still limited, does this kind of lunar aggro still work effectively?
I don't think so. I'm gonna be very honest. I do not think that it works the same because Zeus is so necessary for a lot of the interactions with like Nabi into Doppelganger. Like Avoid is a good card, but I think it gets a lot better when you have something like Zeus to help it out really, really big guys. I think fives as a whole, which is this deck is basically just an extension of fives, but with more lunar stuff than actual true five stats. The Zeus really, really helps the fives to actually matter, because into something like Frost, like BlueStacks, you do have stat lines like 7 that you have to be able to reach, and not all your Elestrals can do that without a Zeus. In fact, most can't do it without a Zeus. Eddie doesn't even out a Asprowl or a Morolith. So you need to have that Zeus buff. So if Zeus were to be put back to 1, I think that this deck actually, it probably still exists some way, but I don't think it exists anywhere near what it currently looks like.
Yeah, it probably have like some divine healing tech just to be able to keep the Zeus active and running. And I mean, we even saw that kind of interaction in one of the matches where there was a BlueStacks in Cetusaur on field. Nabi came down. Nabi swung over Cetusaur, which put BlueStacks at 10. The Disenchant with
Yep.
Zeus brings it to 7. Then Doppelgator ascends from Nobby after taking out the Cetusaur,
Yep.
and then now
And
BlueStacks
trades.
is 5, and
Yeah,
Doppelgator
ridiculous
crashes.
stuff. Ridiculous stuff.
That chain to like get that play to be executed and remove that BlueStacks from field is massive.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. But it looks like our interview is set up and ready. We had to keep you a little preoccupied while our production staff was figuring this out. Shout out to the production staff, by the way. You've done an excellent job today setting up the stream, making all these clashes happen. So everyone, hearts in chat. Shout out to the production staff. Shout out to Silver Beanie in particular. That when I say production staff, that it's Silver Beanie for the most part, who makes this entire thing work. So shout out to him. Thank you very much, Silver Beanie, and thank you to you, Full Frontage. This will be your sign off point as I hop on over to go talk to our finalists, our winner. So thank you so much for being here and commentating with me. It's been a blast.
Yeah, it was an awesome time. This is my first time casting one of the Premier tournaments. I casted a few of the Elestriad matches, but it's always fun to be in the booth, and it was a pleasure casting with you, Caleb, as well. And Kay also. You guys are. It works well when conversation is easy between people, and I think the flow was awesome. So hats off to you as well. Hats off to Kay. You guys do an incredible job in the caster booth.
Thank you, and you did a great job for your first cast. Like it went wonderfully. So thank you very much. You were very easy to work with.
Appreciate it. And pick Justin's brain. I'm curious. I want to hear his thoughts. I want to hear his
I'm
thoughts.
gonna absolutely do that. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna throw it over to the interview briefly, and maybe we'll might go to a quick break as we set that up. So we'll see you in a second. Don't go anywhere.
What's going on? Another day. Thank you.
How you feeling right now?
It hasn't settled in yet. This whole time, really, just since you're playing from home, you're kind of surrounded in familiar settings. So I've just kind of been taking it one game at a time, and then it's funny. I think it was in top 4. I realized it was in top 4. I was like, wait a minute, was this top 8 or 4? I was long day, tired, but
Valid.
yeah. Then all of a sudden, it's like, oh hey, you're playing in the finals. I was like, oh god, no pressure.
No pressure. No, not. You've never been pressured before. What are you talking about? Well, congrats. So, I've got a couple of questions I want to ask you, but the main thing is this. I've heard is and I've had this confirmed, I believe, this is your first event you've played in, period. It's not that it's your first premiere. It's that you've never been to a locals, you've never been to a casuals. The games you played are like in our little testing circle we have, and that's it.
Yeah, shout out to the Nimbugs. You know, what's up, my Nimbugs? Because without them, I would have nobody to play this game with. I would be sitting by myself, twiddling my fingers. So they are all amazing. All of them helped me get there, including Dimax. Shout out to him playing in the finals. It was literally just the other day we were just testing, like, I don't know, maybe for like 2 or 3 hours together. And it's funny how we met in the finals. But shout out to everybody who helped me test, and especially Trish, really grinding and helping work out the kinks of the list and all that stuff. But yeah, first event. It's pretty crazy.
It's a little ridiculous. So how much time do you think you ended up putting into this event? Because I mean, I saw you looking for games all the time and getting ghosted. And
yeah, so I always like dropping messages like, hey, anybody free? And then like I get it, like everybody's got their own life and schedule. That's why like I can't make it to casuals mostly because I work a 9 to 5, plus I do my own YouTube thing on the side. So it's it can be very time constraining, but I would probably say in total of I guess this Moonrise format, I kind of started playing it, like actually playing it the week before the new cards were like actually released.
Okay.
But even then it was decent testing. I would say it was probably like 95% just like theory, but yeah.
I do think that that's been a lot of the testing generally. It can be kind of hard to actually sit down and grind out a ton of games.
Yeah, it's time consuming for sure.
Yeah, especially without a lot of knowledge of what the format might end up looking like.
Right.
But speaking of which, how do you feel like the Lunar Thunder aggro strategy ended up playing out for you? You feel good about it?
So early on in testing, I felt like the Lunar Thunder variants, they were some of the most consistent decks in the format, just because you have so many cards that just say +1 when you play it, and conceptually it makes for a consistent deck. And when you have a long tournament, multiple rounds, plus this deck has the power and the versatility to compete, it's kind of a win-win. But again, I've probably tried like 4 or 5 different variants of this deck, and in how it is now, it's more so built, again, shout out to Dimax and Trish, because we were just kind of running in circles where we would solve one problem with the deck, and then a new one would arise, and then we'd solve that problem. But in the end, it wound up being like this deck that kind of tried to counter the other Lunar aggro decks, just by not trying to play a different game than them, even though it's a lot of the same cards. It's funny, jokingly, like in my like little deck profile name, it was I just named it Staples because it's just a pile of good stuff.
Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. It's worked for a long time, and it clearly continued to work for you. So how are you feeling kind of walking out of game 1 of finals, where Dimax kind of has this insane heart of the cards moment, rips the top card, Ambro, Spectaris?
I was so like, I was deflated, because for me, I was just happy to be here, man. Like I had no clue I'd go this far, and to have to go up and again play up against a friend, it was so epic. I was in a spot where I was like, oh wow, I can't believe I'm about to walk with game 1, and then top deck Ambro. I'm just like, oh no. And then even later in the other matches, there was a lot of there are a lot of moments like that like made my heart skip, and I had to like take a sec and calm down. It was great. It was an amazing match.
Yeah, I think in particular the moment where Dimax looks like he's securing game 2 with the Galaxy 2 spirits under it, and you Zeus it, you go Werepup in, he goes Tsunami, you say, okay, that resolves, waxing Gibbous back to attack, swing, and he's like, that's game. Like, that was crazy. That might have been one of the best sets I've ever seen in the entire game of Elestrals. Ridiculous gameplay.
Yeah, it was intense to play, I'm not gonna lie, and I mean,
I believe that.
Oh man, it was great.
I can definitely tell on your face you're having a lot of fun, which is great. It's always great to walk out of a tournament like, yeah, this was fun, I was having a good time. But
right,
kind of along with that a little bit, you're having fun, enjoying this. Do you have any sort of inspiring words you might want to throw out to those at home that are looking to maybe try their hand in just 2 short weeks on the February 23rd event, the next Premier Tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you haven't been to an event yet, I guess you should go. Because I mean, you never know how well you can do. I mean, look at me. But again, this game's so much fun. I love the mechanics. It's so cool. It just makes for some really cool back and forth gameplay. And if you're thinking about doing it, give it a try. You just might like it.
Yeah, I very much resonate with that because the two events that I've topped, both where I was like, screw it, I'll play. I was like, screw it, I'll play Krakatuga. First ever top 4 that deck had ever seen. And then the next one I topped, I hadn't played for a little while. I was like, screw it, if Bean Soldier sends me a 5s list, I'll play it top 8. I was like, all right, sick. He's like, when you go in with a little bit less expectations, like I want to top, I have these goals, and you're just like, I want to play and I want to enjoy this game that I enjoy, like it makes it so much easier to make it, especially, through some of the ups and downs that can happen for these long days.
Right. Yeah, it's it's a lot of fun.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with me. You've had a couple of shout outs, but just real quick before we close out this broadcast, is there anyone you want to thank, shout out for helping you get to this point?
Yeah, like I said, shout out to everybody in the Nimbug chat in the channel. Again, anytime I say stupid stuff, I'm like, what do you think about this idea? You guys always either keep me in check or go, sometimes you guys throw fire into the flames. But I really appreciate all of you. Anybody I played up against in the tournament, I appreciate all of you. It was great matches. Everybody I was with was, very respectful. It was good games. And I just can't say more than that. Shout out to everybody who helped me all the way.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, it's been a long day. I assume you're pretty exhausted. You'd like to go to bed. So with that, thank you so much for joining me here on the cast and chatting with me for a little bit. It's always great to chat with you, Justin.
Yeah, man. I look forward to talking to you soon.
In just a moment, actually, we'll be talking again.
The after party.
Yeah, for sure. But with that, we're going to go ahead and close out the broadcast here. Thank you so much to everyone at home for watching and sticking with us through this incredible event. Once again, congratulations to Justin here for being our first ever Moonrise champion. And with that, have a good rest of your day, night, wherever you are. See you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye for now.